Section 35 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete by Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 33. Letters 1893 to Mr. Hall, Mrs. Clemens, and others. Florence. Business troubles. Pudd'nhead Wilson. Joan of Arc. At the Players, New York. The reader may have suspected that young Mr. Hall in New York was having his troubles. He was by this time one-third owner in the business of Charles L. Webster & Company, as well as its general manager. The business had been drained of its capital one way and another, partly by the publication of unprofitable books, partly by the earlier demands of the typesetter, but more than all by the manufacturing cost and agents' commissions demanded by L.A.L. That is to say, the 11 large volumes constituting the Library of American Literature, which Webster had undertaken to place in 1,000,000 American homes. There was plenty of sale for it, indeed. That was just the trouble, for it was sold on payments, small monthly payments, while the cost of manufacture and the liberal agents' commissions were cash items, and it would require a considerable period before the dribble of collections would swell into a tide large enough to satisfy the steady outflow of expense. A sale of 25 sets a day meant prosperity on paper. But unless capital could be raised from some other source to make and market those books through a period of months, perhaps even years to come, it meant bankruptcy in reality. It was Hall's job, with Clemens to back him, to keep their ship afloat on these steadily ebbing financial waters. It was also Hall's affair to keep Mark Twain cheerful, to look pleasant himself, and to show how they were steadily getting rich because orders were pouring in, though a cloud that resembled bankruptcy loomed always a little higher upon the horizon. If Hall had not been young and an optimist, he would have been frightened out of his boots early in the game. As it was, he made a brave, steady fight, kept as cheerful and stiff an upper lip as possible, always hoping that something would happen, some grand sale of his other books, some unexpected inflow from the typesetter interests, anything that would sustain his ship until the L.A.L. tide should turn and float it into safety. Clemens had faith in Hall and was fond of him. He never found fault with him. He tried to accept his encouraging reports at their face value. He lent the firm every dollar of his literary earnings not absolutely needed for the family's support. He signed new notes. He allowed Mrs. Clemens to put in such remnants of her patrimony as the typesetter had spared. The situation in 1893 was about as here outlined. The letters to Hall of that year are frequent and carry along the story. To any who had formed the idea that Mark Twain was irascible, exacting, and fault-finding, they will perhaps be a revelation. To Fred J. Hall, in New York: Florence, January 1, '93. Dear Mr. Hall, yours of December 19 is to hand, and Mrs. Clemens is deeply distressed, for she thinks I've been blaming you or finding fault with you about something. But most surely that cannot be. I tell her that although I am prone to write hasty and regrettable things to other people, I am not a bit likely to write such things to you. I can't believe I've done anything so ungrateful. If I have, pile coals of fire on my head, for I deserve it. I wonder if my letter of credit isn't an encumbrance. Do you have to deposit the whole amount it calls for? If that is so, it is an encumbrance, and we must withdraw it and take the money out of soak. I have never made drafts upon it except when compelled, because I thought you deposited nothing against it, and only had to put up money that I drew upon it, that therefore the less I drew the easier it would be for you. I am dreadfully sorry I didn't know it would be a help to you to let my monthly check pass over a couple of months. I could have stood that by drawing what is left of Mrs. Clemens's letter of credit, and we would have done it cheerfully. I will write Whitmore to send you the Century check for $1,000, and you can collect Mrs. Dodge's $2,000. Whitmore has power of attorney, which I think will enable him to endorse it over to you in my name. If you need that $3,000, put it in the business and use it, and send Whitmore the company's note for a year. If you don't need it, turn it over to Mr. Halsey and let him invest it for me. I've a mighty poor financial head, and I may be all wrong, but tell me if I am wrong in supposing that in lending my own firm money at 6%, I pay 4 of it myself and so really get only a %? Now don't laugh if that is stupid. Of course, my friend declined to buy a quarter interest in the LAL for $200,000. I judged he would. I hoped he would offer $100,000, but he didn't. If the cholera breaks out in America a few months hence, we can't borrow or sell. But if it doesn't, we must try hard to raise $100,000. I wish we could do it before there's a cholera scare. I have been in bed 2 or 3 days with a cold, but I got up an hour ago, and I believe I'm all right again. How I wish I had appreciated the need of $100,000 when I was in New York last summer. I would have tried my best to raise it. It would make us able to stand 1,000 sets of LAL per month, but not any more, I guess. You have done magnificently with the business, and we must raise the money somehow to enable you to reap the reward of all that labor. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. Whitmore in this letter was F. G. Whitmore of Hartford, Mark Twain's financial agent. The money due from Mrs. Dodge was a balance on Tom Sawyer Abroad, which had been accepted by St. Nicholas. Mr. Halsey was a downtown broker. Clemens, who was growing weary of the constant demands of LAL, had conceived the idea that it would be well to dispose of a portion of it for enough cash to finance its manufacture. We don't know who the friend was to whom he offered a quarter interest for the modest sum of $200,000, but in the next letter we discover designs on a certain very canny Scotchman of Skibo. To Fred J. Hall, in New York: Florence, January 28, '92. Dear Mr. Hall, I want to throw out a suggestion and see what you think of it. We have a good start and solid ground under us. We have a valuable reputation. Our business organization is practical, sound, and well devised. Our publications are of a respect worthy character and of a money breeding species. Now then, I think that the association with us of some one of great name and with capital would give our business a prodigious impetus. That phrase is not too strong. As I look at it, it is not money merely that is needed. If that were all, the firm has friends enough who would take an interest in a paying venture. We need some one who has made his life a success, not only from a business standpoint, but with that achievement back of him has been great enough to make his power felt as a thinker and a literary man. It is a pretty usual thing for publishers to have this sort of partners. Now you see what a power Carnegie is and how far his voice reaches in the several lines I speak of. Do you know him? You do by correspondence or purely business talks about his books, but personally I mean, so that it would not be an intrusion for you to speak to him about this desire of mine, for I would like you to put it before him, and if you fail to interest him in it you will probably get at least some valuable suggestions from him. I'll enclose a note of introduction. You needn't use it if you don't need to. Yours, S. L. C. P. S. Yes, I think I've already acknowledged the December $1,000 and the January $500, and if another $500 was mailed 3 days ago, there's no hiatus. I think I reminded you that the new letter of credit does not cover the unexpended balance of the old one, but falls considerably short of it. Do your best with Carnegie, and don't wait to consider any of my intermediate suggestions or talks about our raising half of the $200,000 ourselves. I mean, wait for nothing. To make my suggestion available, I should have to go over and see Arnault, and I don't want to until I can mention Carnegie's name to him as going in with us. My book is typewritten and ready for print. Pudd'nhead Wilson, a tale, or Those Extraordinary Twins, if preferable. It makes 82,500 words, 12,000 more than Huck Finn, but I don't know what to do with it. Mrs. Clemens thinks it wouldn't do to go to the American Publishing Company or anywhere outside of our own house. We have no subscription machinery, and a book in the trade is a book thrown away as far as money profit goes. I am in a quandary. Give me a lift out of it. I will mail the book to you and get you to examine it and see if it is good or if it is bad. I think it is good, and I thought the claimant bad when I saw it in print. But as for real judgment, I think I'm destitute of it. I am writing a companion to the Prince and Pauper which is half done and will make 200,000 words, and I have had the idea that if it were gotten up in handsome style, with many illustrations, and put at a high enough price, maybe the LAL canvassers would take it and run it with that book. Would they? It could be priced anywhere from $4 up to $10, according to how it was gotten up, I suppose. I don't want it to go into a magazine. SLC. I am having several short things typewritten. I will send them to you presently. I like the Century and Harper's, but I don't know that I have any business to object to the Cosmopolitan if they pay as good rates. I suppose a man ought to stick to one magazine, but that may be only superstition. What do you think? SLC. The companion to the Prince and the Pauper mentioned in this letter was the story of Joan of Arc, perhaps the most finished of Mark Twain's literary productions. His interest in Joan had been first awakened when, as a printer's apprentice in Hannibal, he had found blowing along the street a stray leaf from some printed story of her life. That fragment of history had pictured Joan in prison, insulted and mistreated by ruffians. It had aroused all the sympathy and indignation in the boy, Sam Clemens. Also, it had awakened his interest in history, and indeed in all literature. His love for the character of Joan had grown with the years, until in time he had conceived the idea of writing her story. As far back as the early '80s he had collected material for it, and had begun to make the notes. One thing and another had interfered, and he had found no opportunity for such a story. Now, however, in Florence, in the ancient villa, and in the quiet garden, looking across the vineyards and olive groves to the dream city along the Arno, he felt moved to take up the tale of the shepherd girl of France, the soldier maid, or, as he called her, the noble child, the most innocent, the most lovely, the most adorable the ages have produced. His surroundings and background would seem to have been perfect, and he must have written with considerable ease to have completed 100,000 words in a period of not more than 6 weeks. Perhaps Hall did not even go to see Carnegie. At all events, nothing seems to have come of the idea. Once, at a later time, Mark Twain himself mentioned the matter to Carnegie, and suggested to him that it was poor financiering to put all of one's eggs into one basket, meaning into iron. But Carnegie answered, "That's a mistake. Put all your eggs into one basket, and watch that basket." It was March when Clemens felt that once more his presence was demanded in America. He must see if anything could be realized from the typesetter, or LAL. To Fred J. Hall, in New York: March 13, '93. DEAR MR. Hall, I am busy getting ready to sail the 22nd in the Kaiser Wilhelm II. I send herewith 2 magazine articles. The story contains 3,800 to 4,000 words. The diary contains 3,800 words. Each would make about 4 pages of the century. The diary is a gem, if I do say it myself that shouldn't. If the Cosmopolitan wishes to pay $600 for either of them, or $1,200 for both, gather in the check and I will use the money in America instead of breaking into your treasury. If they don't wish to trade for either, send the articles to the Century without naming a price, and if their check isn't large enough I will call and abuse them when I come. I signed and mailed the notes yesterday. Yours, S.L.C. Clemens reached New York on the 3rd of April and made a trip to Chicago, but accomplished nothing except to visit the World's Fair and be laid up with a severe cold. The machine situation had not progressed. The financial stringency of 1893 had brought everything to a standstill. The New York bank would advance Webster and Company no more money. So disturbed were his affairs, so disordered was everything, that sometimes he felt himself as one walking amid unrealities. A fragment of a letter to Mrs. Crane conveys this. I dreamed I was born and grew up and was a pilot on the Mississippi, and a miner and a journalist in Nevada, and a pilgrim in the Quaker City, and had a wife and children and went to live in a villa at Florence. And this dream goes on and sometimes seems so real that I almost believe it is real. I wonder if it is. But there's no way to tell, for if one applies tests, they would be part of the dream too, and so would simply aid the deceit. I wish I knew whether it is a dream or real. He saw Warner briefly in America, also Howells, now living in New York, but he had little time for visiting. On May 13th he sailed again for Europe on the Kaiser Wilhelm II. On the night before sailing he sent Howells a good-bye word. To W. D. Howells, in New York City: Murray Hill Hotel, New York, May 12, 1893, midnight. Dear Howells, I am so sorry I missed you. I am very glad to have that book for sea entertainment, and I thank you ever so much for it. I've had a little visit with Warner at last. I was getting afraid I wasn't going to have a chance to see him at all. I forgot to tell you how thoroughly I enjoyed your account of the country printing office, and how true it all was, and how intimately recognizable in all its details. But Warner was full of delight over it, and that reminded me, and I am glad, for I wanted to speak of it. You have given me a book. Annie Trumbull has sent me her book. I bought a couple of books. Mr. Hall gave me a choice German book. Laughlin gave me 2 bottles of whiskey and a box of cigars. I go to sea nobly equipped. Good bye, and all good fortune attend you and yours, and upon you all I leave my benediction. Mark. Mention has already been made of the Ross home being very near to Viviani, and the association of the Ross and Clemens families. There was a fine vegetable garden on the Ross estate, and it was in the interest of it that the next letter was written to the Secretary of Agriculture. To Hon. J. Sterling Morton, in Washington, D.C., Editorial Department, Century Magazine, Union Square, New York, April 6, 1893. To the Hon. J. Sterling Morton: Dear Sir, your petitioner, Mark Twain, a poor farmer of Connecticut, indeed the poorest one there, in the opinion of many, desires a few choice breeds of seed corn (maize), and in return will zealously support the administration in all ways honorable and otherwise. To speak by the card, I want these things to hurry to Italy to an English lady. She is a neighbor of mine outside of Florence, and has a great garden, and thinks she could raise corn for her table if she had the right ammunition. I myself feel a warm interest in this enterprise, both on patriotic grounds and because I have a key to that garden which I got made from a wax impression. It is not very good soil, still I think she can grow enough for one table, and I am in a position to select the table. If you are willing to aid and abet a countryman, and Gilder thinks you are, please find the signature and address of your petitioner below. Respectfully and truly yours, Mark Twain. 67 Fifth Avenue, New York. P.S. A handful of choice Southern watermelon seeds would pleasantly add to that lady's employments and give my table a corresponding lift. His idea of business values had moderated considerably by the time he had returned to Florence. He was not hopeless yet, but he was clearly a good deal disheartened, anxious for freedom. To Fred J. Hall, in New York: Florence, May 30, '93. DEAR MR. HALL, you were to cable me if you sold any machine royalties, so I judge you have not succeeded. This has depressed me. I have been looking over the past year's letters and statements, and am depressed still more. I am terribly tired of business. I am by nature and disposition unfitted for it, and I want to get out of it. I am standing on the Mount Morris volcano with help from the machine a long way off, doubtless a long way further off than the Connecticut Company imagines. Now here is my idea for getting out. The firm owes Mrs. Clemens and me, I do not know quite how much, but it is about $170,000 or $175,000, I suppose. I make this guess from the documents here, whose technicalities confuse me horribly. The firm owes other sums, but there is stock and cash assets to cover the entire indebtedness, and $116,679.20 over. Is that it? In addition, we have the LAL plates and copyright, worth more than $130,000. Is that correct? That is to say, we have property worth about $250,000 above indebtedness, I suppose, or, by one of your estimates, $300,000? The greater part of the first debts to me is in notes paying 6%. The rest, the old $70,000 or whatever it is, pays no interest. Now then, will Harper or Appleton or Putnam give me $200,000 for those debts and my 2/3 interest in the firm? The firm, of course, taking the Mount Morris and all such obligations off my hands, and leaving me clear of all responsibility. I don't want much money. I only want first class notes, $200,000 worth of them at 6%, payable monthly. Yearly notes, renewable annually for 3 years, with $5,000 of the principal payable at the beginning and middle of each year. After that, the notes renewable annually, and perhaps a larger part of the principal payable semi-annually. Please advise me and suggest alterations and emendations of the above scheme, for I need that sort of help, being ignorant of business and not able to learn a single detail of it. Such a deal would make it easy for a big firm to pour in a big cash capital and jump LAL up to enormous prosperity. Then your 1/3 will be a fortune, and I hope to see that day. I enclose an authority to use with Whitmore in case you have sold any royalties, but if you can't make this deal, don't make any. Wait a little and see if you can't make the deal. Do make the deal if you possibly can, and if any presents shall be necessary in order to complete it, I will come over, though I hope it can be done without that. Get me out of business, and I will be yours forever gratefully, S. L. Clemens. My idea is that I am offering my 2/3 of L.A.L. in the business for $30,000 or $40,000. Is that it? P.S.S. The new firm could retain my books and reduce them to a 10% royalty. S.L.C. To Rev. Joseph H. Twichell, in Hartford: Villa Viviani, Settignano, Florence, June 9, '93. Dear Joe, the sea voyage set me up, and I reached here May 27 in tolerable condition, nothing left but weakness, cough all gone. Old Sir Henry Layard was here the other day visiting our neighbor Janet Ross, daughter of Lady Duff Gordon, and since then I have been reading his account of the adventures of his youth in the Far East. In a footnote he has something to say about a sailor which I thought might interest you, viz: this same quartermaster was celebrated among the English in Mesopotamia for an entry which he made in his log book after a perilous storm. The windy and watery elements raged. Tears and prayers was had recourse to, but was of no manner of use. So we hauled up the anchor and got round the point. There, it isn't Ned Wakeman. It was before his day. With love, Mark. They closed Villa Viviani in June, and near the end of the month arrived in Munich in order that Mrs. Clemens might visit some of the German baths. The next letter is written by her and shows her deep sympathy with Hall in his desperate struggle. There have been few more unselfish and courageous women in history than Mark Twain's wife. From Mrs. Clemens to Mr. Hall, in New York, June 27, 1893. Munich. Dear Mr. Hall, your letter to Mr. Clemens of June 16th has just reached here. As he has gone to Berlin for Clara, I am going to send you just a line in answer to it. Mr. Clemens did not realize what trouble you would be in when his letter should reach you, or he would not have sent it just then. I hope you will not worry any more than you can help. Do not let our interests weigh on you too heavily. We both know you will, as you always have, look in every way to the best interests of all. I think Mr. Clemens is right in feeling that he should get out of business, that he is not fitted for it. It worries him too much. But he need be in no haste about it, and of course it would be the very farthest from his desire to imperil in the slightest degree your interests in order to save his own. I am sure that I voice his wish as well as mine when I say that he would simply like you to bear in mind the fact that he greatly desires to be released from his present anxiety and worry at a time when it shall not endanger your interest or the safety of the business. I am more sorry than I can express that this letter of Mr. Clemens's should have reached you when you were struggling under such terrible pressure. I hope now that the weight is not quite so heavy. He would not have written you about the money if he had known that it was an inconvenience for you to send it. He thought the bookkeeper whose duty it is to forward it had forgotten. We can draw on Mr. Langdon for money for a few weeks until things are a little easier with you. As Mr. Clemens wrote you, we would say, do not send us any more money at present, if we were not afraid to do so. I will say, however, do not trouble yourself if for a few weeks you are not able to send the usual amount. Mr. Clemens and I have the greatest possible desire not to increase in any way your burdens, and sincerely wish we might aid you. I trust my brother may be able, in his talk with you, to throw some helpful light on the situation. Hoping you will see a change for the better and begin to reap the fruit of your long and hard labor. Believe me, very cordially yours, Olivia L. Clemens. Hall naturally did not wish to be left alone with the business. He realized that his credit would suffer, both at the bank and with the public, if his distinguished partner should retire. He wrote, therefore, proposing as an alternate that they dispose of the big subscription set that was swamping them. It was a good plan, if it would work, and we find Clemens entering into it heartily. To Fred J. Hall, in New York: Munich, July 3, '93. Dear Mr. Hall, you make a suggestion which has once or twice flitted dimly through my mind heretofore, to wit, sell LAL. I like that better than the other scheme, for it is no doubt feasible, whereas the other is perhaps not. The firm is in debt, but LAL is free, and not only free, but has large money owing to it. A proposition to sell that by itself to a big house could be made without embarrassment. We merely confess that we cannot spare capital from the rest of the business to run it on the huge scale necessary to make it an opulent success. It will be selling a good thing for somebody, and it will be getting rid of a load which we are clearly not able to carry. Whoever buys will have a noble good opening, a complete equipment, a well organized business, a capable and experienced manager, and enterprise not experimental, but under full sail, and immediately able to pay 50% a year on every dollar the publisher shall actually invest in it. I mean, in making and selling the books. I am miserably sorry to be adding bothers and torments to the oversupply which you already have in these hideous times, but I feel so troubled myself, considering the dreary fact that we are getting deeper and deeper in debt, and the LAL getting to be a heavier and heavier burden all the time, that I must bestir myself and seek a way of relief. It did not occur to me that in selling out I would injure you, for that I am not going to do. But to sell LAL will not injure you, it will put you in better shape. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. To Fred J. Hall, in New York: July 8, '92. Dear Mr. Hall, I am sincerely glad you are going to sell LAL. I am glad you are shutting off the agents, and I hope the fatal book will be out of our hands before it will be time to put them on again. With nothing but our non existent capital to work with, the book has no value for us, rich or prized as it will be to any competent house that gets it. I hope you are making an effort to sell before you discharge too many agents, for I suppose the agents are a valuable part of the property. We have been stopping in Munich for a while, but we shall make a break for some country resort in a few days now. Sincerely yours, S. L. C. July 8. P. S. No, I suppose I am wrong in suggesting that you wait a moment before discharging your LAL agents. In fact, I didn't mean that. I judge your only hope of salvation is in discharging them all at once, since it is their commissions that threaten to swamp us. It is they who have eaten up the $14,000 I left with you in such a brief time, no doubt. I feel panicky. I think the sale might be made with better advantage, however, now than later, when the agents have got out of the purchaser's reach. S. L. C. P. S. No monthly report for many months. Those who are old enough to remember the summer of 1893 may recall it as a black financial season. Banks were denying credit, businesses were forced to the wall. It was a poor time to float any costly enterprise. The Chicago company who was trying to build the machines made little progress. The book business everywhere was bad. In a brief note following the foregoing letters, Clemens wrote Hall: It is now past the middle of July, and no cablegram to say the machine is finished. We are afraid you are having miserable days and worried nights, and we sincerely wish we could relieve you, but it is all black with us, and we don't know any helpful thing to say or do. He enclosed some kind of manuscript proposition for John Brisben Walker of the Cosmopolitan, with the comment, "It is my ingenious scheme to protect the family against the almshouse for one more year, and after that, well, goodness knows, I have never felt so desperate in my life, and good reason, for I haven't got a penny to my name, and Mrs. Clemens hasn't enough laid up with Langdon to keep us 2 months." It was like Mark Twain, in the midst of all this turmoil, to project an entirely new enterprise. His busy mind was always visioning success in unusual undertakings, regardless of immediate conditions and the steps necessary to achievement. To Fred J. Hall, in New York: July 26, '93. DEAR MR. HALL, I hope the machine will be finished this month, but it took me 4 years and cost me $100,000 to finish the other machine after it was apparently entirely complete and setting type like a house afire. I wonder what they call finished. After it is absolutely perfect, it can't go into a printing office until it has had a month's wear, running night and day, to get the bearings smooth, I judge. I may be able to run over about mid October. Then, if I find you relieved of LAL, we will start a magazine inexpensive, and of an entirely unique sort. Arthur Stedman and his father editors of it. Arthur could do all the work, merely submitting it to his father for approval. The first number should pay, and all subsequent ones, 25 cents a number. Cost of first number, 20,000 copies, $2,000. Give most of them away, sell the rest. Advertising and other expenses, cost unknown. Send one to all newspapers. It will get a notice, favorable too. But we cannot undertake it until LAL is out of the way. With our hands free and some capital to spare, we could make it hum. Where is the Shelley article? If you have it on hand, keep it, and I will presently tell you what to do with it. Don't forget to tell me. Yours sincerely, S.L.C. The Shelley article mentioned in this letter was the defense of Harriet Sheller, one of the very best of his essays. How he could have written this splendid paper at a time of such distraction passes comprehension. Furthermore, it is clear that he had revised, indeed rewritten, the long story of Pudd'nhead Wilson. To Fred J. Hall, in New York: July 30, '93. DEAR MR. HALL, this time Pudd'nhead Wilson is a success. Even Mrs. Clemens, the most difficult of critics, confesses it, and without reserves or qualifications. Formerly, she would not consent that it be published either before or after my death. I have pulled the twins apart and made 2 individuals of them. I have sunk them out of sight. They are mere flitting shadows now, and of no importance. Their story has disappeared from the book. Aunt Betsy Hale has vanished wholly, leaving not a trace behind. Aunt Patsy Cooper and her daughter Rowena have almost disappeared. They scarcely walk across the stage. The whole story is centered on the murder and the trial. From the first chapter the movement is straight ahead, without divergence or side play to the murder and the trial. Everything that is done or said, or that happens, is a preparation for those events. Therefore, 3 people stand up high, from beginning to end, and only 3: Pudd'nhead, Tom Driscoll, and his nigger mother, Roxana. None of the others are important, or get in the way of the story, or require the reader's attention. Consequently, the scenes and episodes which were the strength of the book formerly are stronger than ever now. When I begin this final reconstruction, the story contained 81,500 words. Now it contains only 58,000. I have knocked out everything that delayed the march of the story, even the description of a Mississippi steamboat. There's no weather in and no scenery. The story is stripped for flight. Now then, what is she worth? The amount of matter is but 3,000 words short of the American claimant, for which the syndicate paid $12,500. There was nothing new in that story, but the fingerprints in this one is virgin ground, absolutely fresh, and mighty curious and interesting to everybody. I don't want any more syndicating, nothing short of $20,000 anyway, and that I can't get. But won't you see how much the Cosmopolitan will stand? Do your best for me, for I do not sleep these nights for visions of the poorhouse. This in spite of the hopeful tone of yours of 11th to Langdon just received, for in me hope is very nearly expiring. Everything does look so blue, so dismally blue. By and by I shall take up the Rhone open boat voyage again, but not now. We are going to be moving around too much. I have torn up some of it, but still have 15,000 words that Mrs. Clemens approves of, and that I like. I may go at it in Paris again next winter, but not unless I know I can write it to suit me. Otherwise I shall tackle Adam once more, and do him in a kind of a friendly and respectful way that will commend him to the Sunday schools. I've been thinking out his first life days to day and framing his childish and ignorant impressions and opinions for him. We'll ship Pudd'nhead in a few days. When you get it, cable. Mark Twain, care Brown Ship, London, received. I mean to ship Pudd'nhead Wilson to you, say tomorrow. It'll furnish me hash for a while, I reckon. I am almost sorry it is finished. It was good entertainment to work at it, and kept my mind away from things. We leave here in about 10 days, but the doctors have changed our plans again. I think we shall be in Bohemia or thereabouts till near the end of September, then go to Paris and take a rest. Yours sincerely, S. L. C. P. S. Mrs. Clemens has come in since and read your letter and is deeply distressed. She thinks that in some letter of mine I must have reproached you. She says it is wonderful that you have kept the ship afloat in this storm that has seen fleets and fleets go down, that from what she learns of the American business situation from her home letters you have accomplished a marvel in the circumstances, and that she cannot bear to have a word said to you that shall voice anything but praise and the heartiest appreciation, and not the shadow of a reproach will she allow. I tell her I didn't reproach her, and never thought of such a thing, and I said I would break open my letter and say so. Mrs. Clemens says I must tell you not to send any money for a month or two, so that you may be afforded what little relief is in our power. All right, I'm willing. This is honest. But I wish Brer Chatto would send along his little yearly contribution. I dropped him a line about another matter a week ago. Asked him to subscribe for the Daily News for me. You see, I wanted to remind him in a covert way that it was pay up time. But doubtless I directed the letter to you or someone else, for I don't hear from him and don't get in the Daily News either. To Fred J. Hall, in New York: August 6, '93. Dear Mr. Hall, I am very sorry. It was thoughtless in me. Let the reports go. Send me once a month 2 items, and 2 only. Cash liabilities, so much. Cash assets, so much. I can perceive the condition of the business at a glance, then, and that will be sufficient. Here we never see a newspaper, but even if we did, I could not come anywhere near appreciating or correctly estimating the tempest you have been buffeting your way through. Only the man who is in it can do that. But I have tried not to burden you thoughtlessly or wantonly. I have been wrought and unsettled in mind by apprehensions, and that is a thing that is not helpable when one is in a strange land and sees his resources melt down to a 2 months' supply and can't see any sure daylight beyond. The bloody machine offered but a doubtful outlook, and will still offer nothing much better for a long time to come. For when Davis's 3 weeks is up, there's 3 months' tinkering to follow, I guess. That is unquestionably the boss machine of the world, but is the toughest one on profits, when it is in an incomplete state, that has ever seen the light. Neither Davis nor any other man can foretell with any considerable approach to certainty when it will be ready to get down to actual work in a printing office. No signature. 3 days after the foregoing letter was written, he wrote, briefly, "Great Scott! But it's a long year for you and me. I never knew the almanac to drag so. At least since I was finishing that other machine. I watch for your letters hungrily, just as I used to watch for the cablegram saying the machine's finished. But when next week certainly swelled into 3 weeks sure, I recognized the old familiar tune I used to hear so much. Ward don't know what sick-heartedness is, but he is in a way to find out." Always the quaint form of his humor, no matter how dark the way. We may picture him walking the floor, planning, scheming, and smoking, always smoking, trying to find a way out. It was not the kind of scheming that many men have done under the circumstances, not scheming to avoid payment of debts, but to pay them. To Fred J. Hall, in New York: August 14, '93. DEAR MR. HALL, I am very glad indeed if you and Mr. Langdon are able to see any daylight ahead. To me none is visible. I strongly advise that every penny that comes in shall be applied to paying off debts. I may be in error about this, but it seems to me that we have no other course open. We can pay a part of the debts owing to outsiders, none to the Clemenses. In very prosperous times we might regard our stock and copyrights as assets sufficient, with the money owing to us, to square up and quit even, but I suppose we may not hope for such luck in the present condition of things. What I am mainly hoping for is to save my royalties. If they come into danger, I hope you will cable me, so that I can come over and try to save them, for if they go I am a beggar. I would sail today if I had anybody to take charge of my family and help them through the difficult journeys commanded by the doctors. I may be able to sail 10 days hence. I hope so, and expect so. We can never resurrect the LAL. I would not spend any more money on that book. You spoke, a while back, of trying to start it up again as a preparation to disposing of it. But we are not in shape to venture that, I think. It would require more borrowing, and we must not do that. Yours sincerely, S. L. C. August 16. I have thought and thought, but I don't seem to arrive in any very definite place. Of course you will not have an instant's safety until the bank debts are paid. There is nothing to be thought of but to hand over every penny as fast as it comes in, and that will be slow enough. Or could you secure them by pledging part of our cash assets and I am coming over, just as soon as I can get the family moved and settled. S. L. C. 2 weeks following this letter he could endure the suspense no longer, and on August 29th sailed once more for America. In New York, Clemens settled down at the Players Club, where he could live cheaply, and undertook some literary work while he was casting about for ways and means to relieve the financial situation. Nothing promising occurred until one night at the Murray Hill Hotel he was introduced by Dr. Clarence C. Rice to Henry H. Rogers of the Standard Oil Group of financiers. Rogers had a keen sense of humor and had always been a great admirer of Mark Twain's work. It was a mirthful evening, and certainly an eventful one in Mark Twain's life. A day or two later, Dr. Rice asked the millionaire to interest himself a little in Clemens's business affairs, which he thought a good deal confused. Just what happened is not remembered now, but from the date of the next letter, we realize that a discussion of the matter by Clemens and Rogers must have followed pretty promptly. To Mrs. Clemens, in Europe: October 18, '93. Dear, dear sweetheart, I don't seem to get even half a chance to write you these last 2 days, and yet there's lots to say. Apparently everything is at last settled as to the giveaway of LAL, and the papers will be signed and the transfer made tomorrow morning. Meantime, I've got the best and wisest man in the whole Standard Oil group of multimillionaires a good deal interested in looking into the typesetter. This is private. Don't mention it. He has been searching into that thing for 3 weeks, and yesterday he said to me, "I find the machine to be all you represented it." I have here exhaustive reports from my own experts, and I know every detail of its capacity, its immense value, its construction, cost, history, and all about its inventor's character. I know that the New York Company and the Chicago Company are both stupid, and that they are unbusinesslike people, destitute of money and in a hopeless boggle. Then he told me the scheme he had planned, then said, if I can arrange with these people on this basis, it will take several weeks to find out. I will see to it that they get the money they need. Then the thing will move right along and your royalties will cease to be waste paper. I will post you the minute my scheme fails or succeeds. In the meantime, you stop walking the floor. Go off to the country and try to be gay. You may have to go to walking again, but don't begin till I tell you my scheme has failed. And he added, keep me posted always as to where you are, for if I need you and can use you, I want to know where to put my hand on you. If I should even divulge the fact that the Standard Oil is merely talking remotely about going into the typesetter, it would send my royalties up. With worlds and worlds of love and kisses to you all, Samuel. With so great a burden of care shifted to the broad financial shoulders of H. H. Rogers, Mark Twain's spirits went ballooning, soaring toward the stars. He awoke, too, to some of the social gaieties about him, and found pleasure in the things that in the hour of his gloom had seemed mainly mockery. We find him going to a Sunday evening at Howells's, to John Mackey's, and elsewhere. To Mrs. Clemens, in Paris: December 2, '93. Livy, darling, last night at John Mackey's the dinner consisted of soup, raw oysters, corned beef and cabbage, and something like a custard. I ate without fear or stint, and yet have escaped all suggestion of indigestion. The men present were old gray Pacific coasters whom I knew when I and they were young and not gray. The talk was of the days when we went gypsying a long time ago, 30 years. Indeed, it was a talk of the dead, mainly that, and of how they looked, and the harum-scarum things they did and said. For there were no cares in that life, no aches and pains, and not time enough in the day, and 3/4 of the night, to work off one's surplus vigor and energy. Of the midnight highway robbery joke played upon me with revolvers at my head on the wind-swept and desolate Gold Hill Divide, no witness is left but me, the victim. All the friendly robbers are gone. These old fools last night laughed till they cried over the particulars of that old forgotten crime. John Mackey has no family here but a pet monkey, a most affectionate and winning little devil. But he makes trouble for the servants, for he is full of curiosity and likes to take everything out of the drawers and examine it minutely, and he puts nothing back. The examinations of yesterday count for nothing today. He makes a new examination every day, but he injures nothing. I went with Latham to the Racquet Club the other night and played billiards 2 hours without starting up any rheumatism. I suppose it was all really taken out of me in Berlin. Richard Harding Davis spoke yesterday of Clara's impersonations at Mrs. Van Rensselaer's here, and said they were a wonderful piece of work. Livy dear, I do hope you are comfortable, as to quarters and food at the Hotel Brighton. But if you're not, don't stay there. Make one more effort. Don't give it up. Dear heart, this is from one who loves you, which is Samuel. It was decided that Rogers and Clemens should make a trip to Chicago to investigate personally the typesetter situation there. Clemens reports the details of the excursion to Mrs. Clemens in a long subdivided letter, most of which has no general interest and is here omitted. The trip, as a whole, would seem to have been satisfactory. The personal portions of the long Christmas letter may properly be preserved. To Mrs. Clemens, in Paris: The Players, Christmas, 1893. No. 1. Merry Christmas, my darling, and all my darlings. I arrived from Chicago close upon midnight last night, and wrote and sent down my Christmas cablegram before undressing. Merry Christmas. Promising progress made in Chicago. It would get to the telegraph office toward 8 this morning and reach you at luncheon. I was vaguely hoping all the past week that my Christmas cablegram would be definite and make you all jump with jubilation, but the thought always intruded itself: you are not going out there to negotiate with a man but with a louse. This makes results uncertain. I was asleep as Christmas struck upon the clock at midnight, and didn't wake again till 2 hours ago. It is now half past 10 Christmas morning. I've had my coffee and bread, and shan't get out of bed till it is time to dress for Mrs. Latham's Christmas dinner this evening, where I shall meet Bram Stoker, and must make sure about that photo with Irving's autograph. I will get the picture and he will attend to the rest, in order to remember and not forget. Well, I will go there with my dress coat wrong side out. It will cause remark, and then I shall remember. No. 2 and 3. I tell you, it was interesting. The Chicago campaign, I mean. On the way out, Mr. Rogers would plan out the campaign while I walked the floor and smoked and assented. Then he would close it up with a snap and drop it, and we would totally change the subject and take up the scenery, etc. Here follows the long detailed report of the Chicago Conference, of interest only to the parties directly concerned. No. 4. We had nice tripe, going and coming. Mr. Rogers had telegraphed the Pennsylvania Railroad for a couple of sections for us in the fast train leaving at 2 p.m. the 22nd. The Vice President telegraphed back that every berth was engaged, which was not true, it goes without saying, but that he was sending his own car for us. It was mighty nice and comfortable. In its parlor it had 2 sofas which could become beds at night. It had 4 comfortably cushioned cane armchairs. It had a very nice bedroom with a wide bed in it, which I said I would take because I believed I was a little wider than Mr. Rogers, which turned out to be true, so I took it. It had a darling back porch, railed, roofed and roomy, and there we sat, most of the time, and viewed the scenery and talked, for the weather was May weather, and the soft dream pictures of hill and river and mountain and sky were clear and away beyond anything I have ever seen for exquisiteness and daintiness. The colored waiter knew his business, and the colored cook was a finished artist. Breakfast, coffee with real cream, beefsteaks, sausage, bacon, chops, eggs in various ways, potatoes in various, yes, and quite wonderful baked potatoes, and hot as fire. Dinners, all manner of things, including canvas back duck, apollinaris, claret, champagne, etc. We sat up chatting till midnight, going and coming, seldom read a line, day or night, though we were well fixed with magazines, etc. Then I finished off with a hot Scotch, and we went to bed and slept till 9:30 a.m. I honestly tried to pay my share of hotel bills, fees, etc., but I was not allowed, and I knew the reason why, and respected the motive. I will explain when I see you, and then you will understand. We were 25 hours going to Chicago. We were there 24 hours. We were 30 hours returning. Brisk work, but all of it enjoyable. We insisted on leaving the car at Philadelphia, so that our waiter and cook, to whom Mr. R. gave $10 apiece, could have their Christmas Eve at home. Mr. Rogers' carriage was waiting for us in Jersey City and deposited me at the Players. There, that's all. This letter is to make up for the 3 letterless days. I love you, dear heart. I love you all. Samuel. End of Section 35. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 36 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 34. Letters 1894. A Winter in New York. Business Failure. End of the Machine. The beginning of the new year found Mark Twain sailing buoyantly on a tide of optimism. He believed that with H. H. Rogers as his financial pilot he could weather safely any storm or stress. He could divert himself, or rest, or work, and consider his business affairs with interest and amusement, instead of with haggard anxiety. He ran over to Hartford to see an amateur play, to Boston to give a charity reading, to Fairhaven to open the library which Mr. Rogers had established there. He attended gay dinners, receptions, and late studio parties, acquiring the name of the Belle of New York. In the letters that follow we get the echo of some of these things. The Mrs. Rice mentioned in the next brief letter was the wife of Dr. Clarence C. Rice, who had introduced H. H. Rogers to Mark Twain. To Mrs. Clemens, in Paris, January 12, '94. Livy, darling, I came down from Hartford yesterday with Kipling, and he and Hutton and I had the small smoking compartment to ourselves, and found him at last at his ease, and not shy. He was very pleasant company indeed. He is to be in the city a week, and I wish I could invite him to dinner, but it won't do. I should be interrupted by business, of course. The construction of a contract that will suit Page's lawyer, not Page, turns out to be very difficult. He is embarrassed by earlier advice to Page and hates to retire from it and stultify himself. The negotiations are being conducted by means of tedious long telegrams and by talks over the long distance telephone. We keep the wires loaded. Dear me, dinner is ready. So Mrs. Rice says. With worlds of love, Samuel. Clemens and Oliver Wendell Holmes had met and become friends soon after the publication of Innocents Abroad, in 1869. Now, 25 years later, we find a record of what without doubt was their last meeting. It occurred at the home of Mrs. James T. Field. To Mrs. Clemens in Paris: Boston, January 25, '94. Livy, darling, I am caught out worse this time than ever before in the matter of letters. Tuesday morning I was smart enough to finish and mail my long letter to you before breakfast, for I was suspecting that I would not have another spare moment during the day. It turned out just so. In a thoughtless moment I agreed to come up here and read for the poor. I did not reflect that it would cost me 3 days. I could not get released. Yesterday I had myself called at 8 and ran out to Mr. Rogers' house at 9 and talked business until half past 10, then caught 11 o'clock train and arrived here at 6, was shaven and dressed by 7 and ready for dinner here in Mrs. Field's charming house. Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes never goes out now. He is in his 84th year, but he came out this time, said he wanted to have a time once more with me. Mrs. Field said Aldrich begged to come and went away crying because she wouldn't let him. She allowed only her family, Sarah Orne Jewett and sister, to be present, because much company would overtax Dr. Holmes. Well, he was just delightful. He did as brilliant and beautiful talking and listening as ever he did in his life, I guess. Fields and Jewett said he hadn't been in such splendid form in years. He had ordered his carriage for 9. The coachman sent in for him at 9, but he said, "Oh, nonsense! Leave glories and grandeurs like these? Tell him to go away and come in an hour." At 10 he was called for again, and Mrs. Fields, getting uneasy, rose, but he wouldn't go, and so we rattled ahead the same as ever. Twice more Mrs. Fields rose, but he wouldn't go, and he didn't go till half past 10, an unwarrantable dissipation for him in these days. He was prodigiously complimentary about some of my books and his having Pudd'nhead read to him. I told him you and I used the Autocrat as a courting book and marked it all through, and that you keep it in the sacred green box with the love letters, and it pleased him. Good bye, my dear darling. It is 15 minutes to dinner and I'm not dressed yet. I have a reception tonight and will be out very late at that place and at Irving's Theater where I have a complimentary box. I wish you were all here. Samuel. In the next letter we meet James J. Corbett, Gentleman Jim, as he was sometimes called, the champion pugilist of that day. The Howells incident, so amusingly dramatized, will perhaps be more appreciated if the reader remembers that Mark Twain himself had at intervals been a mind-healing enthusiast. Indeed, in spite of his strictures on Mrs. Eddy, his interest in the subject of mind cure continued to the end of his life. To Mrs. Clemens in Paris: Sunday, 9:30 a.m. Livy dear, when we got out to the house last night, Mrs. Rogers, who is up and around now, didn't want to go downstairs to dinner, but Mr. R. persuaded her, and we had a very good time indeed. By 8 o'clock we were down again and bought a $15 box in the Madison Square Garden. Rogers bought it, not I. Then he went and fetched Dr. Rice, while I went to the Players and picked up 2 artists, Reed and Simmons, and thus we filled 5 of the 6 seats. There was a vast multitude of people in the brilliant place. Stanford White came along presently and invited me to go to the world champion's dressing room, which I was very glad to do. Corbett has a fine face and is modest and diffident, besides being the most perfectly and beautifully constructed human animal in the world. I said, "You have whipped Mitchell, and maybe you will whip Jackson in June, but you are not done then. You will have to tackle me." He answered so gravely that one might easily have thought him in earnest. "No, I am not going to meet you in the ring. It is not fair or right to require it. You might chance to knock me out, by no merit of your own, but by a purely accidental blow, and then my reputation would be gone and you would have a double one. You have got fame enough, and you ought not to want to take mine away from me." Corbett was for a long time a clerk in the Nevada Bank in San Francisco. There were lots of little boxing matches to entertain the crowd. Then at last Corbett appeared in the ring, and the 8,000 people present went mad with enthusiasm. My 2 artists went mad about his form. They said they had never seen anything that came reasonably near equaling its perfection except Greek statues, and they didn't surpass it. Corbett boxed 3 rounds with the middleweight Australian champion. Oh, beautiful to see. Then the show was over, and we struggled out through a perfect wash of humanity. When we reached the street I found I had left my arctics in the box. I had to have them, so Simmons said he would go back and get them, and I didn't dissuade him. I couldn't see how he was going to make his way a single yard into that solid oncoming wave of people, yet he must plow through it full 50 yards. He was back with the shoes in 3 minutes. How do you reckon he accomplished that miracle? By saying, "Wait, gentlemen, please, coming to fetch Mr. Corbett's overshoes." The word flew from mouth to mouth. The Red Sea divided, and Simmons walked comfortably through and back, dry shod. Simmons, this was revealed to me under seal of secrecy by Reed, is the hero of Gwen, and he and Gwen's author were once engaged to marry. This is Fire Escape Simmons, the inveterate talker, you know. Exit in case of Simmons. I had an engagement at a beautiful dwelling close to the Players for 10:30. I was there by 10:45. 30 cultivated and very musical ladies and gentlemen present, all of them acquaintances and many of them personal friends of mine. That wonderful Hungarian band was there. They charged $500 for an evening. Conversation and band until midnight, then a bite of supper. Then the company was compactly grouped before me and I told about Dr. B. E. Martin and the etchings, and followed it with the Scotch Irish christening. My, but the Martin is a darling story. Next the head tenor from the opera sang half a dozen great songs that set the company wild, yes, mad with delight, that nobly handsome young Damrosch accompanying on the piano. Just a little pause, then the band burst out into an explosion of weird and tremendous dance music. A Hungarian celebrity and his wife took the floor. I followed. I couldn't help it. The others drifted in, one by one, and it was Ante Ora over again. By half past 4 I had danced all those people down, and yet was not tired, merely breathless. I was in bed at 5 and asleep in 10 minutes, up at 9 and presently at work on this letter to you. I think I wrote until 2 or half past, then I walked leisurely out to Mr. Rogers. It is called 3 miles, but it is short of it, arriving at 3:30, but he was out, to return at 5:30, and a person was in whom I don't particularly like, so I didn't stay, but dropped over and chatted with the Howellses until 6. First, Howells and I had a chat together. I asked about Mrs. H. He said she was fine, still steadily improving, and nearly back to her old best health. I asked, as if I didn't know, "What do you attribute this strange miracle to?" "Mind cure, simply mind cure." "Lord, what a conversion! You were a scoffer 3 months ago." "I? I wasn't." "You were. You made elaborate fun of me in this very room." "I did not, Clemens." "It's a lie, Howells, you did." I detailed to him the conversation of that time, with the stately argument furnished by Boysen in the fact that a patient had actually been killed by a mind curist, and Howells's own smart remark that when the mind curist is done with you have to call in a regular at last because the former can't procure you a burial permit. At last he gave in. He said he remembered that talk, but had now been a mind curist so long it was difficult for him to realize that he had ever been anything else. Mrs. H. came skipping in presently, the very person, to a dot, that she used to be so many years ago. Mrs. H. said, "People may call it what they like, but it is just hypnotism, and that's all it is, hypnotism pure and simple. Mind cure, the idea! Why, this woman that cured me hasn't got any mind. She's a good creature, but she's dull and dumb and illiterate and—" "Now, Eleanor." "I know what I'm talking about. Don't I go there twice a week? And Mr. Clemens, if you could only see her wooden and satisfied face when she snubs me for forgetting myself and showing by a thoughtless remark that to me weather is still weather instead of being just an abstraction and a superstition. Oh, it's the funniest thing you ever saw. And when she tilts up her nose, well, it's that kind of a nose that— Now, Eleanor, the woman is not responsible for her nose," and so on and so on. It didn't seem to me that I had any right to be having this feast and you not there. She convinced me before she got through that she and William James are right. Hypnotism and mind cure are the same thing, no difference between them. Very well, the very source, the very center of hypnotism is Paris. Dr. Charcot's pupils and disciples are right there and ready to your hand without fetching poor dear old Susy across the stormy sea. Let Mrs. Mackay, to whom I send my best respects, tell you whom to go to learn all you need to learn and how to proceed. Do it, honey. Don't lose a minute. At 11 o'clock last night Mr. Rogers said, "I am able to feel physical fatigue, and I feel it now." You never show any, either in your eyes or your movements. Do you ever feel any? I was able to say that I had forgotten what that feeling was like. Don't you remember how almost impossible it was for me to tire myself at the villa? Well, it is just so in New York. I go to bed unfatigued at 3. I get up fresh and fine 6 hours later. I believe I have taken only one daylight nap since I have been here. When the anchor is down, then I shall say, farewell, a long farewell to business. I will never touch it again. I will live in literature. I will wallow in it, revel in it, I will swim in it. Joan of Arc, but all this is premature. The anchor is not down yet. Tomorrow, Tuesday, I will add a P. S. if I've any to add, but whether or no, I must mail this tomorrow, for the mail steamer goes next day. 5:30 P. M. Great Scott, this is Tuesday. I must rush this letter into the mail instantly. Tell that sassy Ben I've got her welcome letter, and I'll write her as soon as I get a daylight chance. I've most time at night, but I'd druther write daytimes. Samuel. The Reed and Simmons mentioned in the foregoing were Robert Reed and Edward Simmons, distinguished painter. the latter a brilliant, fluent, and industrious talker. The title "Fire Escape Simmons," which Clemens gives him, originated when Oliver Herford, whose quaint wit has so long delighted New Yorkers, one day pinned up by the back door of the Players the notice, "Exit in case of Simmons." Gwen, a popular novel of that day, was written by Blanche Willis Howard. Jamie Dodge, in the next letter, was the son of Mrs. Mary Mapes Dodge, editor of St. Nicholas. To Clara Clemens, in Paris: MR. Rogers' Office, Feb. 5, '94. DEAR Benny, I was intending to answer your letter to day, but I am away down town, and will simply whirl together a sentence or two for good fellowship. I have bought photographs of Coquelin and Jane Hading, and will ask them to sign them. I shall meet Coquelin tomorrow night, and if Hading is not present I will send her picture to her by somebody. I am to breakfast with Madame Nordica in a few days, and meantime I hope to get a good picture of her to sign. She was of the breakfast company yesterday, but the picture of herself which she signed and gave me does not do her majestic beauty justice. I am too busy to attend to the photo collecting right, because I have to live up to the name which Jamie Dodge has given me, the Belle of New York, and it just keeps me rushing. Yesterday I had engagements to breakfast at noon, dine at 3, and dine again at 7. I got away from the long breakfast at 2 p.m., went and excused myself from the 3 o'clock dinner, then lunched with Mrs. Dodge in 58th Street, returned to the Players and dressed, dined out at 9, and was back at Mrs. Dodge's at 10 p.m., where we had magic lantern views of a superb sort and a lot of yarns until an hour after midnight, and got to bed at 2 this morning, a good deal of a gain on my recent hours. But I don't get tired. I sleep as sound as a dead person, and always wake up fresh and strong, usually at exactly 9. I was at breakfast lately where people of 7 separate nationalities sat, and the 7 languages were going all the time. At my side sat a charming gentleman who was a delightful and active talker, and interesting. He talked glibly to those folks in all those 7 languages, and still had a language to spare. I wanted to kill him, for very envy. I greet you with love and kisses. Papa. To Mrs. Clemens, in Paris: February. Livy dear, last night I played billiards with Mr. Rogers until 11, then went to Robert Reid's studio and had a most delightful time until 4 this morning. No ladies were invited this time. Among the people present were Coquelin, Richard Harding Davis, Harrison, the great outdoor painter, William H. Chase, the artist, Bettini, inventor of the new phonograph, Nikola Tesla, the world-wide illustrious electrician, see article about him in January or February Century, John Drew, actor, James Barnes, a marvelous mimic, my, you should see him, Smedley, the artist, Zorn, the artist, Zogbaum, the artist, Reinhardt, the artist, Metcalf, the artist, Ancona, head tenor at the opera. Oh, a great lot of others. Everybody there had done something and was in his way famous. Somebody welcomed Coquelin in a nice little French speech. John Drew did the like for me in English, and then the fun began. Coquelin did some excellent French monologues, one of them an ungrammatical Englishman telling a colorless historiette in French. It nearly killed the 15 or 20 people who understood it. I told a yarn, Ancona sang half a dozen songs, Barnes did his darling imitations, Hardin Davis sang the hanging of Danny Deever, which was of course good, but he followed it with that most fascinating, for what reason I don't know, of all Kipling's poems, On the Road to Mandalay, sang it tenderly, and it searched me deeper and charmed me more than the diva. Young Gerrit Smith played some ravishing dance music and we all danced about an hour. There couldn't be a pleasanter night than that one was. Some of those people complained of fatigue, but I don't seem to know what the sense of fatigue is. Coquelin talks quite good English now. He said, "I have a brother who has the fine mind, a charming and delicate fancy, and he knows your writings so well and loves them, and that is the same with me. It will stir him so when I write and tell him I have seen you." Wasn't that nice? We talked a good deal together. He is as winning as his own face. But he wouldn't sign that photograph for Clara. That? No, she shall have a better one. I will send it to you. He is much driven, and will forget it, but Reed has promised to get the picture for me, and I will try and keep him reminded. Oh, dear, my time is all used up and your letters are not answered. Mama dear, I don't go everywhere, I decline most things, but there are plenty that I can't well get out of. I will remember what you say and not make my yarning too common. I am so glad Susie has gone on that trip and that you are trying the electric. May you both prosper, for you are mighty dear to me and in my thoughts always. Samuel. The affairs of the Webster Publishing Company were by this time getting into a very serious condition indeed. The effects of the panic of the year before could not be overcome. Creditors were pressing their claims, and profits were negligible. In the following letter we get a Mark Twain estimate of the great financier who so cheerfully was willing to undertake the solving of Mark Twain's financial problems. To Mrs. Clemens, in Paris: The Players, February 15, '94, 11:30 p.m. Livy darling, yesterday I talked all my various matters over with Mr. Rogers, and we decided that it would be safe for me to leave here the 7th of March, in the New York. So his private secretary, Miss Harrison, wrote and ordered a berth for me, and then I lost no time in cabling you that I should reach Southampton March 14th and Paris the 15th. Land, but it made my pulses leap to think I was going to see you again. One thing at a time. I never fully laid Webster's disastrous condition before Mr. Rogers until tonight after billiards. I did hate to burden his good heart and overworked head with it, but he took hold with avidity and said it was no burden to work for his friends, but a pleasure. We discussed it from various standpoints and found it a sufficiently difficult problem to solve, but he thinks that after he has slept upon it and thought it over he will know what to suggest. You must not think I am ever rude with Mr. Rogers. I am not. He is not common clay, but fine and delicate, and that sort do not call out the coarsenesses that are in my sort. I am never afraid of wounding him. I do not need to watch myself in that matter. The sight of him is peace. He wants to go to Japan. It is his dream. Wants to go with me, which means the two families, and hear no more about business for a while and have a rest. And he needs it. But it is like all the dreams of all busy men, fated to remain dreams. You perceive that he is a pleasant text for me. It is easy to write about him. When I arrived in September, Lord, how black the prospect was, how desperate, how incurably desperate. Webster & Company had to have a small sum of money or go under at once. I flew to Hartford to my friends, but they were not moved, not strongly interested, and I was ashamed that I went. It was from Mr. Rogers, a stranger, that I got the money, and was by it saved. And then, while still a stranger, he set himself the task of saving my financial life without putting upon me, in his native delicacy, any sense that I was the recipient of a charity, a benevolence. and he has accomplished that task, accomplished it at a cost of 3 months of wearing and difficult labor. He gave that time to me, time which could not be bought by any man at $100,000 a month, no, nor for 3 times the money. Well, in the midst of that great fight, that long and admirable fight, George Warner came to me and said, "There is a splendid chance open to you. I know a man, a prominent man, who has written a book that will go like wildfire, a book that arraigns the Standard Oil fiends and gives them unmitigated hell, individual by individual. It is the very book for you to publish. There is a fortune in it, and I can put you in communication with the author." I wanted to say, the only man I care for in the world, the only man I would give a damn for, the only man who is lavishing his sweat and blood to save me and mine from starvation and shame, is a Standard Oil fiend. If you know me you know whether I want the book or not. But I didn't say that. I said I didn't want any book. I wanted to get out of the publishing business and out of all business, and was here for that purpose and would accomplish it if I could. But there's enough. I shall be asleep by 3, and I don't need much sleep, because I'm never drowsy or tired these days. Dear, dear Susie, my strength reproaches me when I think of her and you, my darling. Samuel. But even so able a man as Henry Rogers could not accomplish the impossible. The affairs of the Webster Company were hopeless, the business was not worth saving. By Mr. Rogers' advice an assignment was made April 18, 1894. After its early spectacular success, less than 10 years had brought the business to failure. The publication of the Grant Memoirs had been its only great achievement. Clemens would seem to have believed that the business would resume, and for a time Rogers appears to have comforted him in his hope, but we cannot believe that it long survived. Young Hall, who had made such a struggle for its salvation, was eager to go on, but he must presently have seen the futility of any effort in that direction. Of course the failure of Mark Twain's firm made a great stir in the country, and it is easy to understand that loyal friends would rally in his behalf. To Mrs. Clemens, in Paris, April 22, '94. DEAR OLD DARLING, we all think the creditors are going to allow us to resume business, and if they do we shall pull through and pay the debts. I am prodigiously glad we made an assignment, and also glad that we did not make it sooner. Earlier we should have made a poor showing, but now we shall make a good one. I meet flocks of people, and they all shake me cordially by the hand, and say, "I was so sorry to hear of the assignment, but so glad you did it." It was around this long time that the concern was tottering, and all your friends were afraid you would delay the assignment too long. John Mackay called yesterday and said, "Don't let it disturb you, Sam. We all have to do it, at one time or another. It's nothing to be ashamed of." One stranger out in New York State sent me a dollar bill and thought he would like to get up a dollar subscription for me. And Poultney Bigelow's note came promptly, with his check for $1,000. I had been meeting him every day at the club and liking him better and better all the time. I couldn't take his money, of course, but I thanked him cordially for his good will. Now and then a good and dear Joe Twichell or Susie Warner condoles with me and says, "Cheer up, don't be downhearted." And some other friend says, "I am glad and surprised to see how cheerful you are and how bravely you stand it." And none of them suspect what a burden has been lifted from me and how blithe I am inside. Except when I think of you, dear heart, then I am not blithe. For I seem to see you grieving and ashamed and dreading to look people in the face, for in the thick of the fight there is cheer, but you are far away and cannot hear the drums nor see the wheeling squadrons. You only seem to see rout, retreat, and dishonored colors dragging in the dirt, whereas none of these things exist. There is temporary defeat, but no dishonor, and we will march again. Charley Warner said today, "Sho, Livy isn't worrying. So long as she's got you and the children she doesn't care what happens. She knows it isn't her affair," which didn't convince me. Good bye, my darling. I love you and all of the kids, and you can tell Clara I am not a spitting gray kitten. Samuel. Clemens sailed for Europe as soon as his affairs would permit him to go. He must get settled where he could work comfortably. Typesetter prospects seemed promising, but meantime there was need of funds. He began writing on the ship, as was his habit, and had completed his article on Fenimore Cooper by the time he reached London. In August we find him writing to Mr. Rogers from Etretat, a little Norman watering place. To H. H. Rogers, in New York: Etretat, Normandy, Chalet d'Abris, August 25, '94. Dear Mr. Rogers, I find the madam ever so much better in health and strength. The air is superb and soothing and wholesome, and the chalet is remote from noise and people and just the place to write in. I shall begin work this afternoon. Mrs. Clemens is in great spirits on account of the benefit which she has received from the electrical treatment in Paris, and is bound to take it up again and continue it all the winter, and of course I am perfectly willing. She requires me to drop the lecture platform out of my mind and go straight ahead with Joan until the book is finished. If I should have to go home for even a week she means to go with me. Won't consent to be separated again, but she hopes I won't need to go. I tell her all right, I won't go unless you send, and then I must. She keeps the accounts, and as she ciphers it we can't get crowded for money for 8 months yet. I didn't know that, but I don't know much anyway. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. The reader may remember that Clemens had written the first half of his Joan of Arc book at the Villa Viviani in Florence, nearly 2 years before. He had closed the manuscript then with the taking of Orleans, and was by no means sure that he would continue the story beyond that point. Now, however, he was determined to reach the tale's tragic conclusion. To H. H. Rogers, in New York: Etretat, Sunday, September 9, '94. Dear Mr. Rogers, I drove the quill too hard, and I broke down in my head. It has now been 3 days since I laid up. When I wrote you a week ago I had added 10,000 words, or thereabout, to Joan. Next day I added 1,500, which was a proper enough day's work, though not a full one. But during Tuesday and Wednesday I stacked up an aggregate of 6,000 words, and that was a very large mistake. My head hasn't been worth a cent since. However, there's a compensation, for in those 2 days I reached and passed, successfully, a point which I was solicitous about before I ever began the book, viz., the Battle of Patay, because that would naturally be the next to the last chapter of a work consisting of either 2 books or 1. In the one case one goes right along from that point, as I shall do now. In the other he would add a wind up chapter and make the book consist of Joan's childhood and military career alone. I shall resume work to day, and hereafter I will not go at such an intemperate rate. My head is pretty cobwebby yet. I am hoping that along about this time I shall hear that the machine is beginning its test in the Herald office. I shall be very glad indeed to know the result of it. I wish I could be there. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. Rouen, where Joan met her martyrdom, was only a short distance away, and they halted there en route to Paris, where they had arranged to spend the winter. The health of Susie Clemens was not good, and they lingered in Rouen while Clemens explored the old city and incidentally did some writing of another sort. In a note to Mr. Rogers he said, "To put in my odd time, I am writing some articles about Paul Bourget and his Outre Mer chapters, laughing at them, and at some of our oracular owls who find them important. What the hell makes them important, I should like to know?" He was still at Rouen 2 weeks later, and had received encouraging news from Rogers concerning the typesetter which had been placed for trial in the office of the Chicago Herald. Clemens wrote, "I can hardly keep from sending a hurrah by cable. I would certainly do it if I wasn't superstitious." His restraint, though wise, was wasted. The end was near. To H. H. Rogers, in New York: 169 Rue de l'Université, Paris, December 22, '94. DEAR MR. ROGERS, I seem to be entirely expecting your letter, and also prepared and resigned. But Lord, it shows how little we know ourselves, and how easily we can deceive ourselves. It hit me like a thunderclap. It knocked every rag of sense out of my head, and I went flying here and there and yonder, not knowing what I was doing, and only one clearly defined thought standing up visible and substantial out of the crazy storm drift, that my dream of 10 years was in desperate peril, and out of the 60,000 or 90,000 projects for its rescue that came floating through my skull, not one would hold still long enough for me to examine it and size it up. Have you ever been like that? Not so much so, I reckon. There was another clearly defined idea: I must be there and see it die. That is, if it must die. And maybe if I were there we might hatch up some next to impossible way to make it take up its bed and take a walk. So at the end of 4 hours I started, still whirling and walking over to the Rue Scribe, 4 p.m., and asked a question or two, and was told I should be running a big risk if I took the 9 p.m. train for London and Southampton. Better come right along at 6:52 per Havre special and step aboard the New York all easy and comfortable. Very. And I about 2 miles from home, with no packing done. Then it occurred to me that none of these salvation notions that were whirlwinding through my head could be examined or made available unless at least a month's time could be secured. So I cabled you, and said to myself that I would take the French steamer tomorrow, which will be Sunday. By bedtime Mrs. Clemens had reasoned me into a fairly rational and contented state of mind, but of course it didn't last long. So I went on thinking, mixing it with a smoke in the dressing room once an hour, until dawn this morning. Result: a sane resolution. No matter what your answer to my cable might be, I would hold still and not sail until I should get an answer to this present letter which I am now writing, or a cable answer from you saying "come" or "remain." I have slept 6 hours. My pond has clarified, and I find the sediment of my 70,000 projects to be of this character. Several pages of suggestions for reconstructing the machine follow. Don't say I'm wild, for really I'm sane again this morning. I am going right along with Joan, now, and wait untroubled till I hear from you. If you think I can be of the least use, cable me. Come. I can write Joan on board ship and lose no time. Also, I could discuss my plan with the publisher for a deluxe Joan, time being an object, for some of the pictures could be made over here cheaply and quickly, but would cost much time and money in America. If the meeting should decide to quit business January 4, I'd like to have Stoker stop from paying in any more money, if Miss Harrison doesn't mind that disagreeable job, and I'll have to write them, too, of course. With love, S. L. Clemens. The stoker of this letter was Bram Stoker, long associated with Sir Henry Irving. Irving himself had also taken stock in the machine. The address, 169 Rue de l'Université, whence these letters are written, was the beautiful studio home of the artist Pomeroy, which they had taken for the winter. To H. H. Rogers, in New York: 169 Rue de l'Université, Paris, December 27, '94. Dear Mr. Rogers, notwithstanding your heart is old and hard, you make a body choke up. I know you mean every word you say, and I do take it in the same spirit in which you tender it. I shall keep your regard while we two live, that I know, for I shall always remember what you have done for me, and that will insure me against ever doing anything that could forfeit it or impair it. I am 59 years old, yet I never had a friend before who put out a hand and tried to pull me ashore when he found me in deep waters. It is 6 days or 7 days ago that I lived through that despairing day, and then through a night without sleep, then settled down next day into my right mind, or thereabouts, and wrote you. I put in the rest of that day till 7 p.m. plenty comfortably enough, writing a long chapter of my book, then went to a masked ball blacked up as Uncle Remus, taking Clara along, and we had a good time. I have lost no day since, and suffered no discomfort to speak of, but drove my troubles out of my mind, and had good success in keeping them out, through watchfulness. I have done a good week's work, and put the book a good way ahead in the great trial, which is the difficult part which requires the most thought and carefulness. I cannot see the end of the trial yet, but I am on the road. I am creeping surely toward it. Why not leave them all to me, my business brothers? I take you all by the hand. I jump at the chance. I ought to be ashamed, and I'm trying my best to be ashamed, and yet I do jump at the chance in spite of it. I don't want to write Irving, and I don't want to write Stoker. It doesn't seem as if I could. But I can suggest something for you to write them, and then if you see that I am unwise you can write them something quite different. Now this is my idea: 1. To return Stoker's $100 to him and keep his stock. 2. And tell Irving that when luck turns with me I will make good to him what the salvage from the dead company fails to pay him of his $500. P. S. Madam says no, I must face the music. So I enclose my effort to be used if you approve, but not otherwise. There, now if you will alter it to suit your judgment and bang away, I shall be eternally obliged. We shall try to find a tenant for our Hartford house. Not an easy matter, for it costs heavily to live in. We can never live in it again, though it would break the family's hearts if they could believe it. Nothing daunts Mrs. Clemens or makes the world look black to her, which is the reason I haven't drowned myself. We all send our deepest and warmest greetings to you and all of yours, and a Happy New Year. S. L. Clemens. Enclosure. My dear Stoker, I am not dating this because it is not to be mailed at present. When it reaches you it will mean that there's a hitch in my machine enterprise, a hitch so serious as to make it take to itself the aspect of a dissolved dream. This letter, then, will contain check for the $100 which you have paid. And will you tell Irving for me? I can't get up courage enough to talk about this misfortune myself, except to you, whom by good luck I haven't damaged yet, that when the wreckage presently floats ashore he will get a good deal of his $500 back, and a dab at a time I will make up to him the rest. I'm not feeling as fine as I was when I saw you there in your home. Please remember me kindly to Mrs. Stoker. I gave up that London lecture project entirely, Had to. There's never been a chance since to find the time. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. End of section 36. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 37 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain, complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 35. Letters 1895-96 to H. H. Rogers and others. Finishing Joan of Arc. The Trip Around the World. Death of Susie Clemens. To H. H. Rogers, in New York City. No date. Dear Mr. Rogers, yours of December 21 has arrived, containing the circular to stockholders, and I guess the company will really quit. There doesn't seem to be any other wise course. There's one thing which makes it difficult for me to soberly realize that my 10-year dream is actually dissolved, and that is, that it reveries my horoscope. The proverb says, born lucky, always lucky, and I am very superstitious. As a small boy, I was notoriously lucky. It was usual for one or two of our lads, per annum, to get drowned in the Mississippi or in Bear Creek, but I was pulled out in a 2/3 drowned condition 9 times before I learned to swim, and was considered to be a cat in disguise. When the Pennsylvania blew up and the telegraph reported my brother as fatally injured, with 60 others, but made no mention of me, my uncle said to my mother, "It means that Sam was somewhere else after being on that boat a year and a half. He was born lucky." Yes, I was somewhere else. I am so superstitious that I have always been afraid to have business dealings with certain relatives and friends of mine because they were unlucky people. All my life I have stumbled upon lucky chances of large size, and whenever they were wasted it was because of my own stupidity and carelessness. And so I have felt entirely certain that that machine would turn up trumps eventually. It disappointed me lots of times, but I couldn't shake off the confidence of a lifetime in my luck. Well, whatever I get out of the wreckage will be due to good luck, the good luck of getting you into the scheme. But for that, there wouldn't be any wreckage. It would be total loss. I wish you had been in at the beginning. Then we should have had the good luck to step promptly ashore. Miss Harrison has had a dream which promises me a large bank account, and I want her to go ahead and dream it twice more, so as to make the prediction sure to be fulfilled. I've got a first-rate subject for a book. It kept me awake all night, and I began it and completed it in my mind. The minute I finish Joan I will take it up. Love and Happy New Year to you all. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. This was about the end of the machine interest so far as Clemens was concerned. Page succeeded in getting some new people interested, but nothing important happened, or that in any way affected Mark Twain. Characteristically, he put the whole matter behind him and plunged into his work, facing comparative poverty and a burden of debts with a stout heart. The beginning of the new year found him really poorer in purse than he had ever been in his life, but certainly not crushed, or even discouraged, at least not permanently, and never more industrious or capable. To H. H. Rogers, in New York City: 169 Rue de l'Université, Paris, January 23, '95. Dear Mr. Rogers, After I wrote you 2 or 3 days ago, I thought I would make a holiday of the rest of the day, the second deliberate holiday since I had the gout. On the first holiday I wrote a tale of about 6,000 words, which was 3 days' work in one, and this time I did 8,000 before midnight. I got nothing out of that first holiday but the recreation of it, for I condemned the work after careful reading and some revision, but this time I fared better. I finished the Huck Finn tale that lies in your safe, and am satisfied with it. The Bachelor Syndicate, 117 Tribune Building, won a story of 5,000 words, lowest limit of their London agent, for $1,000, and offered to plank the check on delivery. And it was partly to meet that demand that I took that other holiday. So as I have no short story that suits me, and can't and shan't make promises, the best I can do is to offer the longer one which I finished on my second holiday, Tom Sawyer, Detective. It makes 27 or 28,000 words, and is really written for grown folks, though I expect young folk to read it too. It transfers to the banks of the Mississippi the incidents of a strange murder which was committed in Sweden in old times. I'll refer applicants for a sight of the story to you or Miss Harrison. Secretary to Mr. Rogers. Yours sincerely, S. L. Clemens. To H. H. Rogers, in New York City: 169 Rue de la Université, April 29, '95. Dear Mr. Rogers, your felicitous delightful letter of the 15th arrived 3 days ago, and brought great pleasure into the house. There is one thing that weighs heavily on Mrs. Clemens and me. That is, Brusnahan's money. If he is satisfied to have it invested in the Chicago enterprise, well and good. If not, we would like to have the money paid back to him. I will give him as many months to decide in as he pleases. Let him name 6 or 10 or 12, and we will let the money stay where it is, in your hands, till the time is up. Will Miss Harrison tell him so? I mean, if you approve. I would like him to have a good investment, but would meantime prefer to protect him against loss. At 6 minutes past 7 yesterday evening, Joan of Arc was burned at the stake. With the long strain gone, I am in a sort of physical collapse today, but it will be gone tomorrow. I judged that this end of the book would be hard work, and it turned out so. I have never done any work before that cost so much thinking and weighing and measuring and planning and cramming, or so much cautious and painstaking execution. For I wanted the whole Rouen trial in, if it could be got in such a way that the reader's interest would not flag. In fact, I wanted the reader's interest to increase, and so I stuck to it with that determination in view, with the result that I have left nothing out but unimportant repetitions. Although it is mere history, history pure and simple, history stripped naked of flowers, embroideries, colorings, exaggerations, invention, the family agree that I have succeeded. It was a perilous thing to try in a tale, but I never believed it a doubtful one, provided I stuck strictly to business and didn't weaken and give up, or didn't get lazy and skimp the work. The first 2/3 of the book were easy, for I only needed to keep my historical road straight. Therefore I used for reference only one French history and one English one, and shoveled in as much fancy work and invention on both sides of the historical road as I pleased. But on this last third I have constantly used 5 French sources and 5 English ones, and I think no telling historical nugget in any of them has escaped me. Possibly the book may not sell, but that is nothing. It was written for love. There, I'm called to see company. The family seldom require this of me, but they know I am not working today. Yours sincerely, S. L. Clemens. Bresnahan, of the foregoing letter, was an employee of the New York Herald, superintendent of the press room, who had invested some of his savings in the typesetter. In February, Clemens returned to New York to look after matters connected with his failure and to close arrangements for a reading tour around the world. He was nearly 60 years old, and time had not lessened his loathing for the platform. More than once, however, in earlier years, he had turned to it as a debt-payer, and never yet had his burden been so great as now. He concluded arrangements with Major Pond to take him as far as the Pacific coast, and with R. S. Smythe, of Australia, for the rest of the tour. In April we find him once more back in Paris, preparing to bring the family to America. He had returned by way of London, where he had visited Stanley the Explorer, an old friend. To H. H. Rogers, in New York City: 169 Rue de la Université, Sunday, April 7, '95. Dear Mr. Rogers, Stanley is magnificently housed in London in a grand mansion in the midst of the official world, right off Downing Street in Whitehall. He had an extraordinary assemblage of brains and fame there to meet me, 30 or 40, both sexes, at dinner, and more than 100 came in after dinner. Kept it up till after midnight. There were cabinet ministers, ambassadors, admirals, generals, canons, Oxford professors, novelists, playwrights, poets, and a number of people equipped with rank and brains. I told some yarns and made some speeches. I promised to call on all those people next time I come to London and show them the wife and the daughters. If I were younger and very strong I would dearly love to spend a season in London, provided I had no work on hand, or no work more exacting than lecturing. I think I will lecture there a month or two when I return from Australia. There were many delightful ladies in that company. One was the wife of His Excellency Admiral Bridge, Commander in Chief of the Australian station, and she said her husband was able to throw wide all doors to me in that part of the world, and would be glad to do it, and would yacht me and my party around, and excursion us in his flagship and make us have a great time. And she said she would write him we were coming, and we would find him ready. I have a letter from her this morning enclosing a letter of introduction to the Admiral. I already know the Admiral commanding in the China Seas, and have promised to look in on him out there. He sleeps with my books under his pillow. Perhaps it's the only way he can sleep. According to Mrs. Clemens's present plans, subject to modification, of course, we sail in May, stay 1 day or 2 days in New York, spend June, July, and August in Elmira, and prepare my lectures. Then lecture in San Francisco and thereabouts during September, and sail for Australia before the middle of October, and open the show there about the middle of November. We don't take the girls along. It will be too expensive, and they are quite willing to remain behind anyway. Mrs. C. is feeling so well that she is not going to try the New York doctor till we have gone around the world and robbed it and made the finances a little easier. With a power of love to you all, S. L. Clemens. There would come moments of depression, of course, and a week later he wrote, I am tired to death all the time. To a man of less vitality, less vigor of mind and body, it is easy to believe that under such circumstances this condition would have remained permanent. But perhaps, after all, it was his comic outlook on things in general that was his chief life-saver. To H. H. Rogers, in New York City: 169 Rue de la Université, April 29, '95. Dear Mr. Rogers, I have been hidden an hour or two reading proof of Joan, and now I think I am a lost child. I can't find anybody on the place. The baggage has all disappeared, including the family. I reckon that in the hurry and bustle of moving to the hotel they forgot me. But it is no matter. It is peacefuller now than I have known it for days and days and days. In these Joan proofs, which I have been reading for the September Harper, I find a couple of tip top platform readings, and I mean to read them on our trip. If the authorship is known by then, and if it isn't, I will reveal it. The fact is, there's more good platform stuff in Joan than in any previous book of mine by a long sight. Yes, every danged member of the tribe has gone to the hotel and left me lost. I wonder how they can be so careless with property. I have got to try to get there by myself now. All the trunks are going over as luggage. Then I've got to find somebody on the dock who will agree to ship 6 of them to the Hartford Custom House. If it is difficult, I will dump them into the river. It is very careless of Mrs. Clemens to trust trunks and things to me. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. By the latter part of May they were at Quarry Farm, and Clemens, laid up there with a carbuncle, was preparing for his long tour. The outlook was not a pleasant one. To Mr. Rogers he wrote, I shan't be able to stand on the platform before we start west. I shan't get a single chance to practice my reading, but will have to appear in Cleveland without the essential preparation. Nothing in this world can save it from being a shabby, poor, disgusting performance. I've got to stand. I can't do it and talk to a house, and how in the nation am I going to sit? Land of Goshen, it's this night week. Pray for me. The opening at Cleveland, July 15th, appears not to have been much of a success, though from another reason, one that doubtless seemed amusing to him later. To H. H. Rogers, in New York City: Forenoon, Cleveland, July 16, '95. Dear Mr. Rogers, had a roaring success at the Elmira Reformatory Sunday night, but here, last night, I suffered defeat. There were a couple of hundred little boys behind me on the stage, on a lofty tier of benches which made them the most conspicuous objects in the house, and there was nobody to watch them or keep them quiet. Why, with their scufflings and horseplay and noise, it was just a menagerie. Besides, a concert of amateurs had been smuggled into the program to precede me, and their families and friends, say 10% of the audience, kept encouraging them, and they always responded. So it was 20 minutes to 9 before I got the platform in front of those 2,600 people who had paid $1 apiece for a chance to go to hell in this fashion. I got started magnificently, but inside of half an hour the scuffling boys had the audience's maddened attention, and I saw it was a gone case. So I skipped a third of my program and quit. The newspapers are kind, but between you and me it was a defeat. There ain't going to be any more concerts at my lectures. I care nothing for this defeat, because it was not my fault. My first half hour showed that I had the house, and I could have kept it if I hadn't been so handicapped. Yours sincerely, S. L. Clemens. P. S. Had a satisfactory time at Petoskey. Crammed the house and turned away a crowd. We had $548 in the house, which was $300 more than it had ever had in it before. I believe I don't care to have a talk go off better than that one did. Mark Twain, on this long tour, was accompanied by his wife and his daughter Clara, Susie and Jean Clemens remaining with their aunt at Quarry Farm. The tour was a financial success from the start. By the time they were ready to sail from Vancouver, $5,000 had been remitted to Mr. Rogers against that day of settlement when the debts of Webster & Co. were to be paid. Perhaps it should be stated here that a legal settlement had been arranged on a basis of 50 cents on the dollar, but neither Clemens nor his wife consented to this as final. They would pay in full. They sailed from Vancouver August 23, 1895. About the only letter of this time is an amusing note to Rudyard Kipling, written at the moment of departure. To Rudyard Kipling, in England: August, 1895. Dear Kipling, it is reported that you are about to visit India. This has moved me to journey to that far country in order that I may unload from my conscience a debt long due to you. Years ago you came from India to Elmira to visit me, as you said at the time. It has always been my purpose to return that visit and that great compliment some day. I shall arrive next January, and you must be ready. I shall come riding my ayah with his tusks adorned with silver bells and ribbons, and escorted by a troop of native Hadas, richly clad and mounted upon a herd of wild bungalows. And you must be on hand with a few bottles of ghee, for I shall be thirsty. Affectionately, S. L. Clemens. Clemens, platforming in Australia, was too busy to write letters. Everywhere he was welcomed by great audiences, and everywhere lavishly entertained. He was beset by other carbuncles, but would seem not to have been seriously delayed by them. A letter to his old friend Twichell carries the story. To Rev. Joseph H. Twichell, in Hartford: Frank Moeller's Masonic Hotel, Napier, New Zealand, November 29, '95. Dear Joe, your welcome letter of 2 months and 5 days ago has just arrived, and finds me in bed with another carbuncle. It is number 3. Not a serious one this time. I lectured last night without inconvenience, but the doctors thought best to forbid tonight's lecture. My second one kept me in bed a week in Melbourne. We are all glad it is you who is to write the article. It delights us all through. I think it was a good stroke of luck that knocked me on my back here at Napier, instead of some hotel in the center of a noisy city. Here we have the smooth and placidly complaining sea at our door, with nothing between us and it but 20 yards of shingle, and hardly a suggestion of life in that space to mar it or make a noise. Away down here 55 degrees south of the equator, this sea seems to murmur in an unfamiliar tongue, a foreign tongue, tongue bred among the ice fields of the Antarctic, a murmur with a note of melancholy in it proper to the vast unvisited solitudes it has come from. It was very delicious and solacing to wake in the night and find it still pulsing there. I wish you were here. Land, but it would be fine. Livy and Clara enjoy this nomadic life pretty well. Certainly better than one could have expected they would. They have tough experiences in the way of food and beds and frantic little ships, but they put up with the worst that befalls with heroic endurance that resembles contentment. No doubt I shall be on the platform next Monday. A week later we shall reach Wellington, talk there 3 nights, then sail back to Australia. We sail for New Zealand October 30. Day before yesterday was Livy's birthday, under world time, and tomorrow will be mine. I shall be 60. No thanks for it. I and the others send worlds and worlds of love to all you dear ones. Mark. The article mentioned in the foregoing letter was one which Twichell had been engaged by Harper's Magazine to write concerning the home life and characteristics of Mark Twain. By the time the Clemens party had completed their tour of India, a splendid, triumphant tour, too full of work and recreation for letter writing, and had reached South Africa, the article had appeared, a satisfactory one, if we may judge by Mark Twain's next. This letter, however, has a special interest in the account it gives of Mark Twain's visit to the Jameson raiders, then imprisoned at Pretoria. To Rev. Joseph H. Twichell, in Hartford: Pretoria, South African Republic, the Queen's birthday, '96, May 24. DEAR OLD Joe, Harper for May was given to me yesterday in Johannesburg by an American lady who lives there, and I read your article on me while coming up in the train with her and an old friend and fellow Missourian of mine, Mrs. John Hayes Hammond, the handsome and spirited wife of the chief of the 4 reformers, who lies in prison here under a 15-year sentence, along with 50 minor reformers who are in for 1 and 5-year terms. Thank you 1,000 times, Joe. You have praised me away above my deserts. But I am not the man to quarrel with you for that. And as for Livy, she will take your very heartiest statements at par and be grateful to you to the bottom of her heart. Between you and Punch and Brander Matthews, I am like to have my opinion of myself raised sufficiently high, and I guess the children will be after you, for it is the study of their lives to keep my self appreciation down somewhere within bounds. I had a note from Mrs. Reverend Gray, nee Tyler, yesterday, and called on her today. She is well. Yesterday I was allowed to enter the prison with Mrs. Hammond. A Boer guard was at my elbow all the time, but was courteous and polite, only he barred the way in the compound quadrangle or big open court, and wouldn't let me cross a white mark that was on the ground, the death line, one of the prisoners called it. Not in earnest, though, I think. I found that I had met Hammond once when he was a Yale senior and a guest of General Franklin's. I also found that I had known Captain Mine intimately 32 years ago. One of the English prisoners had heard me lecture in London 23 years ago. After being introduced in turn to all the prisoners, I was allowed to see some of the cells and examine their food, beds, etc. I was told in Johannesburg that Hammond's salary of $150,000 a year is not stopped, and that the salaries of some of the others are still continued. Hammond was looking very well indeed, and I can say the same of all the others. When the trouble first fell upon them, it hit some of them very hard. Several fell sick, Hammond among them. 2 or 3 had to be removed to the hospital, and one of the favorites lost his mind and killed himself, poor fellow, last week. His funeral, with a sorrowing following of 10,000, took the place of the public demonstration the Americans were getting up for me. These prisoners are strong men, prominent men, and I believe they are all educated men. They are well off. Some of them are wealthy. They have a lot of books to read, they play games and smoke, and for a while they will be able to bear up in their captivity, but not for long, not for very long, I take it. I am told they have times of deadly brooding and depression. I made them a speech, sitting down. It just happened so. I don't prefer that attitude. Still, it has one advantage. It is only a talk. It doesn't take the form of a speech. I have tried it once before on this trip. However, if a body wants to make sure of having liberty and feeling at home, he had better stand up, of course. I advised them at considerable length to stay where they were. They would get used to it and like it presently. If they got out, they would only get in again somewhere else, by the look of their countenances. And I promised to go and see the President and do what I could to get him to double their jail terms. We had a very good sociable time till the permitted time was up and a little over, and we outsiders had to go. I went again to day, but the Reverend Mr. Gray had just arrived, and the warden, a genial elderly Boer named Duplessis, explained that his orders wouldn't allow him to admit saint and sinner at the same time, particularly on a Sunday. Duplessis descended from the Huguenot fugitives, you see, of 200 years ago, but he hasn't any French left in him now, all Dutch. It gravels me to think what a goose I was to make Livy and Clara remain in Durban, but I wanted to save them the 30-hour rail trip to Johannesburg, and Durban and its climate and opulent foliage were so lovely and the friends there were so choice and so hearty that I sacrificed myself in their interests as I thought. It is just the beginning of winter, and although the days are hot, the nights are cool. But it's lovely weather in these regions, too, and the friends are as lovely as the weather, and Johannesburg and Pretoria are brimming with interest. I talk here twice more, then return to Johannesburg next Wednesday for a fifth talk there, then to the Orange Free State capital, then to some town on the way to Port Elizabeth where the two would join us by sea from Durban, then the gang will go to Kimberley and presently to the Cape, and so in the course of time we shall get through and sail for England, and then we will hunt up a quiet village and I will write and live edit for a few months, while Clara and Susie and Jean study music and things in London. We have had noble good times everywhere and every day, from Cleveland July 15 to Pretoria May 24, and never a dull day either on sea or land, notwithstanding the carbuncles and things. Even when I was laid up 10 days at Jaipur in India, we had the charmingest times with English friends. All over India the English, well, you will never know how good and fine they are till you see them. Midnight and after, and I must do many things today and lecture tonight. A word of thanks to you, Joe dear, and a word of love to all of you. Mark. Perhaps for readers of a later day, a word as to what constituted the Jameson raid would not be out of place here. Dr. Leander Starr Jameson was an English physician located at Kimberley. President Kruger, Paul, head of the South African Republic, was one of his patients. Also Lobengula, the Matabele chief. From Lobengula, concessions were obtained which led to the formation of the South African Company. Jameson gave up his profession and went in for conquest, associating himself with the projects of Cecil Rhodes. In time he became administrator of Rhodesia. By the end of 1894 he was in high feather, and during a visit to England was feted as a sort of romantic conqueror of the olden time. Perhaps this turned his head. At all events, at the end of 1895 came the startling news that Dr. Jim, as he was called, at the head of 600 men, had ridden into the Transvaal in support of a Rhodes scheme for an uprising at Johannesburg. The raid was a failure. Jameson and those other knights of adventure were captured by the forces of Paul, and some of them barely escaped execution. The Boer president handed them over to the English government for punishment, and they received varying sentences, but all were eventually released. Jameson later became again prominent in South African politics, but there is no record of any further raids. The Clemens party sailed from South Africa the middle of July, 1896, and on the last day of the month reached England. They had not planned to return to America, but to spend the winter in or near London, in some quiet place where Clemens could write the book of his travels. The two daughters in America, Susie and Jean, were expected to arrive August 12th, but on that day there came instead a letter saying that Susie Clemens was not well enough to sail. A cable inquiry was immediately sent, but the reply, when it came, was not satisfactory, and Mrs. Clemens and Clara sailed for America without further delay. This was on August 15th. 3 days later, in the old home at Hartford, Susie Clemens died of cerebral fever. She had been visiting Mrs. Charles Dudley Warner, but by the physician's advice had been removed to the comfort and quiet of her own home, only a few steps away. Mark Twain, returning from his triumphant tour of the world in the hope that soon now he might be free from debt, with his family happily gathered about him, had to face alone this cruel blow. There was no purpose in his going to America. Susie would be buried long before his arrival. He awaited in England the return of his broken family. They lived that winter in a quiet corner of Chelsea, No. 23 Tedworth Square. To Rev. Joseph H. Twichell, in Hartford, Connecticut: Permanent address, Chatto and Windus, 111 T. Martin's Lane, London, September 27, '96. Through Livy and Katie, I have learned, dear old Joe, how loyally you stood poor Susy's friend, and mine, and Livy's; how you came all the way down twice from your summer refuge on your merciful errands to bring the peace and comfort of your beloved presence, first to that poor child, and again to the broken heart of her poor desolate mother. It was like you, like your good great heart, like your matchless and unmatchable self. It was no surprise to me to learn that you stayed by Susy long hours, careless of fatigue and heat. It was no surprise to me to learn that you could still the storms that swept her spirit when no other could. For she loved you, revered you, trusted you, and Uncle Joe was no empty phrase upon her lips. I am grateful to you, Joe, grateful to the bottom of my heart, which has always been filled with love for you, and respect and admiration. And I would have chosen you out of all the world to take my place at Susy's side and Livy's in those black hours. Susy was a rare creature, the rarest that has been reared in Hartford in this generation, and Livy knew it, and you knew it, and Charley Warner and George and Harmony and the Hilliers and the Dunhams and the Cheneys and Susy and Lily and the Bunces and Henry Robinson and Dick Burton and perhaps others. And I also was of the number, but not in the same degree, for she was above my duller comprehension. I merely knew that she was my superior in fineness of mind, in the delicacy and subtlety of her intellect, but to fully measure her I was not competent. I know her better now, for I have read her private writings and sounded the deeps of her mind, and I know better now the treasure that was mine than I knew it when I had it. But I have this consolation, that, dull as I was, I always knew enough to be proud when she commended me or my work, as proud as if Livy had done it herself, and I took it as the accolade from the hand of genius. I see now, as Livy always saw, that she had greatness in her, and that she herself was dimly conscious of it. And now she is dead, and I can never tell her. God bless you, Joe, and all of your house. S.L.C. To Mr. Henry C. Robinson, Hartford, Connecticut: London, September 28, '96. It is as you say, dear old friend, the pathos of it. Yes, it was a piteous thing, as piteous a tragedy as any the year can furnish. When we started westward upon our long trip at half past 10 at night, July 14, 1895, at Elmira, Susy stood on the platform in the blaze of the electric light, waving her good byes to us as the train glided away, her mother throwing back kisses and watching her through her tears. 1 year, 1 month, and 1 week later, Clara and her mother, having exactly completed the circuit of the globe, drew up at that platform at the same hour of the night, in the same train and the same car, and again Susy had come a journey and was near at hand to meet them. She was waiting in the house she was born in her coffin. All the circumstances of this death were pathetic. My brain is worn to rags rehearsing them. The mere death would have been cruelty enough, without overloading it and emphasizing it with that score of harsh and wanton details. The child was taken away when her mother was within 3 days of her, and would have given 3 decades for sight of her. In my despair and unassuageable misery, I upbraid myself for ever parting with her. but there's no use in that. Since it was to happen, it would have happened. With love, S.L.C. The life at Tedworth Square that winter was one of almost complete privacy. Of the hundreds of friends which Mark Twain had in London, scarcely half a dozen knew his address. He worked steadily on his book of travels, Following the Equator, and wrote few letters beyond business communications to Mr. Rogers. In one of these he said, "I am appalled. Here I am trying to load you up with work again after you have been dray horsing over the same tiresome ground for a year. It's too bad, and I am ashamed of it." But late in November he sent a letter of a different sort, one that was to have an important bearing on the life of a girl today of unique and world wide distinction. To Mrs. H. H. Rogers, in New York City: For and in behalf of Helen Keller, stone blind and deaf and formerly dumb. Dear Mrs. Rogers, experience has convinced me that when one wishes to set a hard worked man at something which he mightn't prefer to be bothered with, it is best to move upon him behind his wife. If she can't convince him, it isn't worth while for other people to try. Mr. Rogers will remember our visit with that astonishing girl at Lawrence Hutton's house when she was 14 years old. Last July in Boston, when she was 16, she underwent the Harvard examination for admission to Radcliffe College. She passed without a single condition. She was allowed the same amount of time that is granted to other applicants, and this was shortened in her case by the fact that the question papers had to be read to her. Yet she scored an average of 90 as against an average of 78 on the part of the other applicants. It won't do for America to allow this marvelous child to retire from her studies because of poverty. If she can go on with them, she will make a fame that will endure in history for centuries. Along her special lines she is the most extraordinary product of all the ages. There is danger that she must retire from the struggle for a college degree for lack of support for herself and for Miss Sullivan, the teacher who has been with her from the start. Mr. Rogers will remember her. Mrs. Hutton writes to ask me to interest rich Englishmen in her case, and I would gladly try, but my secluded life will not permit it. I see nobody. Nobody knows my address. Nothing but the strictest hiding can enable me to write my long book in time. So I thought of this scheme: beg you to lay siege to your husband and get him to interest himself and Messrs. John D. and William Rockefeller and the other Standard Oil chiefs in Helen's case. Get them to subscribe an annual aggregate of $600 or $700 or $1,000, and agree to continue this for 3 or 4 years, until she has completed her college course. I'm not trying to limit their generosity, indeed no. They may pile that Standard Oil Helen Keller College Fund as high as they please. They have my consent. Mrs. Hutton's idea is to raise a permanent fund the interest upon which shall support Helen and her teacher and put them out of the fear of want. I shan't say a word against it, but she will find it a difficult and disheartening job. And meanwhile, what is to become of that miraculous girl? No. For immediate and sound effectiveness, the thing is for you to plead with Mr. Rogers for this hampered wonder of your sex, and send him clothed with plenary powers to plead with the other chiefs. They have spent mountains of money upon the worthiest benevolences, and I think that the same spirit which moved them to put their hands down through their hearts into their pockets in those cases will answer here when its name is called in this one. There, I don't need to apologize to you or to H. H. for this appeal that I'm making. I know you too well for that. Good bye with love to all of you. S. L. Clemens. Lawrence Hutton is on the staff of Harper's Monthly, close by and handy when wanted. The plea was not made in vain. Mr. and Mrs. Rogers interested themselves most liberally in Helen Keller's fortune, and certainly no one can say that any of those who contributed to her success ever had reason for disappointment. In his letter of grateful acknowledgment which follows, Clemens also takes occasion to thank Mr. Rogers for his further efforts in the matter of his own difficulties. This particular reference concerns the publishing, complications which by this time had arisen between the American Publishing Company of Hartford and the house in Franklin Square. London, December 22, '96. Dear Mrs. Rogers, it is superb, and I am beyond measure grateful to you both. I knew you would be interested in that wonderful girl, and that Mr. Rogers was already interested in her and touched by her, and I was sure that if nobody else helped her, you two would. But you have gone far and away beyond the sum I expected. May your lines fall in pleasant places here and hereafter for it. The Huttons are as glad and grateful as they can be, and I am glad for their sakes as well as for Helen's. I want to thank Mr. Rogers for crucifying himself again on the same old cross between Bliss and Harper, and goodness knows I hope he will come to enjoy it above all other dissipations yet, seeing that it has about it the elements of stability and permanency. However, at any time that he says sign, we're going to do it. Ever sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. End of Section 37. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 38 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 36. Letters 1897. London, Switzerland, Vienna. Mark Twain worked steadily on his book that sad winter, and managed to keep the gloom out of his chapters, though it is noticeable that Following the Equator is more serious than his other books of travel. He wrote few letters, and these only to his three closest friends, Howells, Twichell, and Rogers. In the letter to Twichell, which follows, there is mention of two unfinished manuscripts which he expects to resume. One of these was a dream story, enthusiastically begun, but perhaps with insufficient plot to carry it through, for it never reached conclusion. He had already tried it in one or two forms and would begin it again presently. The identity of the other tale is uncertain. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: London, January 19, '97. Dear Joe, do I want you to write to me? Indeed I do. I do not want most people to write, but I do want you to do it. The others break my heart, but you will not. You have a something divine in you that is not in other men. You have the touch that heals, not lacerates, and you know the secret places of our hearts. You know our life, the outside of it, as the others do, and the inside of it, which they do not. You have seen our whole voyage. You have seen us go to sea, a cloud a sail, and the flag at the peak, and you see us now chartless adrift, derelicts, battered, waterlogged, our sails a ruck of rags, our pride gone, for it is gone, and there is nothing in its place. The vanity of life was all we had, and there is no more vanity left in us. We are even ashamed of that we had, ashamed that we trusted the promises of life and builded high to come to this. I did know that Susie was part of us. I did not know that she could go away. I did not know that she could go away and take our lives with her, yet leave our dull bodies behind. And I did not know what she was. To me she was but treasure in the bank, the amount known, the need to look at it daily, handle it, weigh it, count it, realize it, not necessary. And now that I would do it, it is too late. They tell me it is not there, has vanished away in a night. The bank is broken. My fortune is gone. I am a pauper. How am I to comprehend this? How am I to have it? Why am I robbed? And who is benefited? Ah, well, Susie died at home. She had that privilege. Her dying eyes rested upon nothing that was strange to them, but only upon things which they had known and loved always, and which had made her young years glad. And she had you, and Sue, and Katie, and John, and Ellen. This was happy fortune. I am thankful that it was vouchsafed to her. If she had died in another house, well, I think I could not have borne that. To us, our house was not unsentient matter. It had a heart and a soul, and eyes to see us with, and approvals, and solicitudes, and deep sympathies. It was of us, and we were in its confidence, and lived in its grace, and in the peace of its benediction. We never came home from an absence that its face did not light up and speak out its eloquent welcome, and we could not enter it unmoved. And could we now, oh, now, in spirit, we should enter it unshod. I am trying to add to the assets which you estimate so generously. No, I'm not. The thought is not in my mind. My purpose is other. I am working, but it is for the sake of the work, the surcease of sorrow that is found there. I work all the days, and trouble vanishes away when I use that magic. This book will not long stand between it and me, now, but that is no matter. I have many unwritten books to fly to for my preservation. The interval between the finishing of this one and the beginning of the next will not be more than an hour, at most. Continuances, I mean, for two of them are already well along, in fact, have reached exactly the same stage in their journey, 19,000 words each. The present one will contain 180,000 words, 130,000 are done. I am well protected. But Livy, she has nothing in the world to turn to, nothing but housekeeping and doing things for the children and me. She does not see people, and cannot. Books have lost their interest for her. She sits solitary, and all the day and all the days wonders how it all happened and why. We others were always busy with our affairs, but Susie was her comrade, had to be driven from her loving persecutions, sometimes at 1 in the morning. To Livy the persecutions were welcome. It was heaven to her to be plagued like that. But it is ended now. Livy stands so in need of help, and none among us all could help her like you. Some day you and I will walk again, Joe, and talk. I hope so. We could have such talks. We are all grateful to you in harmony. How grateful, it is not given to us to say in words. We pay as we can, in love, and in this coin practicing no economy. Good bye, dear old Joe. Mark. The letters to Mr. Rogers were, for the most part, on matters of business. But in one of them he said, I am going to write with all my might on this book, and follow it up with others as fast as I can, in the hope that within 3 years I can clear out the stuff that is in me waiting to be written, and that I shall then die in the promptest kind of a way and no fooling around. And in one he wrote, "You are the best friend ever a man had, and the surest." To W. D. Howells, in New York: London, February 23, '97. Dear Howells, I find your generous article in the Weekly, and I want to thank you for its splendid praises, so daringly uttered and so warmly. The words stir the dead heart of me, and throw a glow of color into a life which sometimes seems to have grown wholly wan. I don't mean that I am miserable. No, worse than that, indifferent. Indifferent to nearly everything but work. I like that. I enjoy it, and stick to it. I do it without purpose and without ambition, merely for the love of it. This mood will pass, some day. There is history for it. But it cannot pass until my wife comes up out of the submergence. She was always so quick to recover herself before, but now there is no rebound, and we are dead people who go through the motions of life. Indeed, I am a mud image, and it will puzzle me to know what it is in me that writes, and has comedy fancies, and finds pleasure in phrasing them. It is a law of our nature, of course, or it wouldn't happen. The thing in me forgets the presence of the mud image and goes its own way, wholly unconscious of it and apparently of no kinship with it. I have finished my book, but I go on as if the end were indefinitely away, as indeed it is. There is no hurry. At any rate, there's no limit. Jean's spirits are good. Clara's are rising. They have youth, the only thing that was worth giving to the race. These are sardonic times. Look at Greece, and that whole shabby muddle. But I am not sorry to be alive and privileged to look on. If I were not a hermit, I would go to the house every day and see those people scuffle over it and blether about the brotherhood of the human race. This has been a bitter year for English pride, and I don't like to see England humbled, that is, not too much. We are sprung from her loins, and it hurts me. I am for republics, and she is the only comrade we've got in that. We can't count France, and there is hardly enough of Switzerland to count. Beneath the governing crust, England is sound hearted, and sincere, too, and nearly straight. But I am appalled to notice that the wide extension of the surface has damaged her manners, and made her rather Americanly uncourteous on the lower levels. Won't you give our love to the Houses, all and particular? Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. The travel book did not finish easily, and more than once when he thought it completed he found it necessary to cut and add and change. The final chapters were not sent to the printer until the middle of May, and in a letter to Mr. Rogers he commented, "A successful book is not made of what is in it, but what is left out of it." Clemens was at the time contemplating a uniform edition of his books, and in one of his letters to Mr. Rogers on the matter he wrote whimsically, "Now I was proposing to make 1,000 sets at $100 a set, and do the whole canvassing myself. I would load up every important jail and saloon in America with deluxe editions of my books. But Mrs. Clemens and the children object to this. I do not know why." And in a moment of depression, "You see, the lightning refuses to strike me. There is where the defect is. We have to do our own striking, as Barney Barnato did. But nobody ever gets the courage until he goes crazy. They went to Switzerland for the summer, to the village of Vegas, on Lake Lucerne. "The charmingest place we ever lived in," he declared, "for repose and restfulness and superb scenery." It was here that he began work on a new story of Tom and Huck, and at least upon one other manuscript. From a brief note to Mr. Rogers we learn something of his employments and economies. To Henry H. Rogers, in New York: Lucerne, August the something or other, 1897. Dear Mr. Rogers, I am writing a novel, and am getting along very well with it. I believe that this place, Vegas, half an hour from Lucerne, is the loveliest in the world, and the most satisfactory. We have a small house on the hillside, all to ourselves, and our meals are served in it from the inn below on the lake shore. 6 francs a day per head, house and food included. The scenery is beyond comparison beautiful. We have a rowboat and some bicycles, and good roads, and no visitors. Nobody knows we are here, and Sunday in heaven is noisy compared to this quietness. Sincerely yours, S. L. C. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Lucerne, August 22, '97. Dear Joe, Livy made a noble find on the Lucerne boat the other day on one of her shopping trips. George Williamson Smith. Did I tell you about it? We had a lovely time with him, and such intellectual refreshment as we had not tasted in many a month. And the other night we had a detachment of the Jubilee Singers, 6. I had known one of them in London 24 years ago. 3 of the 6 were born in slavery, the others were children of slaves. How charming they were, in spirit, manner, language, pronunciation, enunciation, grammar, phrasing, matter, carriage, clothes, in every detail that goes to make the real lady and gentleman, and welcome guest. We went down to the village hotel and bought our tickets and entered the beer hall, where a crowd of German and Swiss men and women sat grouped at round tables with their beer mugs in front of them, self-contained and unimpressionable looking people, an indifferent and unposted and disheartened audience, and up at the far end of the room sat the Jubilees in a row. The singers got up and stood. The talking and glass jingling went on. Then rose and swelled out above those common earthly sounds one of those rich chords the secret of whose make only the Jubilees possess, and a spell fell upon that house. It was fine to see the faces light up with the pleased wonder and surprise of it. No one was indifferent any more, and when the singers finished, the camp was theirs. It was a triumph. It reminded me of Launcelot riding in Sir Kay's armor and astonishing complacent knights who thought they had struck a soft thing. The Jubilees sang a lot of pieces. Arduous and painstaking cultivation has not diminished or artificialized their music, but on the contrary, to my surprise, has mightily reinforced its eloquence and beauty. Away back in the beginning, to my mind, their music made all other vocal music cheap, and that early notion is emphasized now. It is utterly beautiful, to me, and it moves me infinitely more than any other music can. I think that in the Jubilees and their songs America has produced the perfectest flower of the ages, and I wish it were a foreign product, so that she would worship it and lavish money on it and go properly crazy over it. Now, these countries are different. They would do all that, if it were native. It is true they praise God, but that is merely a formality, and nothing in it. They open out their whole hearts to no foreigner. The musical critics of the German press praised the Jubilees with great enthusiasm, acquired technique, etc., included. One of the Jubilee men is a son of General Joe Johnson and was educated by him after the war. The party came up to the house and we had a pleasant time. This is paradise here, but of course we have got to leave it by and by. The 18th of August footnote The anniversary of Susie Clemens' death. End of footnote. Has come and gone. Joe and we still seem to live. With love from us all, Mark. Clemens declared he would as soon spend his life in Vegas as anywhere else in the geography, but October found them in Vienna for the winter, at the Hotel Metropole. The Austrian capital was just then in a political turmoil, the character of which is hinted in the following. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Hotel Metropole, Vienna, October 23, '97. Dear Joe, we are gradually getting settled down and wonted. Vienna is not a cheap place to live in, but I have made one small arrangement which has a distinctly economical aspect. The Vice Consul made the contract for me yesterday, to wit, a barber is to come every morning 8:30 and shave me and keep my hair trimmed for $2.50 a month. I used to pay $1.50 per shave in our house in Hartford. Does it suggest to you reflections when you reflect that this is the most important event which has happened to me in 10 days, unless I count, in my handing a cabman over to the police day before yesterday with the proper formalities and promise to appear in court when his case comes up? If I had time to run around and talk, I would do it, for there's much politics a going, and it would be interesting if a body could get the hang of it. It is Christian and Jew by the horns, the advantage with the superior man, as usual, the superior man being the Jew every time and in all countries. Land, Joe, what chance would the Christian have in a country where there were 3 Jews to 10 Christians? Oh, not the shade of a shadow of a chance. The difference between the brain of the average Christian and that of the average Jew, certainly in Europe, is about the difference between a tadpole's and an archbishop's. It's a marvelous race, by long odds the most marvelous that the world has produced, I suppose. And there's more politics, the clash between Czech and Austrian. I wish I could understand these quarrels, but of course I can't. With the abounding love of us all, Mark. In Following the Equator, there was used an amusing picture showing Mark Twain on his trip around the world. It was a trick photograph made from a picture of Mark Twain taken in a steamer chair, cut out and combined with a dilapidated negro cart drawn by a horse and an ox. In it, Clemens appears to be sitting luxuriously in the end of the disreputable cart. His companions are 2 negroes. To the creator of this ingenious effect Mark Twain sent a characteristic acknowledgment. To T. S. Frisbie, Vienna, October 25, '97. Mr. T. S. Frisbie, Dear Sir, the picture has reached me, and has moved me deeply. That was a steady, sympathetic, and honorable team, and although it was not swift and not showy, it pulled me around the globe successfully, and always attracted its proper share of attention, even in the midst of the most costly and fashionable turnouts. Princes and dukes and other experts were always enthused by the harness and could hardly keep from trying to buy it. The barouche does not look as fine now as it did earlier, but that was before the earthquake. The portraits of myself and uncle and nephew are very good indeed, and your impressionist reproduction of the palace of the Governor General of India is accurate and full of tender feeling. I consider that this picture is much more than a work of art. How much more, one cannot say with exactness, but I should think two-thirds more. Very truly yours, Mark Twain. Following the Equator was issued by subscription through Mark Twain's old publishers, the Blisses of Hartford. The sale of it was large, not only on account of the value of the book itself, but also because of the sympathy of the American people with Mark Twain's brave struggle to pay his debts. When the newspapers began to print exaggerated stories of the vast profits that were piling up, Bliss became worried, for he thought it would modify the sympathy. He cabled Clemens for a denial, with the following result: To Frank E. Bliss, in Hartford, Vienna, November 4, 1897. Dear Bliss, your cablegram informing me that a report is in circulation which purports to come from me, and which says I have recently made $82,000 and paid all my debts, has just reached me, and I have cabled back my regret to you that it is not true. I wrote a private letter, a short time ago, in which I expressed the belief that I should be out of debt within the next 12 months. If you make as much as usual for me out of the book, that belief will crystallize into a fact, and I shall be wholly out of debt. I am encoring you now. It is out of that moderate letter that the $82,000 mare's nest has developed. But why do you worry about the various reports? They do not worry me. They are not unfriendly, and I don't see how they can do any harm. Be patient. You have but a little while to wait. The possible reports are nearly all in. It has been reported that I was seriously ill. It was another man. Dying. It was another man. Dead. The other man again. It has been reported that I have received a legacy. It was another man. That I am out of debt. It was another man. And now comes this $82,000. Still another man. It has been reported that I am writing books for publication. I am not doing anything of the kind. It would surprise and gratify me if I should be able to get another book ready for the press within the next 3 years. You can see, yourself, that there isn't anything more to be reported. Invention is exhausted. Therefore, don't worry, Bliss. The long night is breaking. As far as I can see, nothing remains to be reported, except that I have become a foreigner. When you hear it, don't you believe it, and don't take the trouble to deny it. Merely just raise the American flag on our house in Hartford, and let it talk. Truly yours, Mark Twain. P.S. This is not a private letter. I'm getting tired of private letters. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford, Vienna, Hotel Metropole, November 19, '97. Dear Joe, above is our private and permanent address for the winter. You needn't send letters by London. I am very much obliged for Forrest's Austro-Hungarian articles. I have just finished reading the first one, and in it I find that his opinion and Vienna's are the same upon a point which was puzzling me: the paucity, no, the absence of Austrian celebrities. He and Vienna both say the country cannot afford to allow great names to grow up, that the whole safety and prosperity of the empire depends upon keeping things quiet, can't afford to have geniuses springing up and developing ideas and stirring the public soul. I am assured that every time a man finds himself blooming into fame, they just softly snake him down and relegate him to a wholesome obscurity. It is curious and interesting. 3 days ago the New York World sent and asked a friend of mine, correspondent of a London daily, to get some Christmas greetings from the celebrities of the empire. She spoke of this. 2 or 3 bright Austrians were present. They said, "There are none who are known all over the world, none who have achieved fame, none who can point to their work and say it is known far and wide in the earth. There are no names: Kossuth, known because he had a father, and Lecker, who made the 12-hour speech. 2 names, nothing more. Every other country in the world, perhaps, has a giant or 2 whose heads are away up and can be seen. But ours, we've got the material, have always had it, but we have to suppress it. We can't afford to let it develop. Our political salvation depends upon tranquillity. Always has. Poor Livy! She is laid up with rheumatism, but she is getting along now. We have a good doctor, and he says she will be out of bed in a couple of days, but must stay in the house a week or 10. Clara is working faithfully at her music, Jean at her usual studies, and we all send love. Mark. Mention has already been made of the political excitement in Vienna. The trouble between the Hungarian and German legislative bodies presently became violent. Clemens found himself intensely interested, and was present in one of the galleries when it was cleared by the police. All sorts of stories were circulated as to what happened to him, one of which was cabled to America. A letter to Twichell sets forth what really happened. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Hotel Metropole, Vienna, December 10, '97. Dear Joe, Pond sends me a Cleveland paper with a cablegram from here in it, which says that when the police invaded the Parliament and expelled the 11 members, I waved my handkerchief and shouted "Hoch die Deutschen" and got hustled out. Oh dear, what a pity it is that one's adventures never happen. When the Ordner, Sergeant at Arms, came up to our gallery and was hurrying the people out, a friend tried to get leave for me to stay, by saying, "But this gentleman is a foreigner, you don't need to turn him out, he won't do any harm." Oh, I know him very well. I recognize him by his pictures, and I should be very glad to let him stay, but I haven't any choice, because of the strictness of the orders. And so we all went out, and no one was hustled. Below, I ran across the London Times correspondent, and he showed me the way into the first gallery, and I lost none of the show. The first gallery had not misbehaved and was not disturbed. We cannot persuade Livy to go out in society yet, but all the lovely people come to see her, and Clara and I go to dinner parties, and around here and there, and we all have a most hospitable good time. Jean's wood carving flourishes, and her other studies. Good bye, Joe, and we all love all of you. Mark. Clemens made an article of the Austrian troubles, one of the best things he ever wrote, and certainly one of the clearest elucidations of the Austro-Hungarian confusions. It was published in Harper's Magazine and is now included in his complete works. Thus far none of the Webster Company debts had been paid, at least none of importance. The money had been accumulating in Mr. Rogers' hands, but Clemens was beginning to be depressed by the heavy burden. He wrote asking for relief. Fragment of a letter to H. H. Rogers, in New York. Dear Mr. Rogers, I throw up the sponge. I pull down the flag. Let us begin on the debts. I cannot bear the weight any longer. It totally unfits me for work. I have lost 3 entire months now. In that time I have begun 20 magazine articles and books, and flung every one of them aside in turn. The debts interfered every time and took the spirit out of any work, and yet I have worked like a bond slave and wasted no time and spared no effort. Rogers wrote, proposing a plan for beginning immediately upon the debts. Clemens replied enthusiastically, and during the next few weeks wrote every few days, expressing his delight in liquidation. Extracts from letters to H. H. Rogers in New York. We all delighted with your plan, only don't leave B out. Apparently that claim has been inherited by some women, daughters no doubt. We don't want to see them lose anything. B is an ass and disgruntled, but I don't care for that. I am responsible for the money and must do the best I can to pay it. I am writing hard, writing for the creditors. December 29. Land, we are glad to see those debts diminishing. For the first time in my life I am getting more pleasure out of paying money out than pulling it in. January 2. Since we have begun to pay off the debts, I have abundant peace of mind again, no sense of burden. Work is become a pleasure again. It is not labor any longer. March 7. Mrs. Clemens has been reading the creditors' letters over and over again, and thanks you deeply for sending them, and says it is the only really happy day she has had since Susie died. End of Section 38. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 39 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 37. Letters 1898 to Howells and Twichell. Life in Vienna. Payment of the debts. Assassination of the Empress. The end of January saw the payment of the last of Mark Twain's debts. Once more he stood free before the world, a world that sounded his praises. The latter fact rather amused him. "Honest men must be pretty scarce," he said, "when they make so much fuss over even a defective specimen." When the end was in sight, Clemens wrote the news to Howells in a letter as full of sadness as of triumph. To W. D. Howells, in New York, Hotel Metropole, Vienna, January 22, '98. Dear Howells, look at those ghastly figures. I used to write at Hartford, 1871. There was no Susie then. There is no Susie now. And how much lies between one long lovely stretch of scented fields and meadows and shady woodlands and suddenly Sahara. You speak of the glorious days of that old time, and they were. It is my quarrel that traps like that are set. Susie and Winnie given us, in miserable sport, and then taken away. About the last time I saw you I described to you the culminating disaster in a book I was going to write, and will yet when the stroke is further away. A man's dead daughter brought to him when he had been through all other possible misfortunes, and I said it couldn't be done, as it ought to be done, except by a man who had lived it. It must be written with the blood out of a man's heart. I couldn't know, then, how soon I was to be made competent. I have thought of it many a time since. If you were here, I think we could cry down each other's necks, as in your dream. For we are a pair of old derelicts drifting around now, with some of our passengers gone and the sunniness of the others in eclipse. I couldn't get along without work now. I bury myself in it up to the ears. Long hours, 8 and 9 on a stretch sometimes, and all the days, Sundays included. It isn't all for print, by any means, for much of it fails to suit me. 50,000 words of it in the past year. It was because of the deadness which invaded me when Susy died. But I've made a change lately into dramatic work, and I find it absorbingly entertaining. I don't know that I can write a play that will play, but no matter, I'll write half a dozen that won't, anyway. Dear me, I didn't know there was such fun in it. I'll write 20 that won't play. I get into immense spirits as soon as my day is fairly started. Of course, a good deal of this friskiness comes of my being inside of land on the Webster and Company debts, I mean. Private. We've lived close to the bone and saved every cent we could, and there's no undisputed claim now that we can't cash. I have marked this private because it is for the friends who are attending to the matter for us in New York to reveal it when they want to, and if they want to. There are only 2 claims which I dispute and which I mean to look into personally before I pay them. But they are small. Both together they amount to only $12,500. I hope you will never get the like of the load saddled onto you that was saddled onto me 3 years ago. And yet there is such a solid pleasure in paying the things that I reckon maybe it is worth while to get into that kind of a hobble, after all. Mrs. Clemens gets millions of delight out of it, and the children have never uttered one complaint about the scrimping, from the beginning. We all send you and all of you our love. Mark. Howells wrote, I wish you could understand how unshaken you are, you old tower, in every way. Your foundations are struck so deep that you will catch the sunshine of immortal years and bask in the same light as Cervantes and Shakespeare. The Clemens apartments at the Metropole became a sort of social clearinghouse of the Viennese art and literary life, much more like an embassy than the home of a mere literary man. Celebrities in every walk of life, persons of social and official rank, writers for the press, assembled there on terms hardly possible in any other home in Vienna. Wherever Mark Twain appeared in public, he was a central figure. Now and then he read or spoke to aid some benefit, and these were great gatherings attended by members of the royal family. It was following one such event that the next letter was written. Private. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford. Hotel Metropole, Vienna, February 3, '98. Dear Joe, there's that letter that I began so long ago. You see how it is. Can't get time to finish anything. I pile up lots of work, nevertheless. There may be idle people in the world, but I'm not one of them. I say private up there because I've got an adventure to tell, and you mustn't let a breath of it get out. First, I thought I would lay it up along with 1,000 others that I've laid up for the same purpose, to talk to you about, but those others have vanished out of my memory, and that must not happen with this. The other night I lectured for a Vienna charity, and at the end of it Livy and I were introduced to a princess who is aunt to the heir apparent of the imperial throne, a beautiful lady with a beautiful spirit, and very cordial in her praises of my books, and thanks to me for writing them, and glad to meet me face to face and shake me by the hand. just the kind of princess that adorns a fairy tale and makes it the prettiest tale there is. Very well, we long ago found that when you are noticed by supremacies, the correct etiquette is to go, within a couple of days, and pay your respects in the quite simple form of writing your name in the visitors' book, kept in the office of the establishment. That is the end of it, and everything is squared up and ship-shape. So at noon today Livy and I drove to the Archducal Palace and got by the sentries all right, and asked the grandly uniformed porter for the book and said we wished to write our names in it. And he called a servant in livery and was sending us upstairs, and said her Royal Highness was out but would soon be in. Of course Livy said, no, no, we only want the book. But he was firm and said, you are Americans? Yes. Then you are expected. Please go upstairs. But indeed we are not expected. Please let us have the book. And Her Royal Highness will be back in a very little while. She commanded me to tell you so, and you must wait. Well, the soldiers were there close by. There was no use trying to resist, so we followed the servant up. But when he tried to beguile us into a drawing room, Livy drew the line. She wouldn't go in, and she wouldn't stay up there either. She said the princess might come in at any moment and catch us, and it would be too infernally ridiculous for anything. So we went downstairs again, to my unspeakable regret, for it was too darling a comedy to spoil. I was hoping and praying the princess would come and catch us up there, and that those other Americans who were expected would arrive and be taken for impostors by the portier and shot by the sentinels, and then it would all go into the papers and be cabled all over the world and make an immense stir and be perfectly lovely. And by that time the princess would discover that we were not the right ones, and the minister of war would be ordered out, and the garrison, and they would come for us, and there would be another prodigious time, and that would get cabled too, and, well, Joe, I was in a state of perfect bliss. But happily, oh so happily, that big portier wouldn't let us out. He was sorry, but he must obey orders. We must go back upstairs and wait. Poor Livy! I couldn't help but enjoy her distress. She said we were in a fix, and how were we going to explain if the princess should arrive before the rightful Americans came? We went upstairs again, laid off our wraps, and were conducted through one drawing room and into another, and left alone there, and the door closed upon us. Livy was in a state of mind. She said it was too theatrically ridiculous, and that I would never be able to keep my mouth shut, that I would be sure to let it out, and it would get into the papers, and she tried to make me promise. Promise what? I said. To be quiet about this? Indeed I won't. It's the best thing that ever happened. I'll tell it, and add to it, and I wish Joe and Howells were here to make it perfect. I can't make all the rightful blunders myself. It takes all three of us to do justice to an opportunity like this. I would just like to see Howells get down to his work and explain and lie and work his futile and inventionless subterfuges when that princess comes raging in here and wanting to know. But Livy could not hear fun. It was not a time to be trying to be funny. We were in a most miserable and shameful situation, and if just then the door spread wide, and our princess and four more and three little princes flowed in. Our princess and her sister the Archduchess Marie Therese, mother to the imperial heir and to the young girl Archduchess present, and aunt to the three little princes. And we shook hands all around and sat down and had a most sociable good time for half an hour, and by it turned out that we were the right ones, and had been sent for by a messenger who started too late to catch us at the hotel. We were invited for 2 o'clock, but we beat that arrangement by an hour and a half. Wasn't it a rattling good comedy situation? Seems a kind of pity we were the right ones. It would have been such nuts to see the right ones come and get fired out, and we chatting along comfortably and nobody suspecting us for impostors. We send lots and lots of love, Mark. The reader who has followed these pages has seen how prone Mark Twain was to fall a victim to the lure of a patent right, how he wasted several small fortunes on profitless contrivances, and one large one on that insatiable demon of intricacy and despair, the page typesetter. It seems incredible that, after that experience and its attending disaster, he should have been tempted again. But scarcely was the ink dry on the receipts from his creditors when he was once more borne into the clouds on the prospect of millions, perhaps even billions, to be made from a marvelous carpet-pattern machine, the invention of Czapanic, an Austrian genius. That Clemens appreciated his own tendencies is shown by the parenthetic line with which he opens his letter on the subject to Mr. Rogers. Certainly no man was ever a more perfect prototype of Colonel Sellers than the creator of that lovely, irrepressible visionary. To Mr. Rogers, in New York: March 24, '98. Dear Mr. Rogers, I feel like Colonel Sellers. Mr. Kleinberg, agent for Czapanic, came according to appointment, at 8:30 last night, and brought his English-speaking secretary. I asked questions about the auxiliary invention, which I call No. 2, and got as good an idea of it as I could. It is a machine. It automatically punches the holes in the Jacquard cards, and does it with mathematical accuracy. It will do for $1 what now costs $3, so it has value. But No. 2 is the great thing, the design and invention. It saves $9 out of $10, and the Jacquard looms must have it. Then I arrived at my new project, and said to him in substance this: You are on the point of selling the No. 2 patents to Belgium, Italy, etc. I suggest that you stop those negotiations and put those people off 2 or 3 months. They are anxious now. They will not be less anxious then. Just the reverse. People always want a thing that is denied them. So far as I know, no great world patent has ever yet been placed in the grip of a single corporation. This is a good time to begin. We have to do a good deal of guesswork here, because we cannot get hold of just the statistics we want. Still, we have some good statistics, and I will use those for a test. You say that of the 1,500 Austrian textile factories, 800 use the Jacquard. Then we will guess that of the 4,000 American factories, 2,000 use the Jacquard and must have our No. 2. You say that a middle-sized Austrian factory employs from 20 to 30 designers and pays them from 800 to 3,000 odd florins a year. A florin is 2 francs. Let us call the average wage 1,500 florins, $600. Let us supply these figures, the low wages too, to the 2,000 American factories, with this difference to guard against overguessing: that instead of allowing for 20 to 30 designers to a middle-sized factory, we allow only an average of 10 to each of the 2,000 factories, a total of 20,000 designers. Wages at $600, a total of $12,000,000. Let us consider that No. 2 will reduce this expense to $2,000,000 a year. The saving is $5,000,000 per each of the $200,000,000 of capital employed in the Jacquard business over there. Let us consider that in the countries covered by this patent, an aggregate of $1,500,000,000 of capital is employed in factories requiring No. 2. The saving, as above, is $75,000,000 a year. The company holding in its grip all these patents would collar $50,000,000 of that, as its share, possibly more. Competition would be at an end in the Jacquard business on this planet. Price cutting would end. Fluctuations in values would cease. The business would be the safest and surest in the world. Commercial panics could not seriously affect it. Its stock would be as choice an investment as government bonds. When the patents died, the company would be so powerful that it could still keep the whole business in its hands. Would you like to grant me the privilege of placing the whole Jacquard business of the world in the grip of a single company? And don't you think that the business would grow like a weed? Ah, America, it is the country of the big. Let me get my breath, then we would talk. So then we talked till pretty late. Would Germany and England join the combination? I said the company would know how to persuade them. Then I asked for a supplementary option to cover the world, and we parted. I am taking all precautions to keep my name out of print in connection with this matter, and we will now keep the invention itself out of print as well as we can. Descriptions of it have been granted to the Dry Goods Economist, New York, and to a syndicate of American papers. I've asked Mr. Kleinberg to suppress these, and he feels pretty sure he can do it. With love, S.L.C. If this splendid enthusiasm had not cooled by the time a reply came from Mr. Rogers, it must have received a sudden chill from the letter which he enclosed, the brief and concise report from a carpet machine expert, who said, "I do not feel that it would be of any value to us in our mills, and the number of Jacquard looms in America is so limited that I am of the opinion that there is no field for a company to develop the invention here. A cursory examination of the pamphlet leads me to place no very high value upon the invention from a practical standpoint." With the receipt of this letter, carpet pattern projects would seem to have suddenly ceased to be a factor in Mark Twain's calculations. Such a letter in the early days of the type machine would have saved him a great sum in money and years of disappointment. But perhaps he would not have heeded it then. The year 1898 brought the Spanish-American War. Clemens was constitutionally against all wars, but writing to Twichell, whose son had enlisted, we gathered that this one was an exception. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Carlton Lautgeben, near Vienna, June 17, '98. Dear Joe, you are living your war days over again in Dave, and it must be a strong pleasure mixed with a sauce of apprehension, enough to make it just schmeck, as the Germans say. Dave will come out with 2 or 3 stars on his shoulder straps if the war holds, and then we shall all be glad it happened. We started with Bull Run before. Dewey and Hobson have introduced an improvement on the game this time. I have never enjoyed a war even in written history as I'm enjoying this one, for this is the worthiest one that was ever fought, so far as my knowledge goes. It is a worthy thing to fight for one's freedom. It is another sight finer to fight for another man's, and I think this is the first time it has been done. Oh, never mind Charlie Warner. He would interrupt the raising of Lazarus. He would say, the will has been probated, the property distributed. It will be a world of trouble to settle the rows. Better leave well enough alone. Don't ever disturb anything where it's going to break the soft smooth flow of things and wobble our tranquility. Company. Shh. It happens every day, and we came out here to be quiet. Love to y'all, Mark. They were spending the summer at Carlton Lautgeben, a pleasant village near Vienna, but apparently not entirely quiet. Many friends came out from Vienna, including a number of visiting Americans. Clemens, however, appears to have had considerable time for writing, as we gather from the next, to Howells. To W. D. Howells, in America: Carlton Lautgeben, by Vienne, August 16, '98. Dear Howells, your letter came yesterday. It then occurred to me that I might have known, per mental telegraph, that it was due, for a couple of weeks ago when the weekly came containing that handsome reference to me I was powerfully moved to write you, and my letter went on writing itself while I was at work at my other literature during the day. But next day my other literature was still urgent, and so on and so on. So my letter didn't get put into ink at all. But I see now that you were writing about that time, therefore a part of my stir could have come across the Atlantic per mental telegraph. In 1876 or '75 I wrote 40,000 words of a story called Simon Wheeler, wherein the nub was the preventing of an execution through testimony furnished by mental telegraph from the other side of the globe. I had a lot of people scattered about the globe who carried in their pockets something like the old mesmerizer button, made of different metals, and when they wanted to call up each other and have a talk they pressed the button, or did something, I don't remember what, and communication was at once opened. I didn't finish the story, though I re-began it in several new ways, and spent altogether 70,000 words on it, then gave it up and threw it aside. This much as preliminary to this remark. Some day people will be able to call each other up from any part of the world and talk by mental telegraph, and not merely by impression. The impression will be articulated into words. It could be a terrible thing, but it won't be, because in the upper civilizations everything like sentimentality, I was going to say sentiment, will presently get materialized out of people along with the already fading spiritualities. And so when a man is called who doesn't wish to talk, he will be like those visitors you mention, not chosen, and will be frankly damned and shut off. Speaking of the ill luck of starting a piece of literary work wrong and again, always aware that there's a way, if you could only think it out, which would make the thing slide effortlessly from the pen, the one right way, the sole form for you, the other forms being for men whose line those forms are, or who are capabler than yourself. I've had no end of experience in that, and maybe I'm the only one. Let us hope so. Last summer I started 16 things wrong, 3 books and 13 magazine articles, and could only make 2 little wee things, 1,500 words altogether, succeed. Only that out of piles and stacks of diligently wrought manuscript, the labor of 6 weeks' unremitting effort, I could make all of those things go if I would take the trouble to re-begin each one half a dozen times on a new plan. But none of them was important enough except one. The story I, in the wrong form, mapped out in Paris 3 or 4 years ago and told you about in New York, under seal of confidence. No other person knows of it but Mrs. Clemens. The story to be called Which Was the Dream. A week ago I examined the manuscript, 10,000 words, and saw that the plan was a totally impossible one for me. But a new plan suggested itself, and straightway the tale began to slide from the pen with ease and confidence. I think I've struck the right one this time. I've already put 12,000 words of it on paper, and Mrs. Clemens is pretty outspokenly satisfied with it, a hard critic to content. I feel sure that all of the first half of the story, and I hope 3/4, will be comedy, but by the former plan the whole of it, except the first 3 chapters, would have been tragedy and unendurable, almost. I think I can carry the reader a long way before he suspects that I'm laying a tragedy trap. In the present form I could spend 16 books out of it with comfort and joy. But I shall deny myself and restrict it to one. If you should see a little short story in a magazine in the autumn called My Platonic Sweetheart, written 3 weeks ago, that is not this one. It may have been a suggester, though. I expect all these singular privacies to interest you, and you are not to let on that they don't. We are leaving this afternoon for Ischl, to use that as a base for the baggage, and then gad around 10 days among the lakes and mountains to rest up Mrs. Clemens, who is jaded with housekeeping. I hope I can get a chance to work a little in spots. I can't tell. But you do it. Therefore, why should you think I can't? Remainder missing. The dream story was never completed. It was the same that he had worked on in London, and perhaps again in Switzerland. It would be tried at other times and in other forms, but it never seemed to accommodate itself to a central idea, so that the good writing in it eventually went to waste. The short story mentioned, My Platonic Sweetheart, a charming, idyllic tale, was not published during Mark Twain's lifetime. 2 years after his death, it appeared in Harper's Magazine. The assassination of the Empress of Austria at Geneva was the startling event of that summer. In a letter to Twichell, Clemens presents the tragedy in a few vivid paragraphs. Later he treated it at some length in a magazine article which, very likely because of personal relations with members of the Austrian court, he withheld from print. It has since been included in a volume of essays, What is Man, etc. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Carlton Loutgaven, September 13, '98. Dear Joe, you are mistaken. People don't send us the magazines. No, Harper, Century, and McClure do. An example I should like to recommend to other publishers. And so I thank you very much for sending me Brander's article. When you say I like Brander Matthews, he impresses me as a man of parts and power. I back you, right up to the hub. I feel the same way. And when you say he has earned your gratitude for cuffing me for my crimes against the leather stockings and the vicar, I ain't making any objections. Dern your gratitude. His article is as sound as a nut. Brander knows literature, and loves it. He can talk about it and keep his temper. He can state his case so lucidly and so fairly and so forcibly that you have to agree with him, even when you don't agree with him. And he can discover and praise such merits as a book has, even when there are half a dozen diamonds scattered through an acre of mud. And so he has a right to be a critic. To detail just the opposite of the above invoice is to describe me. I haven't any right to criticize books, and I don't do it except when I hate them. I often want to criticize Jane Austen, but her books madden me so that I can't conceal my frenzy from the reader, and therefore I have to stop every time I begin. That good and unoffending lady, the Empress, is killed by a madman, and I'm living in the midst of world history again. The Queen's Jubilee last year, the invasion of the Reichsrath by the police, and now this murder, which will still be talked of and described and painted 1,000 years from now. To have a personal friend of the wearer of the crown burst in at the gate in the deep dusk of the evening and say in a voice broken with tears, "My God, the Empress is murdered," and fly toward her home before we can utter a question, why, it brings the giant event home to you, makes you a part of it and personally interested. It is as if your neighbor Antony should come flying and say, "Caesar is butchered. The head of the world is fallen." Of course, there is no talk but of this. The mourning is universal and genuine. The consternation is stupefying. The Austrian Empire is being draped with black. Vienna will be a spectacle to see by next Saturday when the funeral cortege marches. We are invited to occupy a room in the sumptuous new hotel, the Krantz, where we are to live during the fall and winter, and view it, and we shall go. Speaking of Mrs. Leiter, there is a noble dame in Vienna about whom they retail similar slanders. She said in French she is weak in French that she had been spending a Sunday afternoon in a gathering of the demi-monde, meaning the unknown land, that mercantile land, that mysterious half-world which underlies the aristocracy. But these malaproperies are always inventions. They don't happen. Yes, I wish we could have some talks. I'm full to the eyelids. Had a noble good one with Parker and Dunham. Land, but we were grateful for that visit. Yours with all our loves, Mark. Enclosed with the foregoing. Among the inadequate attempts to account for the assassination, we must concede high rank to the German emperors. He justly describes it as a deed unparalleled for ruthlessness, and then adds that it was ordained from above. I think this verdict will not be popular above. A man is either a free agent or he isn't. If a man is a free agent, this prisoner is responsible for what he has done. But if a man is not a free agent, if the deed was ordained from above, there is no rational way of making this prisoner even partially responsible for it, and the German court cannot condemn him without manifestly committing a crime. Logic is logic, and by disregarding its laws even emperors as capable and acute as William II can be beguiled into making charges which should not be ventured upon except in the shelter of plenty of lightning rods. Mark. The end of the year 1898 found Mark Twain once more in easy, even luxurious circumstances. The hard work and good fortune which had enabled him to pay his debts had, in the course of another year, provided what was comparative affluence. His report to Howells is characteristic and interesting. To W. D. Howells, in New York: Hotel Krantz, Vienne, L. Never Market 6, December 30, '98. Dear Howells, I begin with the date, including all the details, though I shall be interrupted presently by a South African acquaintance who is passing through, and it may be many days before I catch another leisure moment. Note how suddenly a thing can become habit, and how indestructible the habit is afterward. In your house in Cambridge 100 years ago, Mrs. Howells said to me, "Here's a bunch of your letters, and the dates are of no value, because you don't put any in, the years anyway." That remark deceased me with a habit which has cost me worlds of time and torture and ink and millions of vain efforts and buckets of tears to break it. And here it is yet. I could easier get rid of a virtue. I hope it will interest you, for I have no one else who would much care to know it, that here lately the dread of leaving the children in difficult circumstances has died down and disappeared, and I am now having peace from that long, long nightmare, and can sleep as well as anyone. Every little while, for these 3 years now, Mrs. Clemens has come with pencil and paper and figured up the condition of things. She keeps the accounts and the bank book, and has proven to me that the clouds are lifting, and so has hoisted my spirits temporarily and kept me going till another figuring up was necessary. Last night she figured up for her own satisfaction, not mine, and found that we own a house and furniture in Hartford, that my English and American copyrights pay an income which represents a value of $200,000, and that we have $107,000 cash in the bank. I have been out and bought a box of 6-cent cigars. I was smoking 4½ centers before. At the house of an English friend, on Christmas Eve, we saw the Mousetrap played, and well played. I thought the house would kill itself with laughter. By George, they played with life, and it was most devastatingly funny. And it was well they did, for they put us Clemenses in the front seat, and if they played it poorly I would have assaulted them. The head young man and girl were Americans. The other parts were taken by English, Irish, and Scotch girls. Then there was a nigger minstrel show, of the genuine old sort, and I enjoyed that too, for the nigger show was always a passion of mine. This one was created and managed by a Quaker doctor from Philadelphia, 23 years old, and he was the middleman. There were 9 others, 5 Americans from 5 States and a Scotchman, 2 Englishmen and an Irishman, all postgraduate medical young fellows, of course, or it could be music, but it would be bound to be one or the other. It's quite true. I don't read you as much as I ought, nor anywhere near half as much as I want to. Still, I read you all I get a chance to. I saved up your last story to read when the number should be complete, but before that time arrived some other admirer of yours carried off the papers. I will watch admirers of yours when the silver wedding journey begins, and that will not happen again. The last chance at a bound book of yours was in London nearly 2 years ago, the last volume of your short things by the Harpers. I read the whole book twice through and some of the chapters several times, and the reason that that was as far as I got with it was that I lent it to another admirer of yours, and he is admiring it yet. Your admirers have ways of their own. I don't know where they get them. Yes, our project is to go home next autumn if we find we can afford to live in New York. We've asked a friend to inquire about flats and expenses, but perhaps nothing will come of it. We do afford to live in the finest hotel in Vienna, and have 4 bedrooms, a dining room, a drawing room, 3 bathrooms, and 3 Vorzimmers, and food. But we couldn't get the half of it in New York for the same money, $600 a month. Susie hovers about us this holiday week, and the shadows fall all about us of the days when we went gypsying a long time ago. Death is so kind, so benignant to whom he loves, but he goes by us others and will not look our way. We saw the Master of Palmyra last night. How Death, with the gentleness and majesty, made the human grand folk around him seem little and trivial and silly. With love from all of us to all of you, Mark. End of Section 39. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 40 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete by Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 38. Letters 1899 to Howells and Others. Vienna. London. A Summer in Sweden. The beginning of 1899 found the Clemens family still in Vienna, occupying handsome apartments at the Hotel Krantz. Their rooms, so often thronged with gay and distinguished people, were sometimes called the Second Embassy. Clemens himself was the central figure of these assemblies. Of all the foreign visitors in the Austrian capital he was the most notable. Everywhere he was surrounded by a crowd of listeners. His sayings and opinions were widely quoted. A project for world disarmament promulgated by the Czar of Russia would naturally interest Mark Twain, and when William T. Stead, of the Review of Reviews, cabled him for an opinion on the matter, he sent at first a brief word, and on the same day followed it with more extended comment. The great war which has since devastated the world gives to this incident an added interest. To William T. Stead, in London: No. 1, Vienna, January 9. Dear Mr. Stead, the Czar is ready to disarm. I am ready to disarm. Collect the others. It should not be much of a task now. Mark Twain. To William T. Stead, in London: No. 2, Dear Mr. Stead, Peace by compulsion. That seems a better idea than the other. Peace by persuasion has a pleasant sound, but I think we should not be able to work it. We should have to tame the human race first, and history seems to show that that cannot be done. Can't we reduce the armaments little by little, on a pro rata basis, by a concert of the powers? Can't we get 4 great powers to agree to reduce their strength 10% a year and thrash the others into doing likewise? For, of course, we cannot expect all of the powers to be in their right minds at one time. It has been tried. We are not going to try to get all of them to go into the scheme peaceably, are we? In that case I must withdraw my influence, because, for business reasons, I must preserve the outward signs of sanity. 4 is enough if they can be securely harnessed together. They can compel peace, and peace without compulsion would be against nature and not operative. A sliding scale of reduction of 10% a year has a sort of plausible look, and I am willing to try that if 3 other powers will join. I feel sure that the armaments are now many times greater than necessary for the requirements of either peace or war. Take wartime, for instance. Suppose circumstances made it necessary for us to fight another Waterloo, and that it would do what it did before, settle a large question and bring peace. I will guess that 400,000 men were on hand at Waterloo. I have forgotten the figures. In 5 hours they disabled 50,000 men. It took them that tedious, long time because the firearms delivered only 2 or 3 shots a minute. But we would do the work now as it was done at Omdurman, with shower guns, raining 600 balls a minute. 4 men to a gun, is that the number? 150 shots a minute per man. Thus a modern soldier is 149 Waterloo soldiers in one. Thus also we can now retain 1 man out of each 150 in service, disband the others, and fight our Waterloos just as effectively as we did 85 years ago. We should do the same beneficent job with 2,800 men now that we did with 400,000 then. The Allies could take 1,400 of the men and give Napoleon 1,400 and then whip him. But instead, what do we see? In wartime in Germany, Russia, and France, taken together, we find about 8,000,000 men equipped for the field. Each man represents 149 Waterloo men, in usefulness and killing capacity. Altogether they constitute about 350,000,000 Waterloo men, and there are not quite that many grown males of the human race now on this planet. Thus we have this insane fact, that whereas those 3 countries could arm 18,000 men with modern weapons and make them the equals of 3,000,000 men of Napoleon's day, and accomplish with them all necessary war work, they waste their money and their prosperity creating forces of their populations and piling together 349,982,000 extra Waterloo equivalents which they would have no sort of use for if they would only stop drinking and sit down and cipher a little. Perpetual peace we cannot have on any terms, I suppose, but I hope we can gradually reduce the war strength of Europe till we get it down to where it ought to be, 20,000 men, properly armed. Then we can have all the peace that is worth while, and when we want a war, anybody can afford it. Vienna, January 9. P.S. In the article I sent, the figures are wrong. 350 million ought to be 450 million. 349,982,000 ought to be 449,982,000, and the remark about the sum being a little more than the present number of males on the planet, that is wrong, of course. It represents really one and a half the existing males. Now and then one of Mark Twain's old comrades still reached out to him across the years. He always welcomed such letters. They came as from a lost land of romance, recalled always with tenderness. He sent light, chaffing replies, but they were never without an undercurrent of affection. To Major Jack Downing, in Middleport, Ohio. Hotel Krantz, Vienne, I. Neue Mart 6, February 26, 1899. Dear Major, no, it was to Bixby that I was apprentice. He was to teach me the river for a certain specified sum. I have forgotten what it was, but I paid it. I steered a trip for Bart Bowen of Keokuk on the A.T. Lacey, and I was partner with Will Bowen on the A.B. Chambers one trip, and with Sam Bowen a whole summer on a small Memphis packet. The newspaper report you sent me is incorrect. Bixby is not 67, he is 97. I am 63 myself, and I couldn't talk plain and had just begun to walk when I apprenticed myself to Bixby, who was then passing himself off for 57, and successfully too, for he always looked 60 or 70 years younger than he really was. At that time he was piloting the Mississippi on a Potomac commission granted him by George Washington, who was a personal friend of his before the Revolution. He has piloted every important river in America on that commission. He has also used it as a passport in Russia. I have never revealed these facts before. I notice, too, that you are deceiving the people concerning your age. The printed portrait which you have enclosed is not a portrait of you, but a portrait of me when I was 19. I remember very well when it was common for people to mistake Bixby for your grandson. Is it spreading, I wonder, this disposition of pilots to renew their youth by doubtful methods? Beck, Jolly, and Joe Bryan, they probably go to Sunday school now, but it will not deceive. Yes, it is as you say. All of the procession but a fraction has passed. It is time for us all to fall in. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. To W. D. Howells in New York. Hotel Krantz, Vienne, I. Neue Markt 6, April 2, '99. Dear Howells, I am waiting for the April Harper, which is about due now. Waiting and strongly interested. You are old enough to be a weary man, with paling interests, but you do not show it. You do your work in the same old delicate and delicious and forceful and searching and perfect way. I don't know how you can, but I suspect. I suspect that to you there is still dignity in human life, and that man is not a joke, a poor joke, the poorest that was ever contrived. Since I wrote my Bible last year, What is Man? which Mrs. Clemens loathes and shudders over and will not listen to the last half nor allow me to print any part of it, man is not to me the respect worthy person he was before, and so I have lost my pride in him and can't write gaily nor praisefully about him any more. And I don't intend to try. I mean to go on writing, for that is my best amusement, but I shan't print much, for I don't wish to be scalped, any more than another. April 5. The Harper has come. I have been in Leipzig with your party, and then went on to Carlsbad and saw Mrs. Marsh's encounter with the swine with the toothpick and the other manners, their silver wedding journey. At this point Jean carried the magazine away. Is it imagination or? Anyway, I seem to get furtive and fleeting glimpses which I take to be the weariness and condolence of age, indifference to sights and things once brisk with interest, tasteless stale stuff which used to be champagne, the boredom of travel, the secret sigh behind the public smile, the private what in hell did I come for? But maybe that is your art. Maybe that is what you intend the reader to detect and think he has made a Columbus discovery. Then it is well done, perfectly done. I wrote my last travel book, Following the Equator, in hell, but I let on the best I could that it was an excursion through heaven. Some day I will read it, and if its lying cheerfulness fools me, then I shall believe it fooled the reader. How I did loathe that journey round the world, except the sea part and India. Evening. My tail hangs low. I thought I was a financier, and I bragged to you. I am not bragging now. The stock which I sold at such a fine profit early in January has never ceased to advance, and is now worth $60,000 more than I sold it for. I feel just as if I had been spending $20,000 a month, and I feel reproach for this showy and unbecoming extravagance. Last week I was going down with the family to Budapest to lecture, and to make a speech at a banquet. Just as I was leaving here I got a telegram from London asking for the speech for a New York paper. This is strictly private, sent it, and then I didn't make that speech, but another of a quite different character, a speech born of something which the introducer said. If that said speech got cabled and printed, you needn't let on that it was never uttered. That was a darling night, and those Hungarians were lively people. We were there a week and had a great time. At the banquet I heard their chief orator make a most graceful and easy and beautiful and delicious speech. I never heard one that enchanted me more, although I did not understand a word of it, since it was in Hungarian. But the art of it, it was superlative. They are wonderful English scholars, these people. My lecture audience, all Hungarians, understood me perfectly, to judge by the effects. The English clergyman told me that in his congregation are 150 young English women who earn their living teaching their language, and that there are others besides these. For 60 cents a week the telephone reads the morning news to you at home, gives you the stocks and markets at noon, gives you lessons in 3 foreign languages during 3 hours, gives you the afternoon telegrams, and at night the concerts and operas. Of course, even the clerks and seamstresses and boot blacks and everybody else are subscribers. Correction. Mrs. Clemens says it is 60 cents a month. I am renewing my youth. I made 4 speeches at one banquet here last Saturday night, and I've been to a lot of football matches. Jean has been in here examining the poll for the Immortals, Literature, March 24, in the hope, I think, that at last she should find me at the top and you in second place. And if that is her ambition, she has suffered disappointment for the third time and will never fare any better, I hope, for you are where you belong, by every right. She wanted to know who it is that does the voting, but I was not able to tell her, nor when the election will be completed and decided. Next morning. I have been reading the morning paper. I do it every morning, well knowing that I shall find in it the usual depravities and basenesses and hypocrisies and cruelties that make up civilization and cause me to put in the rest of the day pleading for the damnation of the human race. I cannot seem to get my prayers answered, yet I do not despair. Escaped from 5 o'clock tea. Shh! Oh, the American girl in Europe! Often she is creditable, but sometimes she is just shocking. This one, a minute ago, 19, fat face, raspy voice, pert ways, the self complacency of God, and with it all a silly laugh, embarrassed, which kept breaking out through her chatter all along, whereas there was no call for it, for she said nothing that was funny. "S'pose so many have told you how they enjoyed your chapter on the German tongue it's bringing coals to Newcastle. Say anything about it. Spent my vacation in Russia and saw Tolstoy," he said. It made me shudder. April 12. Jean has been in here with a copy of literature, complaining that I am again behind you in the election of the 10 consecrated members, and seems troubled about it and not quite able to understand it. But I have explained to her that you are right there on the ground, inside the pool booth, keeping game, and that makes a large difference in these things. 13th. I have been to the Neustausstellung with Mrs. Clemens. The office of art seems to be to grovel in the dirt before emperors, and this and that and the other damn breed of priests. Yours ever, Mark. Howells and Clemens were corresponding regularly again, though not with the frequency of former years. Perhaps neither of them was bubbling over with things to say. Perhaps it was becoming yearly less attractive to pick up a pen and write, and then of course there was always the discouragement of distance. Once Howells wrote, "I know this will find you in Austria before I can well turn round, but I must make believe you are in Kennebunkport before I can begin it." And in another letter, "It ought to be as pleasant to sit down and write to you as to sit down and talk to you, but it isn't. The only reason why I write is that I want another letter from you, and because I have a whole afternoon for the job. I have the whole of every afternoon, for I cannot work later than lunch. I am fagged by that time, and Sunday is the only day that brings unbearable leisure. I hope you will be in New York another winter. Then I shall know what to do with these foretastes of eternity." Clemens usually wrote at considerable length, for he had a good deal to report of his life in the Austrian capital, now drawing to a close. To W. D. Howells, in New York: May 12, 1899. Dear Howells, 7:15 p.m. Tea, for Mr. and Mrs. Tower, who are leaving for Russia, just over. Nice people, and rather creditable to the human race. Mr. and Mrs. Tower, the new minister and his wife, the secretary of legation, the naval and military attaché, several English ladies, an Irish lady, a Scotch lady, a particularly nice young Austrian baron who wasn't invited but came and went supposing it was the usual thing and wondered at the unusually large gathering, 2 other Austrians and several Americans who were also in his fix, the old Baronine Langman, the only Austrian invited. The rest were Americans. It made just a comfortable crowd in our parlor, with an overflow into Clara's through the folding doors. I don't enjoy teas, and am daily spared them by Mrs. Clemens, but this was a pleasant one. I had only one accident. The old Baronine Langman is a person I have a strong fondness for we violently disagree on some subjects and as violently agree on others. For instance, she is temperance and I am not. She has religious beliefs and feelings and I have none. She's a Methodist. She is a Democrat and so am I. She is woman's rights and so am I. She is laborers' rights and approves trades unions and strikes, and that is me. And so on. After she was gone, an English lady whom I greatly like began to talk sharply against her for contributing money, time, labor, and public expression of favor to a strike that is on, for an 11-hour day, in the silk factories of Bohemia, and she caught me unprepared and betrayed me into over warm argument. I am sorry, for she didn't know anything about the subject, and I did, and one should be gentle with the ignorant, for they are the chosen of God. The new minister is a good man, but out of place. The secretary of legation is a good man, but out of place. The attaché is a good man, but out of place. Our government for displacement beats the new White Star ship, and her possible is 17,200 tons. May 13, 4 p.m. A beautiful English girl and her handsome English husband came up and spent the evening, and she certainly is a bud. English parents. She was born and reared in Romania, and couldn't talk English till she was 8 or 10. She came up clothed like the sunset, and was a delight to look at. Romanian costume. 24 young people have gone out to the Semmering to day and to morrow, and Mrs. Clemens and an English lady and old Leschetizky and his wife have gone to chaperone them. They gave me a chance to go, but there are no snow mountains that I want to look at. 3 hours out, 3 hours back, and sit up all night watching the young people dance, yelling conversationally and being yelled at conversationally by new acquaintances through the deafening music, about how I like Vienna, and if it's my first visit, and how long we expect to stay, and did I see the foot washing, and am I writing a book about Vienna, and so on. The terms seem too severe. Snow mountains are too dear at the price. For several years I have been intending to stop writing for print as soon as I could afford it. At last I can afford it, and have put the pot boiler pen away. What I have been wanting is a chance to write a book without reserves, a book which should take account of no one's feelings and no one's prejudices, opinions, beliefs, hopes, illusions, delusions, a book which should say my say, right out of my heart, in the plainest language and without a limitation of any sort. I judge that that would be an unimaginable luxury, heaven on earth. It is under way now, and it is a luxury, an intellectual drunk. Twice I didn't start it right, and got pretty far in, both times, before I found it out. But I am sure it is started right this time. It is in tale form. I believe I can make it tell what I think of man, and how he is constructed, and what a shabby, poor, ridiculous thing he is, and how mistaken he is in his estimate of his character, and powers, and qualities, and his place among the animals. So far I think I am succeeding. I let the madam into the secret day before yesterday, and locked the doors and read to her the opening chapters. She said, "It is perfectly horrible and perfectly beautiful, within the due limits of modesty. That is what I think." I hope it will take me a year or two to write it, and that it will turn out to be the right vessel to contain all the abuse I am planning to dump into it. Yours ever, Mark. The story mentioned in the foregoing, in which Mark Twain was to give his opinion of man, was The Mysterious Stranger. It was not finished at the time, and its closing chapter was not found until after his death. 6 years later, 1916, it was published serially in Harper's Magazine and in book form. The end of May found the Clemens party in London, where they were received and entertained with all the hospitality they had known in earlier years. Clemens was too busy for letter writing, but in the midst of things he took time to report to Howells an amusing incident of one of their entertainments. To W. D. Howells, in America: London, July 3, '99. Dear Howells, I've a lot of things to write you, but it's no use. I can't get time for anything these days. I must break off and write a postscript to Canon Wilberforce before I go to bed. This afternoon he left the luncheon party half an hour ahead of the rest, and carried off my hat, which has Mark Twain in a big hand written in it. When the rest of us came out, there was but one hat that would go on my head. It fitted exactly, too. So wore it away. It had no name in it, but the Canon was the only man who was absent. I wrote him a note at 8 p.m., saying that for 4 hours I had not been able to take anything that did not belong to me, nor stretch a fact beyond the frontiers of truth, and my family were getting alarmed. Could he explain my trouble? And now, at 8:30 p.m., comes a note from him to say that all the afternoon he has been exhibiting a wonder compelling mental vivacity and grace of expression, etc., etc., and have I missed a hat? Our letters have crossed. Yours ever, Mark. News came of the death of Robert Ingersoll. Clemens had been always one of his most ardent admirers, and a warm personal friend. To Ingersoll's niece he sent a word of heartfelt sympathy. To Miss Eva Farrell, in New York, 30 Wellington Court, Albert Gate. Dear Miss Farrell, except my daughter's, I have not grieved for any death as I have grieved for his. His was a great and beautiful spirit. He was a man, all man, from his crown to his foot soles. My reverence for him was deep and genuine. I prized his affection for me and returned it with usury. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. Clemens and family decided to spend the summer in Sweden at Sauna in order to avail themselves of osteopathic treatment as practiced by Heinrich Kellgren. Kellgren's method, known as the Swedish movements, seemed to Mark Twain a wonderful cure for all ailments, and he heralded the discovery far and wide. He wrote to friends far and near, advising them to try Kellgren for anything they might happen to have. Whatever its beginning, any letter was likely to close with some mention of the new panacea. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, traveling in Europe. Sana, September 6, '99. Dear Joe, I've no business in here. I ought to be outside. I shall never see another sunset to begin with it this side of heaven. Venice? Land, what a poor interest that is. This is the place to be. I have seen about 60 sunsets here, and a good 40 of them were clear and away beyond anything I had ever imagined before for dainty and exquisite and marvelous beauty and infinite change and variety. America, Italy, the tropics, they have no notion of what a sunset ought to be. And this one, this unspeakable wonder, it discounts all the rest. It brings the tears. It is so unutterably beautiful. If I had time I would say a word about this curative system here. The people actually do several of the great things the Christian Scientists pretend to do. You wish to advise with a physician about it? Certainly. There is no objection. He knows next to nothing about his own trade, but that will not embarrass him in framing a verdict about this one. I respect your superstitions. We all have them. It would be quite natural for the cautious Chinaman to ask his native priest to instruct him as to the value of the new religious specialty which the Western missionary is trying to put on the market, before investing in it. He would get a verdict. Love to you all. Always yours, Mark. Howells wrote that he was going on a reading tour, dreading it, of course, and asking for any advice that Clemens felt qualified to give. Naturally, Clemens gave him the latest he had in stock, without realizing, perhaps, that he was recommending an individual practice which few would be likely to imitate. Nevertheless, what he says is interesting. To W. D. Howells, in America: Sanna, Sweden, September 26, '99. Dear Howells, get your lecture by heart. It will pay you. I learned a trick in Vienna, by accident, which I wish I had learned years ago. I meant to read from a Tauchnitz, because I knew I hadn't well memorized the pieces, and I came on with the book and read a few sentences, then remembered that the sketch needed a few words of explanatory introduction, and so, lowering the book and now and then unconsciously using it to gesture with, I talked the introduction, and it happened to carry me into the sketch itself, and then I went on, pretending that I was merely talking extraneous matter and would come to the sketch presently. It was a beautiful success. I knew the substance of the sketch and the telling phrases of it, and so the throwing of the rest of it into informal talk as I went along limbered it up and gave it the snap and go and freshness of an impromptu. I was to read several pieces, and I played the same game with all of them, and always the audience thought I was being reminded of outside things and throwing them in, and was going to hold up the book and begin on the sketch presently, and so I always got through the sketch before they were entirely sure that it had begun. I did the same thing in Budapest, and had the same good time over again. It's a new dodge, and the best one that was ever invented. Try it. You'll never lose your audience, not even for a moment. Their attention is fixed and never wavers, and that is not the case where one reads from book or manuscript, or where he stands up without a note and frankly exposes the fact, by his confident manner and smooth phrasing, that he is not improvising but reciting from memory, and in the heat of telling a thing that is memorized in substance only, one flashes out the happiest suddenly begotten phrases every now and then. Try it. Such a phrase has a life and sparkle about it that twice as good a one could not exhibit if prepared beforehand, and it fetches an audience in such an enthusing and inspiring and uplifting way that lucky phrase breeds another one, sure. Your September installment, their silver wedding journey, was delicious, every word of it. You haven't lost any of your splendid art. Callers have arrived. With love, Mark. Yes, wrote Howells, if I were a great histrionic artist like you, I would get my poor essays by heart, and recite them, but being what I am, I should do the thing so lifelessly that I had better recognize their deadness frankly and read them. From Vienna, Clemens had contributed to the Cosmopolitan, then owned by John Brisben Walker, his first article on Christian Science. It was a delicious bit of humor, and found such enthusiastic appreciation that Walker was moved to send an additional $200 check in payment for it. This brought prompt acknowledgment. To John Brisben Walker, in Irvington, New York: London, October 19, '99. Dear Mr. Walker, by gracious, but you have a talent for making a man feel proud and good. To say a compliment well is a high art, and few possess it. You know how to do it. and when you confirm its sincerity with a handsome check, the limit is reached and compliment can no higher go. I like to work for you. When you don't approve an article you say so, recognizing that I am not a child and can stand it, and when you approve an article I don't have to dicker with you as if I raised peanuts and you kept a stand. I know I shall get every penny the article is worth. You have given me very great pleasure, and I thank you for it. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. Word to Howells of the good luck which now seemed to be coming his way. The Joan of Arc introduction was the same that today appears in his collected works under the title of St. Joan of Arc. To W. D. Howells, in New York: London, October 19, '99. Dear Howells, it's a lucky day. Of the sort when it never rains but it pours. I was to write an introduction to a nobler book, the English translation of the official record, unabridged, of the trials and rehabilitation of Joan of Arc, and make a lot of footnotes. I wrote the introduction in Sweden, and here, a few days ago, I tore loose from a tale I'm writing, and took the manuscript book and went at the grind of note making, a fearful job for a man not used to it. This morning brought a note from my excellent friend Murray, a rich Englishman who edits the translation, saying, "Never mind the notes, we'll make the translators do them." That was comfort and joy. The same mail brought a note from Canon Wilberforce, asking me to talk Joan of Arc in his drawing room to the dukes and earls and M.P.s, which would fetch me out of my seclusion and into print, and I couldn't have that. And so of course I must run down to the Abbey and explain, and lose an hour. Just then came Murray and said, "Leave that to me. I'll go and do the explaining, and put the thing off 3 months. You write a note and tell 'em I'm coming." Which I did, later. Wilberforce carried off my hat from a lunch party last summer, and in today's note he said he wouldn't steal my new hat this time. In my note I said I couldn't make the drawing room talk now. Murray would explain, and added a P.S. You mustn't think it is because I'm afraid to trust my hat in your reach again, for I assure you upon honor it isn't. I should bring my old one. I had suggested to Murray a fortnight ago that he get some big guns to write introductory monographs for the book. Miss X, Joan's Voices and Prophecies; the Lord Chief Justice of England, the legal prodigies which she performed before her judges; Lord Roberts, her military genius; Kipling, her patriotism; and so on. When he came this morning he said he had captured Miss X, that Lord Roberts and Kipling were going to take hold and see if they could do monographs worthy of the book. He hadn't run the others to cover yet, but was on their track. Very good news. It is a grand book, and is entitled to the best efforts of the best people. As for me, I took pains with my introduction, and I admit that it is no slouch of a performance. Then I came down to Chatto's and found your all too beautiful letter, and was lifted higher than ever. Next came letters from America properly glorifying my Christian Science article in the Cosmopolitan and one roundly abusing it, and a letter from John Brisben Walker enclosing $200 additional pay for the article. He had already paid enough, but I didn't mention that, which wasn't right of me, for this is the second time he has done such a thing, whereas Gilder has done it only once, and no one else ever. I make no prices with Walker and Gilder. I can trust them. And last of all came a letter from M. How I do wish that man was in hell. Even the briefest line from that idiot puts me in a rage. But on the whole it has been a delightful day, and with M in hell it would have been perfect. But that will happen, and I can wait. Ah, if I could look into the inside of people as you do, and put it on paper, and invent things for them to do and say, and tell how they said it, I could write a fine and reasonable book now, for I've got a prime subject. I've written 30,000 words of it and satisfied myself that the stuff is there, so I'm going to discard that manuscript and begin all over again and have a good time with it. Oh, I know how you feel. I've been in hell myself. You are there tonight. By a difference in time you are at luncheon now, and not eating it. Nothing is so lonesome as gadding around platforming. I have declined 45 lectures to day, England and Scotland. I wanted the money, but not the torture. Good luck to you, and repentance. With love to all of you, Mark. End of Section 40. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 41 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete. By Mark Twain. Volume 4, Chapter 39. Letters of 1900. Mainly to Twichell. The Boer War. Boxer Troubles. The Return to America. The new year found Clemens still in London, chiefly interested in osteopathy and characteristically glorifying the practice at the expense of other healing methods. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford, London, January 8, 1900. Dear Joe, mental telepathy has scored another. Mental telegraphy will be greatly respected a century hence. By the accident of writing my sister and describing to her the remarkable cures made by Kellgren with his hands and without drugs, I brought upon myself a quite stunning surprise, for she wrote to me that she had been taking this very treatment in Buffalo, and that it was an American invention. Well, it does really turn out that Dr. Steele, in the middle of Kansas, in a village, began to experiment in 1874, only 5 years after Kellgren began the same work, obscurely, in the village of Gotha, in Germany. Dr. Steele seems to be an honest man. Therefore, I am persuaded that Kellgren moved him to his experiments by mental telegraphy across 6 hours of longitude, without need of a wire. By the time Steele began to experiment, Kellgren had completed his development of the principles of his system and established himself in a good practice in London, 1874, and was in good shape to convey his discovery to Kansas, mental telegraphically. Yes, I was greatly surprised to find that my mare's nest was much in arrears, that this new science was well known in America under the name of osteopathy. Since then I find that in the past 3 years it has got itself legalized in 14 States in spite of the opposition of the physicians; that it has established 20 osteopathic schools and colleges; that among its students are 75 allopathic physicians; that there is a school in Boston and another in Philadelphia; that there are about 100 students in the parent college, Dr. Steele's, at Kirksville, Missouri, and that there are about 2,000 graduates practicing in America. Dear me, there are not 30 in Europe. Europe is so sunk in superstitions and prejudices that it is an almost impossible thing to get her to do anything but scoff at a new thing, unless it come from abroad, as witness the telegraph, dentistry, etc. Presently the osteopath will come over here from America and will soon make himself a power that must be recognized and reckoned with, and then 25 years from now England will begin to claim the invention and tell all about its origin in the Cyclopedia B, as in the case of the telegraph, applied anesthetics, and the other benefactions which she heaped her abuse upon when her inventors first offered them to her. I cannot help feeling rather inordinately proud of America for the gay and hearty way in which she takes hold of any new thing that comes along and gives it a first rate trial. Many an ass in America is getting a deal of benefit out of Science's new exploitation of an age old healing principle, faith, combined with the patient's imagination. Let it boom along. I have no objection. Let them call it by what name they choose, so long as it does helpful work among the class which is numerically vastly the largest bulk of the human race, i.e., the fools, the idiots, the pudd'nheads. We do not guess, we know that 9 in 10 of the species are pudd'nheads. We know it by various evidences, and one of them is, that for ages the race has respected and almost venerated the physician's grotesque system, the emptying of miscellaneous and harmful drugs into a person's stomach to remove ailments which in many cases the drugs could not reach at all, in many cases could reach and help, but only at cost or damage to some other part of the man, and in the remainder of the cases the drug either retarded the cure or the disease was cured by nature in spite of the nostrums. The doctor's insane system has not only been permitted to continue its follies for ages, but has been protected by the state and made a close monopoly, an infamous thing, a crime against a free man's proper right to choose his own assassin or his own method of defending his body against disease and death. And yet at the same time, with curious and senile inconsistency, the state has allowed the man to choose his own assassin in one detail, the patent medicine detail, making itself the protector of that perilous business, collecting money out of it, and appointing no committee of experts to examine the medicines and forbid them when extra dangerous. Really, when a man can prove that he is not a jackass, I think he is in the way to prove that he is no legitimate member of the race. I have by me a list of 52 human ailments, common ones, and in this list I count 19 which the physician's art cannot cure. But there isn't one which osteopathy or Kellgren cannot cure, if the patient comes early. 15 years ago I had a deep reverence for the physician and the surgeon, but 6 months of closely watching the Kellgren business has revolutionized all that, and now I have neither reverence nor respect for the physician's trade, and scarcely any for the surgeon's. I am convinced that of all quackeries the physician's is the grotesquest and the silliest, and they know they are shams and humbugs. They have taken the place of those augurs who couldn't look each other in the face without laughing. See what a powerful hold our ancient superstitions have upon us. 2 weeks ago, when Livy committed an incredible imprudence and by consequence was promptly stricken down with a heavy triple attack, influenza, bronchitis, and a lung affected, she recognized the gravity of the situation and her old superstitions rose. She thought she ought to send for a doctor. Think of it, the last man in the world I should want around at such a time. Of course I did not say no, not that I was indisposed to take the responsibility, for I was not, my notion of a dangerous responsibility being quite the other way, but because it is unsafe to distress a sick person. I only said we knew no good doctor, and it could not be good policy to choose at hazard. So she allowed me to send for Kellgren. Today she is up and around, cured. It is safe to say that persons hit in the same way at the same time are in bed yet, and booked to stay there a good while, and to be in a shackly condition and afraid of their shadows for a couple of years or more to come. It will be seen by the foregoing that Mark Twain's interest in the Kellgren system was still an ardent one. Indeed, for a time he gave most of his thought to it, and wrote several long appreciations, perhaps with little idea of publication, but merely to get his enthusiasm physically expressed. War, however, presently supplanted medicine. The Boer troubles in South Africa and the Boxer insurrection in China. It was a disturbing, exciting year. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Wellington Court, Knightsbridge, January 25, 1900. Dear Howells, if you got half as much as Pond prophesied, be content and praise God it has not happened to another. But I am sorry he didn't go with you, for it is marvelous to hear him yarn. He is good company, cheery and hearty, and his mill is never idle. Your doing a lecture tour was heroic. It was the highest order of grit, and you have a right to be proud of yourself. No amount of applause or money, or both, could save it from being a hell to a man constituted as you are. It is that, even to me, who am made of coarser stuff. I knew the audiences would come forward and shake hands with you, that one infallible sign of sincere approval. In all my life, wherever it failed me, I left the hall sick and ashamed, knowing what it meant. Privately speaking, this is a sordid and criminal war, and in every way shameful and excuseless. Every day I write, in my head, bitter magazine articles about it. But I have to stop with that, for England must not fall. It would mean an inundation of Russian and German political degradations which would envelop the globe and steep it in a sort of Middle Age night and slavery which would last till Christ comes again. Even wrong, and she is wrong, England must be upheld. He is an enemy of the human race who shall speak against her now. Why was the human race created? Or, at least, why wasn't something creditable created in place of it? God had his opportunity. He could have made a reputation. But no. He must commit this grotesque folly, a lark which must have cost him a regret or two when he came to think it over and observe effects. For a giddy and unbecoming caprice there has been nothing like it till this war. I talk the war with both sides, always waiting until the other man introduces the topic. Then I say my head is with the Briton, but my heart, and such rags of morals as I have, are with the Boer. Now we will talk, unembarrassed and without prejudice. And so we discuss and have no trouble. January 26. It was my intention to make some disparaging remarks about the human race, and so I kept this letter open for that purpose, and for the purpose of telling my dream, wherein the Trinity were trying to guess a conundrum. But I can do better, for I can snip out of the Times various samples and side lights which bring the race down to date, and expose it as of yesterday. If you will notice, there is seldom a telegram in a paper which fails to show up one or more members and beneficiaries of our civilization as promenading in his shirt tail, with the rest of his regalia in the wash. I love to see the holy ones air their smug pieties and admire them and smirk over them, and at the same moment frankly and publicly show their contempt for the pieties of the Boer, confidently expecting the approval of the country and the pulpit, and getting it. I notice that God is on both sides in this war, thus history repeats itself. But I am the only person who has noticed this. Everybody here thinks he is playing the game for this side, and for this side only. With great love to you all, Mark. One cannot help wondering what Mark Twain would have thought of human nature had he lived to see the Great World War, fought mainly by the Christian nations who for nearly 2,000 years had been preaching peace on earth and goodwill toward men. But his opinion of the race could hardly have been worse than it was, and nothing that human beings could do would have surprised him. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: London, January 27, 1900. Dear Joe, apparently we are not proposing to set the Filipinos free and give their islands to them, and apparently we are not proposing to hang the priests and confiscate their property. If these things are so, the war out there has no interest to me. I have just been examining Chapter 70 of Following the Equator to see if the Boer's old military effectiveness is holding out. It reads curiously as if it had been written about the present war. I believe that in the next chapter my notion of the Boer was rightly conceived. He is popularly called uncivilized. I do not know why. Happiness, food, shelter, clothing, wholesale labor, modest and rational ambitions, honesty, kindliness, hospitality, love of freedom and limitless courage to fight for it, composure and fortitude in time of disaster, patience in time of hardship and privation, absence of noise and brag in time of victory, contentment with a humble and peaceful life void of insane excitements. If there is a higher and better form of civilization than this, I am not aware of it and do not know where to look for it. I suppose we have the habit of imagining that a lot of artistic, intellectual, and other artificialities must be added, or it isn't complete. We and the English have these latter, but as we lack the great bulk of these others, I think the Boer civilization is the best of the two. My idea of our civilization is that it is a shabby, poor thing and full of cruelties, vanities, arrogancies, meannesses, and hypocrisies. As for the word, I hate the sound of it, for it conveys a lie, and as for the thing itself, I wish it was in hell, where it belongs. Provided we could get something better in the place of it, but that is not possible, perhaps. Poor as it is better than real savagery. Therefore, we must stand by it, extend it, and in public praise it. And so we must not utter any hateful word about England in these days, nor fail to hope that she will win in this war, for her defeat and fall would be an irremediable disaster for the mangy human race. Naturally, then, I am for England, but she is profoundly in the wrong, Joe, and no instructed Englishman doubts it. At least that is my belief. Maybe I'll manage to make myself misunderstood as to the osteopathists. I wanted to know how the men impress you. As to their art, I know fairly well about that, and should not value Hartford's opinion of it, nor a physician's, nor that of another who proposed to enlighten me out of his ignorance. Opinions based upon theory, superstition, and ignorance are not very precious. Livy and the others are off for the country for a day or two. Love to you all. Mark. The next letter affords a pleasant variation. Without doubt it was written on realizing that good nature and enthusiasm had led him into indiscretion. This was always happening to him, and letters like this are not infrequent, though generally less entertaining. To Mr. Ann, in London: Wellington Court, February 23, 1900. Dear Mr. Ann, upon sober second thought, it won't do. I withdraw that letter. Not because I said anything in it which is not true, for I didn't, but because when I allow my name to be used in forwarding a stock scheme, I am assuming a certain degree of responsibility as toward the investor, and I am not willing to do that. I have another objection, a purely selfish one. Trading upon my name, whether the enterprise scored a success or a failure, would damage me. I can't afford that. Even the Archbishop of Canterbury couldn't afford it, and he has more character to spare than I have. Ah, a happy thought! If he would sign the letter with me that would change the whole complexion of the thing, of course. I do not know him, yet I would sign any commercial scheme that he would sign. As he does not know me, it follows that he would sign anything that I would sign. This is unassailable logic, but really that is all that can be said for it. No, I withdraw the letter. This virgin is pure up to date, and is going to remain so. Yours sincerely, S.L.C. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Wellington Court, Knightsbridge, March 4, 1900. Dear Joe, Henry Robinson's death is a sharp wound to me, and it goes very deep. I had a strong affection for him, and I think he had for me. Every Friday, 3/4 of the year for 16 years, he was of the billiard party in our house. When we come home, how shall we have billiard nights again, with no Ned Bunce and no Henry Robinson? I believe I could not endure that. We must find another use for that room. Susie is gone, George is gone, Libby Hammersley, Ned Bunce, Henry Robinson. The friends are passing, one by one. Our house, where such warm blood and such dear blood flowed so freely, is become a cemetery. But not in any repellent sense. Our dead are welcome there. Their life made it beautiful. Their death has hallowed it. We shall have them with us always, and there will be no parting. It was a moving address you made over Ward Cheney, that fortunate youth. Like Susy, he got out of life all that was worth the living, and got his great reward before he had crossed the tropic frontier of dreams and entered the Sahara of fact. The deep consciousness of Susy's good fortune is a constant comfort to me. London is happy hearted at last. The British victories have swept the clouds away, and there are no uncheerful faces. For 3 months the private dinner parties (we go to no public ones) have been lodges of sorrow, and just a little depressing sometimes. But now they are smiley and animated again. Joe, do you know the Irish gentleman and the Irish lady, the Scotch gentleman and the Scotch lady? These are darlings, every one. Night before last it was all Irish, 24. One would have to travel far to match their ease and sociability and animation and sparkle and absence of shyness and self consciousness. It was American in these fine qualities. This was at Mr. Lecky's. He is Irish, you know. Last night it was Irish again, at Lady Gregory's. Lord Roberts is Irish, and Sir William Butler, and Kitchener, I think, and a disproportion of the other prominent generals are of Irish and Scotch breed, keeping up the traditions of Wellington and Sir Colin Campbell of the Mutiny. You will have noticed that in S.A., as in the Mutiny, it is usually the Irish and the Scotch that are placed in the forefront of the battle. An Irish friend of mine says this is because the Celts are idealists and enthusiasts, with age old heroisms to emulate and keep bright before the world, but that the low class Englishman is dull and without ideals, fighting bull doggishly while he has a leader, but losing his head and going to pieces when his leader falls. Not so with the Celt. Sir William Butler said the Celt is the spearhead of the British lance. Love to you all, Mark. The Henry Robinson mentioned in the foregoing letter was Henry C. Robinson, one time Governor of Connecticut, long a dear and intimate friend of the Clemens household. Lecky was W. H. E. Lecky, the Irish historian whose History of European Morals had been, for many years, one of Mark Twain's favorite books. In July, the Clemenses left the small apartment at 30 Wellington Court and established a summer household a little way out of London, at Dollis Hill. Today the place has been given to the public under the name of Gladstone Park, so called for the reason that in an earlier time Gladstone had frequently visited there. It was a beautiful spot, a place of green grass and spreading oaks. In a letter in which Mrs. Clemens wrote to her sister, she said, "It is simply divinely beautiful and peaceful. The great, old trees are beyond everything. I believe nowhere in the world do you find such trees as in England." Clemens wrote to Twichell, "From the house you can see little but spacious stretches of hay fields and green turf, yet the massed brick blocks of London are reachable in 3 minutes on a horse. By rail we can be in the heart of London, in Baker Street, in 17 minutes, by a smart train in 5." Mail, however, would seem to have been less prompt. To the Editor of the Times, in London: Sir, it has often been claimed that the London postal service was swifter than that of New York, and I have always believed that the claim was justified. But a doubt has lately sprung up in my mind. I live 8 miles from Printing House Square. The Times leaves that point at 4 o'clock in the morning, by mail, and reaches me at 5 in the afternoon, thus making the trip in 13 hours. It is my conviction that in New York we should do it in 11. C. Dollis Hill, Northwest. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Dollis Hill House, Kilburn, Northwest, London, August 12, 1900. Dear Joe, the sages Professor Fiske and Brander Matthews were out here to tea a week ago, and it was a breath of American air to see them. We furnished them a bright day and comfortable weather, and they used it all up, in their extravagant American way. Since then we have sat by coal fires evenings. We shall sail for home some time in October, but shall winter in New York, where we can have an osteopath of good repute to continue the work of putting this family in proper condition. Livy and I dined with the Chief Justice a month ago, and he was as well conditioned as an athlete. It is all China, now, and my sympathies are with the Chinese. They have been villainously dealt with by the sceptered thieves of Europe, and I hope they will drive all the foreigners out and keep them out for good. I only wish it. Of course I don't really expect it. Why, hang it, it occurs to me that by the time we reach New York you Twichells will be invading Europe, and once more we shall miss the connection. This is thoroughly exasperating. Aren't we ever going to meet again? With no end of love from all of us, Mark. P. S. August 18. Dear Joe, it is 7:30 a.m. I have been waking very early lately. If it occurs once more it will be habit. Then I will submit and adopt it. This is our day of mourning. It is 4 years since Susy died. It is 5 years and a month that I saw her alive for the last time, throwing kisses at us from the railway platform when we started west around the world. Sometimes it is a century, sometimes it was yesterday. With love, Mark. We discover in the foregoing letter that the long European residence was drawing to an end. More than 9 years had passed since the closing of the Hartford house, eventful years that had seen failure, bereavement, battle with debt, and rehabilitated fortunes. All the family were anxious to get home, Mark Twain most anxious of all. They closed Dollis Hill House near the end of September, and put up for a brief period at a family hotel, an amusing picture of which follows. To J. Y. M. McAllister, in London: September, 1900. My dear McAllister, we do really start next Saturday. I meant to sail earlier, but waited to finish some studies of what are called family hotels. They are a London specialty. God has not permitted them to exist elsewhere. They are ramshackle clubs which were dwellings at the time of the Heptarchy. Dover and Albemarle streets are filled with them. The once spacious rooms are split up into coops which afford as much discomfort as can be had anywhere out of jail for any money. All the modern inconveniences are furnished, and some that have been obsolete for a century. The prices are astonishingly high for what you get. The bedrooms are hospitals for incurable furniture. I find it so in this one. They exist upon a tradition. They represent the vanishing homelike inn of 50 years ago, and are mistaken by foreigners for it. Some quite respectable Englishmen still frequent them through inherited habit and arrested development. Many Americans also, through ignorance and superstition. The rooms are as interesting as the Tower of London, but older, I think. Older and dearer. The lift was a gift of William the Conqueror. Some of the beds are prehistoric. They represent geological periods. Mine is the oldest. It is formed in strata of old red sandstone, volcanic tufa, igneous fatuous, and bicarbonate of hornblende superimposed upon argillaceous shale, and contains the prints of prehistoric man. It is in number 149. Thousands of scientists come to see it. They consider it holy. They want to blast out the prints, but cannot. Dynamite rebounds from it. Finish studies and sail Saturday in Minnehaha. Yours ever affectionately, Mark Twain. They sailed for New York October 6th, and something more than a week later America gave them a royal welcome. The press, far and wide, sounded Mark Twain's praises once more. Dinners and receptions were offered on every hand. Editors and lecture agents clamored for him. The family settled in the Earlington Hotel during a period of house hunting. They hoped eventually to return to Hartford, but after a brief visit, paid by Clemens alone to the old place, he wrote, To Sylvester Baxter, in Boston, New York, October 26, 1900. Dear Mr. Baxter, it was a great pleasure to me to renew the other days with you, and there was a pathetic pleasure in seeing Hartford and the house again. But I realize that if we ever enter the house again to live, our hearts will break. I am not sure that we shall ever be strong enough to endure that strain. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. Mr. and Mrs. Rogers wished to have them in their neighborhood, but the houses there were not suitable, or were too expensive. Through Mr. Frank Doubleday they eventually found, at 14 West 10th Street, a large residence handsomely furnished, and this they engaged for the winter. We were lucky to get this big house furnished, he wrote McAllister in London. There was not another one in town procurable that would answer us, but this one is all right. Space enough in it for several families, the rooms all old-fashioned, great size. The little note that follows shows that Mark Twain had not entirely forgotten the days of Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn. To a neighbor on West 10th Street, New York, November 30. Dear Madam, I know I ought to respect my duty and perform it, but I am weak and faithless where boys are concerned, and I can't help secretly approving pretty bad and noisy ones, though I do object to the kind that ring doorbells. My family try to get me to stop the boys from holding conventions on the front steps, but I basely shirk out of it because I think the boys enjoy it. My wife has been complaining to me this evening about the boys on the front steps.
and under compulsion I have made some promises. But I'm very forgetful, now that I'm old, and my sense of duty is getting spongy. Very truly yours, S. L. Clemens.
End of section 41. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 42 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete by Mark Twain. Volume 5, Chapter 40. Letters of 1901, chiefly to Twichell. Mark Twain as a reformer. Summer at Saranac. Assassination of President McKinley. An editorial in the Louisville Courier-Journal early in 1901 said, "A remarkable transformation, or rather a development, has taken place in Mark Twain. The genial humorist of the earlier day is now a reformer of the vigorous kind, a sort of knight-errant, who does not hesitate to break a lance with either church or state, if he thinks them interposing on that broad highway over which he believes not a part but the whole of mankind has the privilege of passing in the onward march of the ages." Mark Twain had begun breaking the lance very soon after his return from Europe. He did not believe that he could reform the world, but at least he need not withhold his protest against those things which stirred his wrath. He began by causing the arrest of a cabman who had not only overcharged but insulted him. He continued by writing openly against the American policy in the Philippines, the missionary propaganda which had resulted in the Chinese uprising and massacre, and against Tammany politics. Not all of his efforts were in the line of reform. He had become a sort of general spokesman which the public flocked to hear, whatever the subject. On the occasion of a Lincoln birthday service at Carnegie Hall he was chosen to preside, and he was obliged to attend more dinners than were good for his health. His letters of this period were mainly written to his old friend Twichell in Hartford. Howells, who lived in New York, he saw with considerable frequency. In the letter which follows, the medicine which Twichell was to take was plasmon, an English proprietary remedy in which Mark Twain had invested, a panacea for all human ills which osteopathy could not reach. To Rev. Joseph Twichell, in Hartford: 14 West 10th Street, January 23, '01. Dear Joe, certainly. I used to take it in my coffee, but it settled to the bottom in the form of mud, and I had to eat it with a spoon. So I dropped the custom and took my 2 teaspoonfuls in cold milk after breakfast. If we were out of milk I shoveled the dry powder into my mouth and washed it down with water. The only essential is to get it down, the method is not important. No, blame it, I can't go to the alumni dinner, Joe. It takes 2 days and I can't spare the time. Moreover, I preside at the Lincoln birthday celebration in Carnegie Hall February 11, and I must not make 2 speeches so close together. Think of it, 2 old rebels functioning there, I as president, and Watterson as orator of the day. Things have changed somewhat in these 40 years. Thank God. Look here, when you come down you must be our guest. We've got a roomy room for you, and Livy will make trouble if you go elsewhere. Come straight to 14 West 10th. January 24. Livy says amen to that. Also, can you give us a day or two's notice so the room will be sure to be vacant? I'm going to stick close to my desk for a month now, hoping to write a small book. Yours ever, Mark. The letter which follows is a fair sample of Mark Twain's private violence on a subject which, in public print, he could only treat effectively by preserving his good humor. When he found it necessary to boil over, as he did now and then, for relief, he always found a willing audience in Twichell. The mention of his private philosophy refers to What is Man, privately published in 1906, reissued by his publishers in 1916. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: 14 West 10th, January 29, '01. Dear Joe, I'm not expecting anything but kicks for scoffing, and am expecting a diminution of my bread and butter by it. But if Livy will let me, I will have my say. This nation is like all the others that have been spewed upon the earth, ready to shout for any cause that will tickle its vanity or fill its pocket. What a hell of a heaven it will be when they get all these hypocrites assembled there. I can't understand it. You are a public guide and teacher, Joe, and are under a heavy responsibility to men, young and old. If you teach your people, as you teach me, to hide their opinions when they believe the flag is being abused and dishonored, lest the utterance do them and a publisher a damage, how do you answer for it to your conscience? You are sorry for me. In the fair way of give and take, I'm willing to be a little sorry for you. However, I seem to be going counter to my own private philosophy, which Livy won't allow me to publish, because it would destroy me. But I hope to see it in print before I die. I planned it 15 years ago, and wrote it in '98. I've often tried to read it to Livy, but she won't have it. It makes her melancholy. The truth always has that effect on people. Would have, anyway, if they ever got hold of a rag of it, which they don't. You are supposing that I'm moved by a large patriotism, and that I'm distressed because our President has blundered up to his neck in the Philippine mess, and that I'm grieved because this great big ignorant nation, which doesn't know even the ABC facts of the Philippine episode, is in disgrace before the sarcastic world. Drop that idea. I care nothing for the rest. I'm only distressed and troubled because I'm befouled by these things. That is all. When I search myself away down deep, I find this out. Whatever a man feels or thinks or does, there's never any but one reason for it, and that is a selfish one. At great inconvenience and expense of precious time, I went to the chief synagogue the other night and talked in the interest of a charity school of poor Jew girls. I know, to the finest shades, the selfish ends that moved me, but no one else suspects. I could give you the details if I had time. You would perceive how true they are. I've written another article. You better hurry down and help Livy squelch it. She's out pottering around somewhere, poor housekeeping slave. And Clara's in the hands of the osteopath, getting the bronchitis pulled and hauled out of her. It was a bad attack and a little disquieting. It came day before yesterday, and she hasn't sat up till this afternoon. She is getting along satisfactorily now. Lots of love to you all, Mark. Mark Twain's religion had to do chiefly with humanity in its present incarnation, and concerned itself very little with any possible measure of reward or punishment in some supposed court of the hereafter. Nevertheless, psychic investigation always interested him, and he was good-naturedly willing to explore, even hoping, perhaps, to be convinced that individuality continues beyond death. The letter which follows indicates his customary attitude in relation to spiritualistic research. The experiments here mentioned, however, were not satisfactory. To Mrs. Charles McQuiston, Dobbs Ferry, New York, March 26, 1901. Dear Mrs. McQuiston, I have never had an experience which moved me to believe the living can communicate with the dead. But my wife and I have experimented in the matter when opportunity offered, and shall continue to do so.
I enclose a letter which came this morning, the second from the same source. Mrs. K. is a Missourian, and lately she discovered, by accident, that she was a remarkable hypnotizer. Her best subject is a Missouri girl, Miss White, who is to come here soon and sustain strictly scientific tests before professors at Columbia University. Mrs. Clemens and I intend to be present, and we shall ask the pair to come to our house to do whatever things they can do. Meantime, if you thought well of it, you might write her and arrange a meeting, telling her it is by my suggestion, and that I gave you her address. Some one has told me that Mrs. Piper is discredited. I cannot be sure, but I think it was Mr. Myers, president of the London Psychical Research Society. We heard of his death yesterday. He was a spiritualist. I am afraid he was a very easily convinced man. We visited two mediums who he and Andrew Lang considered quite wonderful, but they were quite transparent frauds. Mrs. Clemens corrects me. One of those women was a fraud, the other not a fraud, but only an innocent, well-meaning, driveling vacancy. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. In Mark Twain's Bermuda chapters entitled Idle Notes of an Idle Excursion, he tells of an old sea captain, one Hurricane Jones, who explained biblical miracles in a practical, even if somewhat startling, fashion. In his story of the prophets of Baal, for instance, the old captain declared that the burning water was nothing more nor less than petroleum. Upon reading the notes, Professor Phelps of Yale wrote that the same method of explaining miracles had been offered by Sir Thomas Browne. Perhaps it may be added that Captain Hurricane Jones also appears in Roughing It as Captain Ned Blakely. To Professor William Lyon Phelps, Yale University, New York, April 24, 1901. My dear Sir, I was not aware that old Sir Thomas had anticipated that story, and I am much obliged to you for furnishing me the paragraph. It is curious that the same idea should leave entered two heads so unlike as the head of that wise old philosopher and that of Captain Ned Wakeman, a splendidly uncultured old sailor, but in his own opinion a thinker by divine right. He was an old friend of mine of many years' standing. I made 2 or 3 voyages with him and found him a darling in many ways. The petroleum story was not told to me. He told it to Joe Twichell, who ran across him by accident on a sea voyage where I think the two were the only passengers. A delicious pair, and admirably mated, they took to each other at once and became as thick as thieves. Joe was passing under a fictitious name, and old Wakeman didn't suspect that he was a parson. So he gave his profanity full swing, and he was a master of that great art. You probably know Twichell, and will know that that is a kind of refreshment which he is very capable of enjoying. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. For the summer, Clemens and his family found a comfortable lodge in the Adirondacks, a log cabin called The Lair on Saranac Lake. Soon after his arrival there he received an invitation to attend the celebration of Missouri's 80th anniversary. He sent the following letter: To Edward L. Dimmitt, in St. Louis, among the Adirondack Lakes, July 19, 1901. Dear Mr. Dimmitt, by an error in the plans, things go wrong end first in this world, and much precious time is lost, and matters of urgent importance are fatally retarded. Invitations which a brisk young fellow should get, and which would transport him with joy, are delayed and impeded and obstructed until they are 50 years overdue when they reach him. It has happened again in this case. When I was a boy in Missouri, I was always on the lookout for invitations, but they always miscarried and went wandering through the aisles of time, and now they are arriving when I am old and rheumatic and can't travel and must lose my chance. I have lost a world of delight through this matter of delaying invitations. 50 years ago I would have gone eagerly across the world to help celebrate anything that might turn up. It would have made no difference to me what it was, so that I was there and allowed a chance to make a noise. The whole scheme of things is turned wrong into. Life should begin with age and its privileges and accumulations, and end with youth and its capacity to splendidly enjoy such advantages. As things are now, when in youth $1 would bring 100 pleasures, you can't have it. When you are old, you get it, and there's nothing worth buying with it then. It's an epitome of life. The first half of it consists of the capacity to enjoy without the chance. The last half consists of the chance without the capacity. I am admonished in many ways that time is pushing me inexorably along. I am approaching the threshold of age. In 1977 I shall be 142. This is no time to be flitting about the earth. I must cease from the activities proper to youth and begin to take on the dignities and gravities and inertia proper to that season of honorable senility which is on its way and imminent as indicated above. Yours is a great and memorable occasion, and as a son of Missouri I should hold it a high privilege to be there and share your just pride in the State's achievements. But I must deny myself the indulgence while thanking you earnestly for the prized honor you have done me in asking me to be present. Very truly yours, S. L. Clemens.
In the foregoing, Mark Twain touches upon one of his favorite fancies, that life should begin with old age and approach strong manhood, golden youth, to end at last with pampered and beloved babyhood. Possibly he contemplated writing a story with this idea as the theme, but he seems never to have done so. The reader who has followed these letters may remember Yung Wing, who had charge of the Chinese educational mission in Hartford, and how Mark Twain with Twichell called on General Grant in behalf of the mission. Yung Wing, now returned to China, had received the idea of making an appeal to the government of the United States for relief of his starving countrymen.
To J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Ampersand, New York, July 28, '01. Dear Joe, as you say, it is impracticable, in my case certainly, for me to assist in an appeal to that Congress of land thieves and liars would be to bring derision upon it, and for me to assist in an appeal for cash to pass through the hands of those missionaries out there of any denomination, Catholic or Protestant, wouldn't do at all. They wouldn't handle money which I had soiled, and I wouldn't trust them with it anyway. They would devote it to the relief of suffering, I know that, but the sufferers selected would be converts. The missionary utterances exhibit no humane feeling toward the others, but in place of it a spirit of hate and hostility, and it is natural. The Bible forbids their presence there. Their trade is unlawful. Why shouldn't their characters be of necessity in harmony with— But never mind. Let it go. It irritates me. Later. I have been reading Yung Wing's letter again. It may be that he is overwrought by his sympathies, but it may not be so. There may be other reasons why the missionaries are silent about the Shensi 2-year famine and cannibalism. It may be that there are so few Protestant converts there that the missionaries are able to take care of them, that they are not likely to largely concern themselves about Catholic converts and the others, is quite natural, I think. That crude way of appealing to this government for help in a cause which has no money in it and no politics rises before me again in all its admirable innocence. Doesn't Yung Wing know us yet? However, He has been absent since '96 or '97. We have gone to hell since then. Kossuth couldn't raise 30 cents in Congress now if he were back with his moving Magyar tale. I am on the front porch lower one, main deck of our little bijou of a dwelling house. The lake edge lower Saranac is so nearly under me that I can't see the shore, but only the water, small poured with rain splashes, for there's a heavy downpour. It is charmingly like sitting snuggled up on a ship's deck with the stretching sea all around, but very much more satisfactory, for at sea a rain storm is depressing, while here of course the effect engendered is just a deep sense of comfort and contentment. The heavy forest shuts us solidly in on 3 sides. There are no neighbors. There are beautiful little tan-colored impudent squirrels about. They take tea, 5 p.m., not invited, at the table in the woods where Jean does my typewriting, and one of them has been brave enough to sit upon Jean's knee with his tail curved over his back and munch his food. They come to dinner, 7 p.m., on the front porch, not invited. They all have the one name, Blennerhassett, from Burr's friend, and none of them answers to it except when hungry. We have been here since June 21st. For a little while we had some warm days, according to the family's estimate. I was hardly discommoded myself. Otherwise the weather has been of the sort you are familiar with in these regions, cool days and cool nights. We have heard of the hot wave every Wednesday, per the weekly paper. We allow no dailies to intrude. Last week, through visitors also, the only ones we have had, Dr. Root and John Howells. We have the daily lake swim, and all the tribe, servants included, but not I, do a good deal of boating, sometimes with the guide, sometimes without him. Jean and Clara are competent with the oars. If we live another year, I hope we shall spend its summer in this house. We have taken the Appleton country seat, overlooking the Hudson, at Riverdale, 25 minutes from the Grand Central Station, for a year, beginning October 1, with option for another year. We are obliged to be close to New York for a year or two. August 3rd. I go yachting a fortnight up north in a 20-knot boat, 225 feet long, with the owner, Mr. Rogers, Tom Reed, Dr. Rice, Colonel A. G. Paine, and 1 or 2 others. Judge Howland would go, but can't get away from engagements. Professor Sloane would go, but is in the grip of an illness. Come, will you go? If you can manage it, drop a postcard to me, care of H. H. Rogers, 26 Broadway. I shall be in New York a couple of days before we sail, July 31 or August 1, perhaps the latter, and I think I shall stop at the Hotel Grosvenor, corner 10th Street and 5th Avenue. We all send you and the Harmonies lots and gobs of love. Mark. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Ampersand, New York, August 28. Dear Joe, just a word to scoff at you, with your extravagant suggestion that I read the biography of Phillips Brooks, the very dullest book that has been printed for a century. Joe, 10 pages of Mrs. Cheney's masterly biography of her fathers, no, 5 pages of it, contain more meat, more sense, more literature, more brilliancy than that whole basket full of drowsy rubbish put together. Why, in that dead atmosphere even Brooks himself is dull. He wearied me. Oh, how he wearied me. We had a noble good time in the yacht, and caught a Chinese missionary and drowned him. Love from us all to you all. Mark.
The assassination of President McKinley occurred September 6, 1901. Such an event would naturally stir Mark Twain to comment on human nature in general. His letter to Twichell is as individual as it is sound in philosophy. At what period of his own life, or under what circumstances he made the long journey with tragic intent, there is no means of knowing now. There is no other mention of it elsewhere in the records that survive him.
To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Ampersand, Tuesday, September 10, 1901. Dear Joe, it is another off day, but tomorrow I shall resume work to a certainty, and bid a long farewell to letter scribbling. The news of the President looks decidedly hopeful, and we are all glad, and the household faces are much improved as to cheerfulness. Oh, the talk in the newspapers! Evidently the human race is the same old human race, and how unjust and unreflectingly discriminating the talkers are. Under the unsettling effects of powerful emotion, the talkers are saying wild things, crazy things. They are out of themselves, and do not know it. They are temporarily insane, yet with one voice they declare the assassin sane, a man who has been entertaining fiery and reason, debauching maggots in his head for weeks and months. Why, no one is sane straight along year in and year out, and we all know it. Our insanities are of varying sorts, and express themselves in varying forms, fortunately harmless forms as a rule. But in whatever form they occur, an immense upheaval of feeling can at any time topple us distinctly over the sanity line for a little while, and then if our form happens to be of the murderous kind, we must look out, and so must the spectator. This ass with the unpronounceable name was probably more insane than usual this week or two back, and may get back upon his bearings by and by, but he was over the sanity border when he shot the President. It is possible that it has taken him the whole interval since the murder of the King of Italy to get insane enough to attempt the President's life. Without a doubt some thousands of men have been meditating the same act in the same interval, but new and strong interests have intervened and diverted their overexcited minds long enough to give them a chance to settle and tranquilize and get back upon a healthy level again. Every extraordinary occurrence unsettles the heads of hundreds of thousands of men for a few moments or hours or days. If there had been 10 kings around when Humbert fell, they would have been in great peril for a day or more, and from men in whose presence they would have been quite safe after the excess of their excitement had had an interval in which to cool down. I bought a revolver once and traveled 1,200 miles to kill a man. He was away. He was gone a day. With nothing else to do, I had to stop and think, and did. Within an hour, within half of it, I was ashamed of myself, and felt unspeakably ridiculous. I did not know what to call it if I was not insane. During a whole week my head was in a turmoil night and day, fierce enough and exhausting enough to upset a stronger reason than mine. All over the world, every day, there are some millions of men in that condition temporarily, and in that time there is always a moment, perhaps only a single one, when they would do murder if their man was at hand. If the opportunity comes a shade too late, the chances are that it has come permanently too late. Opportunity seldom comes exactly at the supreme moment. This saves 1,000,000 lives a day in the world, for sure. No ruler is ever slain, but the tremendous details of it are ravenously devoured by 100,000 men whose minds dwell, unaware, near the temporary insanity frontier, and over they go now. There is a day, 2 days, 3, during which no ruler would be safe from perhaps the half of them, and there is a single moment wherein he would not be safe from any of them, no doubt. It may take this present shooting case 6 months to breed another ruler tragedy, but it will breed it. There is at least one mind somewhere which will brood and wear and decay itself to the killing point and produce that tragedy. Every negro burned at the stake unsettles the excitable brain of another one. I mean the inflaming details of his crime and the lurid theatricality of his exit do it, and the duplicate crime follows. And that begets a repetition, and that one another one, and so on. Every lynching account unsettles the brains of another set of excitable white men, and lights another pyre. 115 lynchings last year, 102 inside of 8 months this year. In 10 years this will be habit, on these terms. Yes, the wild talk you see in the papers, and from men who are sane when not upset by overwhelming excitement. A U.S. Senator, Cullum, wants this Buffalo criminal lynched. It would breed other lynchings, of men who are not dreaming of committing murders now, and will commit none if Cullum will keep quiet and not provide the exciting cause. And a district attorney wants a law which shall punish with death attempts upon a president's life, this, mind you, as a deterrent. It would have no effect, or the opposite one. The lunatic's mind space is all occupied, as mine was, with the matter in hand. There's no room in it for reflections upon what may happen to him. That comes after the crime. It is the noise the attempt would make in the world that would breed the subsequent attempts, by unsettling the rickety minds of men who envy the criminal his vast notoriety, his obscure name tongued by stupendous kings and emperors, his picture printed everywhere, the trivialest details of his movements, what he eats, what he drinks, how he sleeps, what he says, cabled abroad over the whole globe at cost of $50,000 a day, and he only a lowly shoemaker yesterday. Like the assassin of the President of France, in debt 3 francs to his landlady and insulted by her, and today she is proud to be able to say she knew him as familiarly as you know your own brother, and glad to stand till she drops and pour out columns and pages of her grandeur and her happiness upon the eager interviewer. Nothing will check the lynchings and ruler murder but absolute silence, the absence of pow-pow about them. How are you going to manage that? By gagging every witness and jamming him into a dungeon for life, by abolishing all newspapers, by exterminating all newspaper men, and by extinguishing God's most elegant invention, the human race. It is quite simple, quite easy, and I hope you will take a day off and attend to it, Joe. I blow a kiss to you, and am lovingly yours, Mark.
When the Adirondack summer ended, Clemens settled for the winter in the beautiful Appleton home at Riverdale on the Hudson. It was a place of wide-spreading grass and shade, a house of ample room. They were established in it in time for Mark Twain to take an active interest in the New York elections and assist a ticket for good government to defeat Tammany Hall. End of section 42. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 43 of The Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Letters of Mark Twain complete. By Mark Twain. Volume 5, Chapter 41. Letters of 1902. Riverdale. York Harbor. Illness of Mrs. Clemens. The year 1902 was an eventful one for Mark Twain. In April he received a degree of Doctor of Laws from the University of Missouri and returned to his native state to accept it. This was his last journey to the Mississippi River. During the summer Mrs. Clemens's health broke down, and illnesses of one sort or another visited other members of the family. Amid so much stress and anxiety, Clemens had little time or inclination for work. He wrote not many letters, and mainly somber ones. Once, by way of diversion, he worked out the idea of a curious club, which he formed, its members to be young girls for the most part whom he had never seen. They were elected without their consent from among those who wrote to him without his consent, and it is not likely that any one so chosen declined membership. One selection from his letters to the French member, Miss Helene Picard, of Saint-Dié, France, will explain the club and present a side of Mark Twain somewhat different from that found in most of his correspondence. To Miss Picard, in Saint-Dié, France: Riverdale on the Hudson, February 22, 1902. Dear Miss Helene, if you will let me call you so, considering that my head is white and that I have grown up daughters. Your beautiful letter has given me such deep pleasure. I will make bold to claim you for a friend and lock you up with the rest of my riches. For I am a miser who counts his spoil every day and hoards it secretly and adds to it when he can, and is grateful to see it grow. Some of that gold comes, like yourself, in a sealed package, and I can't see it and may never have the happiness. But I know its value without that, and by what sum it increases my wealth. I have a club, a private club, which is all my own. I appoint the members myself, and they can't help themselves, because I don't allow them to vote on their own appointment, and I don't allow them to resign. They are all friends whom I have never seen, save one, but who have written friendly letters to me. By the laws of my club there can be only one member in each country, and there can be no male member but myself. Some day I may admit males, but I don't know. They are capricious and inharmonious, and their ways provoke me a good deal. It is a matter which the club shall decide. I have made 4 appointments in the past 3 or 4 months. You as member for France, a young Highland girl as member for Scotland, a Mohammedan girl as member for Bengal, and a dear and bright young niece of mine as member for the United States, for I do not represent a country myself, but am merely member at large for the human race. You must not try to resign, for the laws of the club do not allow that. You must console yourself by remembering that you are in the best of company, that nobody knows of your membership except myself, that no member knows another's name but only her country, that no taxes are levied and no meetings held, but how dearly I should like to attend one. One of my members is a princess of a royal house, another is the daughter of a village bookseller on the continent of Europe, for the only qualification for membership is intellect and the spirit of good will. Other distinctions, hereditary or acquired, do not count. May I send you the constitution and laws of the club? I shall be so pleased if I may. It is a document which one of my daughters typewrites for me when I need one for a new member, and she would give her eyebrows to know what it is all about. But I strangle her curiosity by saying, there are much cheaper typewriters than you are, my dear, and if you try to pry into the sacred mysteries of this club, one of your prosperities will perish sure. My favorite? It is Joan of Arc. My next is Huckleberry Finn, but the family's next is the Prince and the Pauper. Yes, you are right. I am a moralist in disguise. It gets me into heaps of trouble when I go thrashing around in political questions. I wish you every good fortune and happiness, and I thank you so much for your letter.
Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens.
Early in the year Clemens paid a visit to Twichell in Hartford, and after one of their regular arguments on theology and the moral accountability of the human race, arguments that had been going on between them for more than 30 years, Twichell lent his visitor Freedom of the Will, by Jonathan Edwards, to read on the way home. The next letter was the result. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Riverdale on the Hudson, February, '02. Dear Joe, after compliments. Footnote: meaning what a good time you gave me, what a happiness it was to be under your roof again, etc., etc. See opening sentence of all translations of letters passing between Lord Roberts and Indian Princess and Rulers. End of footnote. From Bridgeport to New York, thence to home, and continuously until near midnight I wallowed and reeked with Jonathan in his insane debauch. Rose immediately refreshed and fine at 10 this morning, but with a strange and haunting sense of having been on a 3 days' tear with a drunken lunatic. It is years since I have known these sensations. All through the book is the glaze of a resplendent intellect gone mad, a marvelous spectacle. No, not all through the book. The drunk does not come on till the last third, where what I take to be Calvinism and its God begins to show up and shine red and hideous in the glow from the fires of hell, their only right and proper adornment. By God, I was ashamed to be in such company. Jonathan seems to hold, as against the Arminian position, that the man, or his soul, or his will, never creates an impulse itself, but is moved to action by an impulse back of it. That's sound. Also, that if 2 or more things offered it, it infallibly chooses the one which for the moment is most pleasing to itself. Perfectly correct. An immense admission for a man not otherwise sane. Up to that point he could have written chapters 3 and 4 of my suppressed gospel. But there we seem to separate. He seems to concede the indisputable and unshakable dominion of motive and necessity. Call them what he may, these are exterior forces and not under the man's authority, guidance, or even suggestion. Then he suddenly flies the logic track, and to all seeming makes the man and not these exterior forces responsible to God for the man's thoughts, words, and acts. It is frank insanity. I think that when he concedes the autocratic dominion of motive and necessity, he grants, a third position of mine, that a man's mind is a mere machine, an automatic machine, which is handled entirely from the outside, the man himself furnishing it absolutely nothing, not an ounce of its fuel, and not so much as a bare suggestion to that exterior engineer as to what the machine shall do, nor how it shall do it, nor when. After that concession it was time for him to get alarmed and shirk, for he was pointing straight for the only rational and possible next station on that piece of road, the irresponsibility of man to God. And so he shirked and arrived at this handsome result. Man is commanded to do so and so. It has been ordained from the beginning of time that some men shan't and others can't. These are to be blamed. Let them be damned. I enjoy the Colonel very much, and shall enjoy the rest of him with an obscene delight. Joe, the whole tribe shout love to you and yours, Mark. We have not heard of Joe Goodman since the trying days of '90 and '91, when he was seeking to promote the fortunes of the typesetting machine. Goodman, meantime, who had in turn been miner, printer, publisher, and farmer, had been devoting his energies and genius to something entirely new. He had been translating the prehistoric Mayan inscriptions of Yucatan and with such success that his work was elaborately published by an association of British scientists. In due time a copy of this publication came to Clemens, who was full of admiration of the great achievement. To J. T. Goodman, in California: Riverdale on the Hudson, June 13, '02. DEAR Joe, I am lost in reverence and admiration. It is now 24 hours that I have been trying to cool down and contemplate with quiet blood this extraordinary spectacle of energy, industry, perseverance, pluck, analytical genius, penetration, this eruption of thunders and fiery splendors from a fair and flowery mountain that nobody had supposed was a sleeping volcano. But I seem to be as excited as ever. Yesterday I read as much as half of the book, not understanding a word, but enchanted nevertheless, partly by the wonder of it all, the study, the erudition, the incredible labor, the modesty, the dignity, the majestic exclusiveness of the field and its lofty remoteness from things and contacts sordid and mean and earthy, and partly by the grace and beauty and limpidity of the book's unsurpassable English. Science, always great and worshipful, goes often in hodden gray, but you have clothed her in garments meant for her high degree. You think you get poor pay for your 20 years? No, oh no. You have lived in a paradise of the intellect whose lightest joys were beyond the reach of the longest purse in Christendom. You have had daily and nightly emancipation from the world's slaveries and gross interests. You have received a bigger wage than any man in the land. You have dreamed a splendid dream, and had it come true, and today you could not afford to trade fortunes with anybody, not even with another scientist, for he must divide his spoil with his guild, whereas essentially the world you have discovered is your own and must remain so. It is all just magnificent, Joe, and no one is prouder or gladder than yours always, Mark. At York Harbor, Maine, where they had taken a cottage for the summer, a pretty place, with Howells not far distant, at Kittery Point, Mrs. Clemens's health gave way. This was at a period when telegraphic communication was far from reliable. The old-time Western Union had fallen from grace. Its system no longer justified the best significance of that word. The new day of reorganization was coming, and it was time for it. Mark Twain's letter concerning the service at York Harbor would hardly be warranted today, but those who remember conditions of that earlier time will agree that it was justified then, and will appreciate its satire. To the President of the Western Union, in New York: The Pines, York Harbor, Maine. Dear Sir, I desire to make a complaint, and I bring it to you, the head of the company, because by experience I know better than to carry it to a subordinate. I have been here a month and a half, and by testimony of friends, reinforced by personal experience, I now feel qualified to claim as an established fact that the telegraphic service here is the worst in the world except that Boston. These services are actually slower than was the New York and Hartford service in the days when I last complained to you, which was 15 or 18 years ago, when telegraphic time and train time between the mentioned points was exactly the same, to wit, 3 hours and a half. 6 days ago, it was that raw day which provoked so much comment, my daughter was on her way up from New York, and at noon she telegraphed me from New Haven asking that I meet her with a cloak at Portsmouth. Her telegram reached me 4 hours and a quarter later, just 15 minutes too late for me to catch my train and meet her. I judged that the telegram traveled about 200 miles. It is the best telegraphic work I have seen since I have been here, and I am mentioning it in this place not as a complaint, but as a compliment. I think a compliment ought always to precede a complaint, where one is possible,
because it softens resentment and ensures for the complaint a courteous and gentle reception. Still, there is a detail or two connected with this matter which ought perhaps to be mentioned. And now, having smoothed away with the compliment, I will venture them. The head corpse in the York Harbor office sent me that telegram, although 1. He knew it would reach me too late to be of any value; 2. Also, that he was going to send it to me by his boy; 3. That the boy would not take the trolley and come the 2 miles in 12 minutes, but would walk; 4. That he would be 2 hours and a quarter on the road; 5. And that he would collect 25 cents for transportation for a telegram which he knew to be worthless before he started it. From these data I infer that the Western Union owes me 75 cents; that is to say, the amount paid for combined wire and land transportation, a recoup provided for in the printed paragraph which heads the telegraph blank. By these humane and Christian stages we now arrive at the complaint proper. We have had a grave case of illness in the family, and a relative was coming some 600 miles to help in the sick room during the convalescent period. It was an anxious time, of course, and I wrote and asked to be notified as to the hour of the expected arrival of this relative in Boston or in York Harbor. Being afraid of the telegraph, which I think ought not to be used in times of hurry and emergency, I asked that the desired message be brought to me by some swift method of transportation, by the milkman if he was coming this way. But there are always people who think they know more than you do, especially young people; so, of course, the young fellow in charge of this lady used the telegraph, and at Boston, of all places, except York Harbor. The result was as usual. Let me employ a statelier and exacter term, and say historical. The dispatch was handed to the H.C. of the Boston office at 9 this morning. It said, "Shall bring A.S. to you 11:45 this morning." The distance traveled by the dispatch is 40 or 50 miles, I suppose, as the train time is 5 minutes short of 2 hours, and the trains are so slow that they can't give a W.U. telegram 2 hours and 20 minutes start and overtake it. As I have said, the dispatch was handed in at Boston at 9. The expected visitors left Boston at 9:40 and reached my house at 12 noon, beating the telegram 2 solid hours and 5 minutes over. The boy brought the telegram. It was bald headed with age, but still legible. The boy was prostrate with travel and exposure, but still alive, and I went out to condole with him and get his last wishes and send for the ambulance. He was waiting to collect transportation before turning his passing spirit to less serious affairs. I found him strangely intelligent, considering his condition and where he is getting his training. I asked him at what hour the telegram was handed to the H.C. at Boston. He answered brightly that he didn't know. I examined the blank, and sure enough the wary Boston H.C. had thoughtfully concealed that statistic. I asked him at what hour it had started from Boston. He answered up as brightly as ever and said he didn't know. I examined the blank, and sure enough the Boston H.C. had left that statistic out in the cold, too. In fact, it turned out to be an official concealment. No blank was provided for its exposure, and none required by the law, I suppose. It is a good one sided idea, I remarked. They can take your money and ship your telegram next year if they want to. You've no redress. The law ought to extend the privilege to all of us. The boy looked upon me coldly. I asked him when the telegram reached York Harbor. He pointed to some figures following the signature at the bottom of the blank. 12:14. I said it was now 1:45, and asked, "Do you mean that it reached your morgue an hour and a half ago?" He nodded assent. It was at that time half an hour too late to be of any use to me if I wanted to go and meet my people, which was the case, for by the wording of the message you can see that they were to arrive at the station at 11:45. Why did your H.C. send me this useless message? Can't he read? Is he dead? It's the rules. No, that does not account for it. Would he have sent it if it had been 3 years old, I in the meantime deceased, and he aware of it? The boy didn't know. Because, you know, a rule which required him to forward to the cemetery today a dispatch due 3 years ago would be as good a rule as one which should require him to forward a telegram to me today which he knew had lost all its value an hour or two before he started it. The construction of such a rule would discredit an idiot. In fact, an idiot I mean a common, ordinary Christian idiot, you understand would be ashamed of it, and for the sake of his reputation wouldn't make it. What do you think? He replied with much natural brilliancy that he wasn't paid for thinking. This gave me a better opinion of the commercial intelligence pervading his morgue than I had had before. It also softened my feelings toward him, and also my tone, which had hitherto been tinged with bitterness. Let bygones be bygones, I said gently. We are all erring creatures, and mainly idiots, but God made us so, and it is dangerous to criticize. Sincerely, S. L. Clemens. One day there arrived from Europe a caller with a letter of introduction from Elizabeth, Queen of Rumania, better known as Carmen Sylva. The visitor was Madame Hartwig, formerly an American girl, returning now, because of reduced fortunes, to find profitable employment in her own land. Her husband, a man of high principle, had declined to take part in an affair of honor, as recognized by the Continental Code, hence his ruin. Elizabeth of Rumania was one of the most loved and respected of European queens, and an author of distinction. Mark Twain had known her in Vienna. Her letter to him, and his own letter to the public, perhaps a second one, for its date is 2 years later, follow herewith. From Carmen Sylva to Mark Twain. Bucharest, May 9, 1902. Honored Master, if I venture to address you on behalf of a poor lady who is stranded in Bucharest, I hope not to be too disagreeable. Mrs. Hartwig left America at the age of 14 in order to learn to sing, which she has done thoroughly. Her husband had quite a brilliant situation here till he refused to partake dans une affaire onéreuse, so it seems. They haven't a penny, and each of them must try to find a living. She is very nice and pleasant, and her school is so good that she most certainly can give excellent singing lessons. I beg your pardon for being a bore to one I so deeply love and admire, to whom I owe days and days of forgetfulness of self and troubles, and the intensest of all joys, hero worship. People don't always realize what a happiness that is. God bless you for every beautiful thought you poured into my tired heart, and for every smile on a weary way. Carmen Sylva.
From Mark Twain to the Public. November 16, '04. To whom it may concern, I desire to recommend Madame Hartwig to my friends and the public as a teacher of singing and as a concert vocalist. She has lived for 15 years at the court of Rumania, and she brought with her to America an autograph letter in which Her Majesty the Queen of Rumania cordially certified her to me as being an accomplished and gifted singer and teacher of singing, and expressed a warm hope that her professional venture among us would meet with success. Through absence in Europe I have had no opportunity to test the validity of the Queen's judgment in the matter, but that judgment is the utterance of an entirely competent authority, the best that occupies a throne, and as good as any that sits elsewhere, as the musical world well knows, and therefore back it without hesitation, and endorse it with confidence. I will explain that the reason Her Majesty tried to do her friend a friendly office through me instead of through some one else was not that I was particularly the right or best person for the office, but because I was not a stranger. It is true that I am a stranger to some of the monarchs, mainly through their neglect of their opportunities, but such is not the case in the present instance. The latter fact is a high compliment to me, and perhaps I ought to conceal it. Some people would. Mark Twain.
Mrs. Clemens's improvement was scarcely perceptible. It was not until October that they were able to remove her to Riverdale, and then only in a specially arranged invalid car. At the end of the long journey she was carried to her room, and did not leave it again for many months.
To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Riverdale, New York, October 31, '02. Dear Joe, it is 10 days since Susie Twichell wrote that you were laid up with a sprained shoulder, since which time we have had no news about it. I hope that no news is good news, according to the proverb. Still, authoritative confirmation of it will be gladly received in this family, if some of you will furnish it. Moreover, I should like to know how and where it happened. In the pulpit, as like as not. Otherwise you would not be taking so much pains to conceal it. This is not a malicious suggestion, and not a personally invented one. You told me yourself once that you threw artificial power and impressiveness into places in your sermons where needed, by banging the Bible. Your own words. You have reached a time of life when it is not wise to take these risks. You would better jump around. We all have to change our methods as the infirmities of age creep upon us. Jumping around will be impressive now, whereas before you were gray it would have excited remark. Poor Livy drags along drearily. It must be hard times for that turbulent spirit. It will be a long time before she is on her feet again. It is a most pathetic case. I wish I could transfer it to myself. Between ripping and raging and smoking and reading, I could get a good deal of a holiday out of it. Clara runs the house smoothly and capably. She is discharging her trial cook to day, and hiring another. A power of love to you all. Mark.
Such was the state of Mrs. Clemens's health that visitors were excluded from the sick room, and even Clemens himself was allowed to see her no more than a few moments at a time. These brief, precious visits were the chief interests of his long days. Occasionally he was allowed to send her a few lines, reporting his occupations, and these she was sometimes permitted to answer. Only one of his notes has been preserved, written after a day, now rare, of literary effort. Its signature, the letter Y, stands for youth, always her name for him.
To Mrs. Clemens: Dear Heart, I've done another full day's work, and finished before 4. I have been reading and dozing since, and would have had a real sleep a few minutes ago but for an incursion to bring me a couple of unimportant letters. I've stuck to the bed all day, and I'm getting back my lost ground. Next time I will be strictly careful and make my visit very short, just a kiss and a rush. Thank you for your dear, dear note. You who are my own and only sweetheart. Sleep well. Y.
End of section 43. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 44 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain Complete, by Mark Twain, Volume 5, Chapter 42. Letters of 1903. To Various Persons. Hard Days at Riverdale. Last Summer at Elmira. The Return to Italy. The reader may perhaps recall that H. Rogers, some 5 or 6 years earlier, had taken charge of the fortunes of Helen Keller, making it possible for her to complete her education. Helen had now written her first book, a wonderful book, The Story of My Life, and it had been successfully published. For a later generation it may be proper to explain that the Miss Sullivan, later Mrs. Macy, mentioned in the letter which follows, was the noble woman who had devoted her life to the enlightenment of this blind, dumb girl, had made it possible for her to speak and understand, and, indeed, to see with the eyes of luminous imagination. The case of plagiarism mentioned in this letter is not now remembered, and does not matter, but it furnished a text for Mark Twain whose remarks on the subject in general are eminently worth while. To Helen Keller, in Wrentham, Massachusetts, Riverdale on the Hudson, St. Patrick's Day, '03. Dear Helen, I must steal half a moment from my work to say how glad I am to have your book, and how highly I value it, both for its own sake and as a remembrance of an affectionate friendship which has subsisted between us for 9 years without a break, and without a single act of violence that I can call to mind. I suppose there is nothing like it in heaven, and not likely to be, until we get there and show off. I often think of it with longing, and how they'll say, "There they come, sit down in front." I am practicing with a tin halo. You do the same. I was at Henry Rogers last night, and of course we talked of you. He is not at all well. You will not like to hear that, but like you and me, he is just as lovely as ever. I am charmed with your book, enchanted. You are a wonderful creature, the most wonderful in the world, you and your other half together, Miss Sullivan, I mean. For it took the pair of you to make a complete and perfect whole. How she stands out in her letters, her brilliancy, penetration, originality, wisdom, character, and the fine literary competencies of her pen, they are all there. Oh, dear me, how unspeakably funny and owlishly idiotic and grotesque was that plagiarism farce! As if there was much of anything in any human utterance, oral or written, except plagiarism. The kernel, the soul, let us go further and say the substance, the bulk, the actual and valuable material of all human utterances is plagiarism. For substantially all ideas are second hand, consciously and unconsciously drawn from a million outside sources, and daily used by the garnerer with a pride and satisfaction born of the superstition that he originated them, whereas there is not a rag of originality about them anywhere except the little discoloration they get from his mental and moral caliber and his temperament, and which is revealed in characteristics of phrasing. When a great orator makes a great speech, you are listening to 10 centuries and 10,000 men. But we call it his speech, and really some exceedingly small portion of it is his, but not enough to signify. It is merely a Waterloo. It is Wellington's battle, in some degree, and we call it his, but there are others that contributed. It takes 1,000 men to invent a telegraph, or a steam engine, or a phonograph, or a photograph, or a telephone, or any other important thing, and the last man gets the credit, and we forget the others. He added his little mite. That is all he did. These object lessons should teach us that 99 parts of all things that proceed from the intellect are plagiarisms,
pure and simple, and the lesson ought to make us modest. But nothing can do that. Then why don't we unwittingly reproduce the phrasing of a story as well as the story itself? It can hardly happen, to the extent of 50 words except in the case of a child. Its memory tablet is not lumbered with impressions, and the actual language can have graving room there, and preserve the language a year or two. But a grown person's memory tablet is a palimpsest, with hardly a bare space upon which to engrave a phrase. It must be a very rare thing that a whole page gets so sharply printed upon a man's mind by a single reading that it will stay long enough to turn up some time or other and be mistaken by him for his own. No doubt we are constantly littering our literature with disconnected sentences borrowed from books at some unremembered time and now imagined to be our own, but that is about the most we can do. In 1866 I read Dr. Holmes's poems in the Sandwich Islands. A year and a half later I stole his dictation without knowing it, and used it to dedicate my Innocents Abroad with. Then, years afterwards, I was talking with Dr. Holmes about it. He was not an ignorant ass, no, not he. He was not a collection of decayed human turnips like your plagiarism court. And so when I said, "I know now where I stole it, but whom did you steal it from?" he said, "I don't remember. I only know I stole it from somebody, because I've never originated anything altogether myself, nor met anybody who had." To think of those solemn donkeys breaking a little child's heart with their ignorant rubbish about plagiarism! I couldn't sleep for blaspheming about it last night. Why, their whole lives, their whole histories, all their learning, all their thoughts, all their opinions were one solid ruck of plagiarism, and they didn't know it, and never suspected it. A gang of dull and hoary pirates piously setting themselves the task of disciplining and purifying a kitten that they think they've caught filching a chop. Oh, damn! But you finish it, dear. I am running short of vocabulary today. Ever lovingly your friend, Mark. Edited and modified by Clara Clemens, deputy to her mother, who for more than 7 months has been ill in bed and unable to exercise her official function. The burden of the Clemens household had fallen almost entirely upon Clara Clemens. In addition to supervising its customary affairs, she also shouldered the responsibility of an unusual combination of misfortunes, for besides the critical condition of her mother, her sister, Jean Clemens, was down with pneumonia, no word of which must come to Mrs. Clemens. Certainly it was a difficult position. In some account of it, which he set down later, Clemens wrote, "It was fortunate for us all that Clara's reputation for truthfulness was so well established in her mother's mind. It was our daily protection from disaster. The mother never doubted Clara's word. Clara could tell her large improbabilities without exciting any suspicion, whereas if I tried to market even a small and simple one, the case would have been different. I was never able to get a reputation like Clara's." The accumulation of physical ailments in the Clemens home had somewhat modified Mark Twain's notion of medical practice. He was no longer radical, he had become eclectic. It is a good deal of a concession that he makes to Twichell after those earlier letters from Sweden, in which osteopathy had been heralded as the anodyne for all human ills. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Dear Joe, Livy does really make a little progress these past 3 or 4 days, progress which is visible to even the untrained eye. The physicians are doing good work with her, but my notion is that no art of healing is the best for all ills. I should distribute the ailments around: surgery cases to the surgeons, lupus to the actinic ray specialist, nervous prostration to the Christian Scientist, most ills to the allopath, and the homeopath. In my own particular case, rheumatism, gout, and bronchial attacks to the osteopathist. Mr. Rogers was to sail southward this morning, and here's this weather. I'm sorry. I think it's a question if he gets away tomorrow. Yours ever, Mark. It was through J. Y. M. McAllister, to whom the next letter is written, that Mark Twain had become associated with the Plasmon Company, which explains the reference to shares. He had seen much of McAllister during the winter at Tedworth Square, and had grown fond of him. It is a characteristic letter, and one of interesting fact. To J. Y. M. McAllister, in London: Riverdale, New York, April 7, '03. Dear McAllister, yours arrived last night, and God knows I was glad to get it, for I was afraid I'd blundered into an offense in some way and forfeited your friendship, a kind of blunder I have made so many times in my life that I am always standing in a waiting and morbid dread of its occurrence. 3 days ago I was in condition, during one horribly long night, to sympathetically roast with you in your hell of troubles. During that night I was back again where I was in the black days, when I was buried under a mountain of debt. I called the daughters to me in private council and paralyzed them with the announcement, "Our outgo has increased in the past 8 months until our expenses are now 125% greater than our income." It was a mistake. When I came down in the morning a gray and aged wreck, and went over the figures again, I found that in some unaccountable way, unaccountable to a business man but not to me, I had multiplied the totals by 2. By God, I dropped 75 years on the floor where I stood. Do you know, it affected me as one is affected when he wakes out of a hideous dream and finds that it was only a dream. It was a great comfort and satisfaction to me to call the daughters to a private meeting of the board again and say, "You need not worry any more. Our outgo is only a third more than our income. In a few months your mother will be out of her bed and on her feet again. Then we shall drop back to normal and be all right." Suddenly there is a blistering and awful reality about a well-arranged unreality. It is quite within the possibilities that 2 or 3 nights like that night of mine could drive a man to suicide. He would refuse to examine the figures. They would revolt him so, and he could go to his death unaware that there was nothing serious about him. I cannot get that night out of my head, it was so vivid, so real, so ghastly. In any other year of these 33 the relief would have been simple: go where you can cut your cloth to fit your income. You can't do that when your wife can't be moved, even from one room to the next. Clams spells the trained nurse afternoons. I am allowed to see Mrs. Clemens 20 minutes twice a day, and write her 2 letters a day, provided I put no news in them. No other person ever sees her except the physician, and now and then a nerve specialist from New York. She saw there was something the matter that morning, but she got no facts out of me. But that is nothing. She hasn't had anything but lies for 8 months. A fact would give her a relapse. The doctor and a specialist met in conspiracy 5 days ago, and in their belief she will by and by come out of this as good as new, substantially. They ordered her to Italy for next winter, which seems to indicate that by autumn she will be able to undertake the voyage. So Clara is writing a Florence friend to take a look round among the villas for us in the regions near that city. It seems early to do this, but John Bergheim thought it would be wise. He and his wife lunched with us here yesterday. They have been abroad in Havana 4 months, and they sailed for England this morning. I am enclosing an order for half of your Founders shares. You are not to refuse them this time, though you have done it twice before.
They are yours, not mine, and for your family's sake, if not your own, you cannot in these cloudy days renounce this property which is so clearly yours and theirs. You have been generous long enough. Be just, now, to yourself. Mr. Rogers is off yachting for 5 or 6 weeks. I'll get them when he returns. The head of the house joins me in warmest greetings and remembrances to you and Mrs. McAllister. Ever yours, Mark. May 8. Great Scott! I never mailed this letter. I addressed it, put registered on it, then left it lying unsealed on the arm of my chair and rushed up to my bed quaking with a chill. I've never been out of the bed since. Oh, bronchitis, rheumatism, 2 sets of teeth aching. Land, I've had a dandy time for 4 weeks. And today, great guns, one of the very worst. I'm devilish sorry, and I do apologize, for although I'm not as slow as you are about answering letters, as a rule, I see where I'm standing this time. 2 weeks ago Jean was taken down again, this time with measles, and I haven't been able to go to her and she hasn't been able to come to me. But Mrs. Clemens is making nice progress, and can stand alone a moment or two at a time. Now I'll post this. Mark. The 2 letters that follow, though written only a few days apart, were separated in their arrival by a period of 7 years. The second letter was in some way mislaid and not mailed, and it was not until after the writer of it was dead that it was found and forwarded. Mark Twain could never get up much enthusiasm for the writings of Scott. His praise of Quentin Durward is about the only approval he ever accorded to the works of the great romanticist. To Brander Matthews, in New York: New York City, May 4, '03. Dear Brander, I haven't been out of my bed for 4 weeks, but well, I have been reading a good deal, and it occurs to me to ask you to sit down some time or other when you have 8 or 9 months to spare, and jot me down a certain few literary particulars for my help and evaluation. Your time need not be thrown away, for at your further leisure you can make Columbian lectures out of the results and do your students a good turn. 1. Are there in Sir Walter's novels passages done in good English which is neither slovenly or involved? 2. Are there passages whose English is not poor and thin and commonplace, but is of a quality above that? 3. Are there passages which burn with real fire, not punk, foxfire, make believe? 4. Has he heroes and heroines who are not cads and cadesses? 5. Has he personages whose acts and talk correspond with their characters as described by him? 6. Has he heroes and heroines whom the reader admires, and knows why? 7. Has he funny characters that are funny, and humorous passages that are humorous? 8. Does he ever chain the reader's interest, and make him reluctant to lay the book down? 9. Are there pages where he ceases from posing, ceases from admiring the placid flood and flow of his own delusions, ceases from being artificial, and is for a time, long or short, recognizably sincere and in earnest? 10. Did he know how to write English, and didn't do it because he didn't want to? 11. Did he use the right word only when he couldn't think of another one, or did he run so much to wrong because he didn't know the right one when he saw it? 13. Can you read him, and keep your respect for him? Of course a person could in his day, an era of sentimentality and sloppy romantics, but land! Can a body do it today? Brander, I lie here dying, slowly dying, under the blight of Sir Walter. I have read the first volume of Rob Roy and as far as chapter 19 of Guy Mannering, and I can no longer hold my head up nor take my nourishment. Lord, it's all so juvenile, so artificial, so shoddy. And such wax figures and skeletons and specters. Interest? Why, it is impossible to feel an interest in these bloodless shams, these milk and water humbugs. And oh, the poverty of the invention! Not poverty in inventing situations, but poverty in furnishing reasons for them. Sir Walter usually gives himself away when he arranges for a situation, elaborates and elaborates and elaborates, till if you live to get to it, you don't believe in it when it happens. I can't find the rest of Rob Roy. I can't stand any more Mannering. I do not know just what to do, but I will reflect, and not quit this great study rashly. He was great in his day, and to his proper audience, and so was God in Jewish times, for that matter, but why should either of them rank high now? And do they? Honest, now, do they? Damned if I believe it. My, I wish I could see you and Leigh Hunt. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. To Brander Matthews, in New York: Riverdale, May 8, '03. Mailed June, 1910. Dear Brander, I'm still in bed, but the days have lost their dullness since I broke into Sir Walter and lost my temper. I finished Guy Mannering, that curious, curious book, with its mob of squalid shadows jabbering around a single flesh and blood being, Denmark. A book crazily put together out of the very refuse of the romance artist's stage properties. Finished it and took up Quentin Durward, and finished that. It was like leaving the dead to mingle with the living. It was like withdrawing from the infant class in the College of Journalism to sit under the lectures in English literature in Columbia University. I wonder who wrote Quentin Durward. Yours ever, Mark. In 1903 preparations were going on for a great World's Fair, to be held in St. Louis, and among other features proposed was a World's Literary Convention, with a week to be set apart in honor of Mark Twain, and a special Mark Twain Day in it, on which the National Association would hold grand services in honor of the distinguished Missourian. A letter asking his consent to the plan brought the following reply: To T. F. Gatz, of Missouri: New York, May 30, 1903. Dear Mr. Gatz, it is indeed a high compliment which you offer me, in naming an association after me, and in proposing the setting apart of a Mark Twain Day at the great St. Louis Fair. But such compliments are not proper for the living. They are proper and safe for the dead only. I value the impulse which moves you to tender me these honors. I value it as highly as any one can, and am grateful for it. But I should stand in a sort of terror of the honors themselves. So long as we remain alive, we are not safe from doing things which, however righteously and honorably intended, can wreck our repute and extinguish our friendships. I hope that no society will be named for me while I am still alive, for I might at some time or other do something which would cause its members to regret having done me that honor. After I shall have joined the dead I shall follow the customs of those people, and be guilty of no conduct that can wound any friend. But until that time shall come, I shall be a doubtful quantity like the rest of our race. Very truly yours, S. L. Clemens. The National Mark Twain Association did not surrender easily. Mr. Gatz wrote a second letter full of urgent appeal.
If Mark Twain was tempted, we get no hint of it in his answer.
To T. F. Gatz, of Missouri: New York, June 8, 1903. DEAR MR. Gatz, while I am deeply touched by the desire of my friends of Hannibal to confer these great honors upon me, I must still forbear to accept them. Spontaneous and unpremeditated honors like those which came to me at Hannibal, Columbia, St. Louis, and at the village stations all down the line are beyond all price and are a treasure for life in the memory, for they are a free gift out of the heart, and they come without solicitations. But I am a Missourian, and so I shrink from distinctions which have to be arranged beforehand and with my privity, for I then became a party to my own exalting. I am humanly fond of honors that happen, but chary of those that come by canvas and intention. With sincere thanks to you and your associates for this high compliment which you have been minded to offer me, I am very truly yours, S. L. Clemens.
We have seen in the letter to MacAlister that Mark Twain's wife had been ordered to Italy and plans were in progress for an establishment there. By the end of June Mrs. Clemens was able to leave Riverdale, and she made the journey to Quarry Farm, Elmira, where they would remain until October, the month planned for their sailing. The house in Hartford had been sold, and a house which, prior to Mrs. Clemens' breakdown, they had bought near Tarrytown, expecting to settle permanently on the Hudson, had been let. They were going to Europe for another indefinite period. At Quarry Farm Mrs. Clemens continued to improve, and Clemens, once more able to work, occupied the study which Mrs. Crane had built for him 30 years before, and where Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn and the Wandering Prince had been called into being. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford, Connecticut: Quarry Farm, Elmira, New York, July 21, '03. DEAR Joe, that love letter delighted Livy beyond any like utterance received by her these 30 years and more. I was going to answer it for her right away, and said so, but she reserved the privilege to herself. I judge she is accumulating hot stuff, as George Ade would say. Livy is coming along, eats well, sleeps some, is mostly very gay, not very often depressed. Spends all day on the porch, sleeps there a part of the night, makes excursions in carriage and in wheel chair, and in the matter of superintending everything and everybody has resumed business at the old stand. Did you ever go house hunting 3,000 miles away? It cost 3 months of writing and telegraphing to pull off a success. We finished 3 or 4 days ago, and took the Villa Papiniano. Damn the name, I have to look at it a minute after writing it, and then am always in doubt. For a year, by cable. 3 miles outside of Florence, under Fiesole, a darling location, and apparently a choice house near Fisk. There's 7 in our gang, all women but me. It means trunks and things. But thanks be, today (this is private) comes a most handsome voluntary document with seals and escutcheons on it from the Italian ambassador, who is a stranger to me, commanding the customs people to keep their hands off the Clemens things. Now wasn't it lovely of him? And wasn't it lovely of me to let Livy take a pencil and edit my answer and knock a good third of it out? And that's a nice ship, the Irene. New, swift, 13,000 tons, rooms up in the sky, open to sun and air, and all that. I was desperately troubled for Livy, about the down cellar cells and the ancient Latin. The cubs are in Riverdale yet. They come to us the first week in August. With lots and lots of love to you all, Mark. The arrangement for the Villa Papiniano was not completed, after all, and through a good friend, George Gregory Smith, a resident of Florence, the Villa Quarto, an ancient home of royalty on the hills west of Florence, was engaged. Smith wrote that it was a very beautiful place, with a southeastern exposure, looking out toward Vallombrosa and the Chianti Hills. It had extensive grounds and stables, and the annual rental for it all was $2,000 a year. It seemed an ideal place in prospect, and there was great hope that Mrs. Clemens would find her health once more in the Italian climate which she loved. Perhaps at this point, when Mark Twain is once more leaving America, we may offer 2 letters from strangers to him, letters of appreciation, such as he was constantly receiving from those among the thousands to whom he had given happiness. The first is from Samuel Merwin, one day to become a popular novelist, then in the hour of his beginnings. To Mark Twain from Samuel Merwin. Plainfield, New Jersey, August 4, 1903. Dear Mr. Clemens, for a good many years I have been struggling with the temptation to write you and thank you for the work you have done, and today I seem to be yielding. During the past 2 years I have been reading through a group of writers who seem to me to represent about the best we have: Sir Thomas Malory, Spenser, Shakespeare, Boswell, Carlyle, Lesage. In thinking over one and then another, and then all of them together, it was plain to see why they were great men and writers. Each brought to his time some new blood, new ideas, turned a new current into the stream. I suppose there have always been the careful, painstaking writers, the men who are always taken so seriously by their fellow craftsmen. It seems to be the unconventional man who is so rare. I mean the honestly unconventional man who has to express himself in his own big way because the conventional way isn't big enough, because he needs room and freedom. We have a group of the more or less conventional men now, men of dignity and literary position. But in spite of their influence and of all the work they have done, there isn't one of them to whom one can give one's self up without reservation. Not one whose ideas seem based on the deep foundation of all true philosophy, except Mark Twain. I hope this letter is not an impertinence. I have just been turning about, with my head full of Spenser and Shakespeare and Gil Blas, looking for something in our own present-day literature to which I could surrender myself as to those 5 gripping old writings. And nothing could I find until I took up Life on the Mississippi and Huckleberry Finn, and just now the Connecticut Yankee. It isn't the first time I have read any of these 3, and it's because I know it won't be the last, because these books are the only ones written in my lifetime that claim my unreserved interest and admiration, and above all my feelings, that I've felt I had to write this letter. I like to think that Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn will be looked upon 50 or 100 years from now as the picture of buoyant, dramatic, human American life. I feel, deep in my own heart, pretty sure that they will be. They won't be looked on then as the work of a humorist, any more than we think of Shakespeare as a humorist now. I don't mean by this to set up a comparison between Mark Twain and Shakespeare. I don't feel competent to do it. And I'm not at all sure that it could be done until Mark Twain's work shall have its fair share of historical perspective. But Shakespeare was a humorist, and so, thank heaven, is Mark Twain. And Shakespeare plunged deep into the deep, sad things of life, and so, in a different way, but in a way that has more than once brought tears to my eyes, has Mark Twain. But after all, it isn't because of any resemblance for anything that was ever before written that Mark Twain's books strike in so deep. It's rather because they've brought something really new into our literature, new, yet old as Adam and Eve and the apple. And this achievement, the achievement of putting something into literature that was not there before, is, I should think, the most that any writer can ever hope to do. It is the one mark of distinction between the lonesome little group of big men and the vast herd of medium and small ones. Anyhow, this much I am sure of. To the young man who hopes, however feebly, to accomplish a little something some day as a writer, the one inspiring example of our time is Mark Twain. Very truly yours, Samuel Merwin. Mark Twain once said he could live a month on a good compliment, and from his reply we may believe this one to belong in that class. To Samuel Merwin, in Plainfield, New Jersey, August 16, '03. Dear Mr. Merwin, what you have said has given me deep pleasure. Indeed, I think no words could be said that could give me more. Very sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. The next compliment is from one who remains unknown, for she failed to sign her name in full. But it is a lovely letter, and loses nothing by the fact that the writer of it was willing to remain in obscurity. To Mark Twain, from Margaret M. Portland, Oregon, August 18, 1903. My dear, dear Mark Twain, may a little girl write and tell you how dearly she loves and admires your writings? Well, I do, and I want to tell you, your own self. Don't think me too impertinent, for indeed I don't mean to be that. I have read everything of yours that I could get, and parts that touch me I have read over and over again. They seem such dear friends to me, so like real live human beings, talking and laughing, working and suffering too. One cannot but feel that it is your own life and experience that you have painted. So do not wonder that you seem a dear friend to me who has never even seen you. I often think of you as such in my own thoughts. I wonder if you will laugh when I tell you I have made a hero of you. For when people seem very sordid and mean and stupid, and it seems as if everybody was, then the thought will come like a little crumb of comfort. Well, Mark Twain isn't, anyway. And it does really brighten me up. You see, I have gotten an idea that you are a great, bright spirit of kindness and tenderness, one who can twist everybody's, even your own, faults and absurdities into hearty laughs. Even the person mocked must laugh. Oh dear, how often you have made me laugh, and yet as often you have struck something infinite, away down deep in my heart, so that I want to cry while half laughing. So, this all means that I want to thank you and to tell you. God always love Mark Twain, is often my wish. I dearly love to read books, and I never tire of reading yours. They always have a charm for me. Good-bye. I am afraid I have not expressed what I feel, but at least I have tried. Sincerely yours, Margaret M. Clemens and family left Elmira October the 5th for New York City. They remained at the Hotel Grosvenor until their sailing date, October 24th. A few days earlier, Mr. Frank Doubleday sent a volume of Kipling's poems and de Blowitz's memoirs for entertainment on the ship. Mark Twain's acknowledgment follows. To F. N. Doubleday, in New York, The Grosvenor, October 12, '03. Dear Doubleday, the books came. Ever so many thanks. I have been reading The Bell Boy and The Old Man over and over again, my custom with Kipling's work, and saving up the rest for other leisurely and luxurious meals. The Bell Boy is a deeply impressive fellow being. In these many recent trips up and down the Sound in the Kanawha, footnote Mr. Rogers' yacht. End of footnote. He has talked to me nightly, sometimes in his pathetic and melancholy way, sometimes with his strenuous and urgent note, and I got his meaning. Now I have his words. No one but Kipling could do this strong and vivid thing. Some day I hope to hear the poem chanted or sung, with the bell boy breaking in, out of the distance. The old men. Delicious, isn't it? And so comically true. I haven't arrived there yet.
but I suppose I am on the way. Yours ever, MARK. P. S. Your letter has arrived. It makes me proud and glad, what Kipling says. I hope fate will fetch him to Florence while we are there. I would rather see him than any other man. We've let the Tarrytown house for a year. Man, you would never have believed a person could let a house in these times. That one's for sale. The Hartford one is sold. When we buy again, may I be damned. I've dipped into Blowitz and find him quaintly and curiously interesting. I think he tells the straight truth, too. I knew him a little, 23 years ago. The appreciative word which Kipling had sent Doubleday was, I love to think of the great and godlike Clemens. He is the biggest man you have on your side of the water by a damn sight, and don't you forget it. Cervantes was a relation of his. End of section 44. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 45 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete by Mark Twain. Volume 5, Chapter 43. Letters of 1904. To various persons. Life in Villa Quarto. Death of Mrs. Clemens. The return to America. Mrs. Clemens stood the voyage to Italy very well, and in due time the family were installed in the Villa Reale di Quarto, the picturesque old palace of Cosimo, a spacious, luxurious place, even if not entirely cheerful or always comfortable during the changeable Tuscan winter. Congratulated in a letter from McAllister in being in the midst of Florentine sunshine, he answered, Florentine sunshine? Bless you, there isn't any. We have heavy fogs every morning, and rain all day. This house is not merely large, it is vast. Therefore, I think it must always lack the home feeling. Neither was their landlady, the American wife of an Italian count, all that could be desired. From a letter to Twichell, however, we learn that Mark Twain's work was progressing well. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Villa di Quarto, Florence, January 7, '04. Dear Joe, I've had a handsome success in one way here. I left New York under a sort of half promise to furnish to the Harper magazines 30,000 words this year. Magazining is difficult work, because every third page represents 2 pages that you have put in the fire, because you are nearly sure to start wrong twice. And so, when you have finished an article and are willing to let it go to print, it represents only 10 cents a word instead of 30. But this time I had the curious and unprecedented luck to start right in each case. I turned out 37,000 words in 25 working days, and the reason I think I started right every time is that not only have I approved and accepted the several articles, but the court of last resort, Livy, has done the same. On many of the between days I did some work, but only of an idle and not necessarily necessary sort, since it will not see print until I'm dead. I shall continue this, an hour per day, but the rest of the year I expect to put in on a couple of long books, half completed ones. No more magazine work hanging over my head. This secluded and silent solitude, this clean, soft air, and this enchanting view of Florence, the great valley and the snow mountains that frame it, are the right conditions for work. They are a persistent inspiration. Today is very lovely. When the afternoon arrives there will be a new picture every hour till dark, and each of them divine, or progressing from divine to diviner and divinest. On this second floor Clara's room commands the finest. She keeps a window 10 feet high wide open all the time and frames it in. I go in from time to time every day and trade sass for a look. The central detail is a distant and stately snow hump that rises above and behind black forested hills, and its sloping vast buttresses, velvety and sun-polished with purple shadows between, make the sort of picture we knew that time we walked in Switzerland in the days of our youth. I wish I could show your letter to Livy, but she must wait a week or so for it. I think I told you she had a prostrating week of tonsillitis a month ago. She has remained very feeble ever since, and confined to the bed, of course. But we allow ourselves to believe she will regain the lost ground in another month. Her physician is Professor Grocco. She could not have a better. And she has a very good trained nurse. Love to all of you from all of us, and to all of our dear Hartford friends. Mark. P.S. 3 days later. Livy is as remarkable as ever. The day I wrote you that night, I mean she had a bitter attack of gout or rheumatism occupying the whole left arm from shoulder to fingers, accompanied by fever. The pains racked her 50 or 60 hours. They have departed now, and already she is planning a trip to Egypt next fall and a winter sojourn there. This is life in her yet. You will be surprised that I was willing to do so much magazine writing, a thing I have always been chary about. But I had good reasons. Our expenses have been so prodigious for a year and a half, and are still so prodigious, that Livy was worrying altogether too much about them, and doing a very dangerous amount of lying awake on their account. It was necessary to stop that, and it is now stopped. Yes, she is remarkable, Joe. Her rheumatic attack set me to cursing and swearing, without limit as to time or energy, but it merely concentrated her patience and her unconquerable fortitude. It is the difference between us. I can't count the different kinds of ailments which have assaulted her in this fiendish year and a half, and I forgive none of them. But here she comes up again as bright and fresh and enterprising as ever, and goes to planning about Egypt with a hope and a confidence which are to me amazing. Clara is calling for me. We have to go into town and pay calls. Mark. In Florence that winter Clemens began dictating to his secretary some autobiographical chapters. This was the work which was not to see print until I am dead. He found it a pleasant, lazy occupation, and wrote his delight in it to Howells in a letter which seems not to have survived. In his reply Howells wrote, "You do stir me mightily with the hope of dictating, and I will try it when I get the chance. But there is the temperamental difference. You are dramatic and unconscious. You count the thing more than yourself. I am cursed with consciousness to the core, and can't say myself out. I am always saying myself in, and setting myself above all that I say, as of more worth. Lately I have felt as if I were rotting with egotism. I don't admire myself. I am sick of myself. But I can't think of anything else. Here I am at it now, when I ought to be rejoicing with you at the blessing you have found. I'd like, immensely, to read your autobiography. You always rather bewildered me by your veracity, and I fancy you may tell the truth about yourself. But all of it? The black truth which we all know of ourselves in our hearts? Or only the whitey brown truth of the pericardium, or the nice whitened truth of the shirt front? Even you won't tell the black heart's truth. The man who could do it
would be famed to the last day the sun shone upon. We gather from Mark Twain's answer that he was not deceiving himself in the matter of his confessions.
To W. D. Howells, in New York: Villa di Quarto, Florence, March 14, '04. Dear Howells, yes, I set up the safeguards in the first days dictating, taking this position: that an autobiography is the truest of all books, for while it inevitably consists mainly of extinctions of the truth, shirkings of the truth, partial revealments of the truth with hardly an instance of plain straight truth, the remorseless truth is there, between the lines, where the author is raking dust upon it, the result being that the reader knows the author in spite of his wily diligences. The summer in England, you can't ask better luck than that. Then you will run over to Florence. We shall all be hungry to see you all. We are hunting for another villa. This one is plenty large enough but has no room in it. But even if we find it, I'm afraid it will be months before we can move Mrs. Clemens. Of course it will, but it comforts us to let on that we think otherwise, and these pretensions help to keep hope alive in her. Good bye, with love, amen. Yours ever, Mark.
News came of the death of Henry M. Stanley, one of Mark Twain's oldest friends. Clemens once said that he had met Stanley in St. Louis, where he, Clemens, had delivered a lecture which Stanley had reported. In the following letter he fixes the date of their meeting as early as 1867, which would be immediately after Mark Twain's return from California and just prior to the Quaker City excursion, a fact which is interesting only because it places the two men together when each was at the very beginning of a great career.
To Lady Stanley, in England: Villa di Quarto, Firenze, May 11, '04. Dear Lady Stanley, I have lost a dear and honored friend. How fast they fall about me now, in my age. The world has lost a tried and proved hero. And you, what have you lost? It is beyond estimate. We who know you, and what he was to you, know that. How far he stretches across my life! I knew him when his work was all before him, 5 years before the great day that he wrote his name far away up on the blue of the sky for the world to see and applaud and remember. I have known him as friend and intimate ever since. It is 37 years. I have known no other friend and intimate so long, except John Hay, a friendship which dates from the same year and the same half of it, the first half of 1867. I grieve with you and with your family, dear Lady Stanley. It is all I can do, but that I do out of my heart. It would be we instead of I if Mrs. Clemens knew, but in all these 20 months that she has lain a prisoner in her bed, we have hidden from her all things that could sadden her. Many a friend is gone whom she still asks about and still thinks is living. In deepest sympathy, I beg the privilege of signing myself your friend, S. L. Clemens. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Villa di Quarto, May 11, '04. Dear Joe, yours has this moment arrived, just as I was finishing a note to poor Lady Stanley. I believe the last country house visit we paid in England was to Stanley's. Lord, how my friends and acquaintances fall about me now in my gray headed days. Vereshchagin, Mommsen, Dvorak, Lensbach, Jokai, all so recently, and now Stanley. I had known Stanley 37 years. Goodness, who is it I haven't known? As a rule, the necrologists find me personally interested, when they treat of old stagers. Generally, when a man dies who is worth cabling, it happens that I have run across him somewhere, some time or other. Oh, say, down by the Laurentian Library there's a marble image that has been sitting on its pedestal some 450 years, if my dates are right. Cosimo the First. I've seen the back of it many a time, but not the front. But yesterday I twisted my head around after we had driven by, and the profane exclamation burst from my mouth before I could think, "There's Chauncey Depew." I mean to get a photo of it and use it if it confirms yesterday's conviction. That's a very nice word from the Catholic magazine, and I'm glad you sent it. I mean to show it to my priest. We are very fond of him. He is a stealing man, and is also learnedly scientific. He invented the thing which records the seismatic disturbances for the peoples of the earth, and he's an astronomer and has an observatory of his own. Ah, many's the cry I have over reflecting that maybe we could have had young Harmony for Livy and didn't have wit enough to think of it. Speaking of Livy reminds me that your inquiry arrives at a good time. Überrufen. It has been weeks, I don't know how many, since we could have said a hopeful word. But this morning Katie came the minute the day nurse came on watch and said words of a strange and long forgotten sound. Mr. Clemens, Mrs. Clemens is really and truly better. Anybody can see it. She sees it herself. And last night at 9 o'clock she said it. There. It is heartwarming. It is splendid. It is sublime. Let us enjoy it. Let us make the most of it today, and bet not a farthing on tomorrow. The tomorrows have nothing for us. Too many times they have breathed the word of promise to our ear and broken it to our hope. We take no tomorrow's word any more. You've done a wonder, Joe. You've written a letter that can be sent in to Livy. That doesn't often happen when either a friend or a stranger writes. You did whirl in a P.S. that wouldn't do, but you wrote it on a margin of a page in such a way that I was able to clip off the margin clear across both pages, and now Livy won't perceive that the sheet isn't the same size it used to was. It was about Aldrich's son, and I came near forgetting to remove it. It should have been written on a loose strip and enclosed. That son died on the 5th of March, and Aldrich wrote me on the night before that his minutes were numbered. On the 18th Livy asked after that patient, and I was prepared and able to give her a grateful surprise by telling her the Aldriches are no longer uneasy about him. I do wish I could have been present and heard Charley Clark. When he can't light up a dark place, nobody can. With lots of love to you all, Mark. Mrs. Clemens had her bad days and her good days, days when there seemed no ray of light, and others that seemed almost to promise recovery. The foregoing letter to Twichell and the one which follows, to Richard Watson Gilder, reflect the hope and fear that daily and hourly alternated at Villa Quarto. To Richard Watson Gilder, in New York: Villa di Quarto, Florence, May 12, '04. Dear Gilder, a friend of ours, the Baroness de Nolder, was here this afternoon, and wanted a note of introduction to the Century, for she has something to sell to you in case you'll want to make her an offer after seeing a sample of the goods. I said, with pleasure, get the goods ready, send the same to me, I will have Jean typewrite them, then I will mail them to the Century, and tonight I will write the note to Mr. Gilder and start it along. Also, write me a letter embodying what you have been saying to me about the goods and your proposed plan of arranging and explaining them, and I will forward that to Gilder too. As to the Baroness, she is a German, 30 years old, was married at 17,
Is very pretty indeed, I might say very pretty. Has a lot of sons, 5, running up from 7 to 12 years old. Her husband is a Russian. They live half the time in Russia and the other half in Florence, and supply population alternately to the one country and then to the other. Of course it is a family that speaks languages. This occurs at their table. I know it by experience. It is Babel come again. The other day, when no guests were present to keep order, the tribes were all talking at once, and 6 languages were being traded in. At last the littlest boy lost his temper and screamed out at the top of his voice with angry sobs, Mais vraiment, io non capisco gar nix. The Baroness is a little afraid of her English, therefore she will write her remarks in French. I said there's a plenty of translators in New York. Examine her samples and drop her a line. For 2 entire days now we have not been anxious about Mrs. Clemens, Uberrufen. After 20 months of bedridden solitude and bodily misery, she all of a sudden ceases to be a pallid shrunken shadow and looks bright and young and pretty. She remains what she always was, the most wonderful creature of fortitude, patience, endurance, and recuperative power that ever was. But ah, dear, it won't last. This fiendish malady will play new treacheries upon her, and I shall go back to my prayers again, unutterable from any pulpit. With love to you and yours, S.L.C. May 13, 10 a.m. I've just paid one of my pair of permitted 2-minute visits per day to the sick room, and found what I've learned to expect, retrogression, and that pathetic something in the eye which betrays the secret of a waning hope. The year of the World's Fair had come, and an invitation from Governor Francis of Missouri came to Mark Twain in Florence, personally inviting him to attend the great celebration and carry off first prize. We may believe that Clemens felt little in the spirit of humor, but to such an invitation he must send a cheerful, even if disappointing, answer. To Governor Francis of Missouri, Villa di Quarto, Forenza, May 26, 1904. Dear Governor Francis, it has been a dear wish of mine to exhibit myself at the great fair and get a prize, but circumstances beyond my control have interfered, and I must remain in Florence. Although I have never taken prizes anywhere else, I used to take them at school in Missouri half a century ago, and I ought to be able to repeat now if I could have a chance. I used to get the medal for good spelling every week, and I could have had the medal for good conduct if there hadn't been so much corruption in Missouri in those days. Still, I got it several times by trading medals and giving boot. I am willing to give boot now if. However, those days are forever gone by in Missouri, and perhaps it is better so. Nothing ever stops the way it was in this changeable world. Although I cannot be at the fair, I am going to be represented there anyway, by a portrait by Professor Gelly. You will find it excellent. Good judges here say it is better than the original. They say it has all the merits of the original and keeps still besides. It sounds like flattery, but it is just true. I suppose you will get a prize because you have created the most prodigious and in all ways most wonderful fair the planet has ever seen. Very well, you have indeed earned it, and with it the gratitude of the State and the nation. Sincerely yours, Mark Twain. It was only a few days after the foregoing was written that death entered Villa Quarto, unexpectedly at last, for with the first June days Mrs. Clemens had seemed really to improve. It was on Sunday, June 5th, that the end came.
Clemens, with his daughter Jean, had returned from a long drive, during which they had visited a villa with the thought of purchase. On their return they were told that their patient had been better that afternoon than for 3 months. Yet it was only a few hours later that she left them, so suddenly and quietly that even those near her did not at first realize that she was gone.
To W. D. Howells, in New York: Villa di Quarto, Florence, June 6, '04. Dear Howells, last night at 9:20 I entered Mrs. Clemens's room to say the usual good night, and she was dead, though no one knew it. She had been cheerfully talking a moment before. She was sitting up in bed. She had not lain down for months, and Katie and the nurse were supporting her. They supposed she had fainted, and they were holding the oxygen pipe to her mouth, expecting to revive her. I bent over her and looked in her face, and I think I spoke. I was surprised and troubled that she did not notice me. Then we understood, and our hearts broke. How poor we are today! But how thankful I am that her persecutions are ended. I would not call her back if I could. Today, treasured in her worn old Testament, I found a dear and gentle letter from you, dated Far Rockaway, September 13, 1896, about poor Susy's death. I'm tired and old. I wish I were with Livy. I send my love and hers to you all. S.L.C.
In a letter to Twichell he wrote, "How sweet she was in death, how young, how beautiful, how like her dear girlish self of 30 years ago, not a gray hair showing." The family was now without plans for the future until they remembered the summer home of R. W. Gilder at Tyringham, Massachusetts, and the possibility of finding lodgment for themselves in that secluded corner of New England. Clemens wrote without delay as follows: To R. W. Gilder, in New York: Villa di Quarto, Florence, June 7, '04. Dear Gilder family, I have been worrying and worrying to know what to do. At last I went to the girls with an idea to ask the Gilders to get us shelter near their summer home. It was the first time they have not shaken their heads. So tomorrow I will cable to you and shall hope to be in time. An hour ago the best heart that ever beat for me and mine went silent out of this house, and I am as one who wanders and has lost his way. She who is gone was our head, she was our hands. We are now trying to make plans, we who have never made a plan before, nor ever needed to. If she could speak to us she would make it all simple and easy with a word, and our perplexities would vanish away. If she had known she was near to death she would have told us where to go and what to do, but she was not suspecting. Neither were we. She had been chatting cheerfully a moment before, and in an instant she was gone from us, and we did not know it. We were not alarmed, we did not know anything had happened. It was a blessed death. She passed away without knowing it. She was all our riches, and she is gone. She was our breath, she was our life, and now we are nothing. We send you our love, and with it the love of you that was in her heart when she died. S. L. Clemens. Howells wrote his words of sympathy, adding, "The character which now remains a memory was one of the most perfect ever formed on the earth." And again, after having received Clemens' letter, "I cannot speak of your wife's having kept that letter of mine where she did. You know how it must humiliate a man in his unworthiness to have anything of his so consecrated. She hallowed what she touched, far beyond priests.
To W. D. Howells, in New York: Villa di Quarto, Art 4, June 12, 6 p.m. Dear Howells, we have to sit and hold our hands and wait in the silence and solitude of this prodigious house. Wait until June 25, then we'll go to Naples and sail in the Prince Oscar the 26th. There is a ship 12 days earlier, but we came in that one. I see Clara twice a day, morning and evening, greeting. Nothing more is allowed. She keeps her bed and says nothing. She has not cried yet. I wish she could cry. It would break Livy's heart to see Clara. We excuse ourselves from all the friends that call, though of course only intimates come. Intimates, but they are not the old, old friends, the friends of the old, old times when we laughed. Shall we ever laugh again? If I could only see a dog that I knew in the old times, and could put my arms around his neck and tell him all, everything, and ease my heart. Think, in 3 hours it will be a week, and soon a month, and by a year. How fast our dead fly from us. She loved you so, and was always as pleased as a child with any notice you took of her. Soon your wife will be with you, O fortunate man, and John, whom mine was so fond of. The sight of him was such a delight to her. Lord, the old friends, how dear they are. S.L.C. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Villa di Quarto, Florence, June 18, '04. Dear Joe, it is 13 days. I am bewildered, and must remain so for a time longer. It was so sudden, so unexpected. Imagine a man worth 100 millions to find himself suddenly penniless and 50 million in debt in his old age. I was richer than any other person in the world, and now I am that pauper without peer. Some day I will tell you about it. Not now. Mark. A tide of condolence flowed in from all parts of the world. It was impossible to answer all. Only a few who had been their closest friends received a written line, but the little printed acknowledgment which was returned was no mere formality. It was a heartfelt, personal word. They arrived in America in July, and were accompanied by Twichell to Elmira, and on the 14th Mrs. Clemens was laid to rest by the side of Susy and little Langdon. R. W. Gilder had arranged for them to occupy for the summer a cottage on his place at Tyringham, in the Berkshire Hills. By November they were at the Grosvenor, in New York, preparing to establish themselves in a house which they had taken on the corner of 9th Street and 5th Avenue, No. 21. To F. N. Doubleday, in New York: Dear Doubleday, I did not know you were going to England. I would have freighted you with such messages of homage and affection to Kipling, and I would have pressed his hand through you for his sympathy with me in my crushing loss, as expressed by him in his letter to Gilder. You know my feeling for Kipling, and that it antedates that expression. I was glad that the boys came here to invite me to the house warming, and I think they understood why a man in the shadow of a calamity like mine could not go. It has taken 3 months to repair and renovate our house, corner of 9th and 5th Avenue, but I shall be in it in 10 or 15 days hence. Much of the furniture went into it today from Hartford. We have not seen it for 13 years. Katie Leary, our old housekeeper, who has been in our service more than 24 years, cried when she told me about it today. She said I had forgotten it was so beautiful,
and it brought Mrs. Clemens right back to me in that old time when she was so young and lovely. Jean and my secretary and the servants whom we brought from Italy because Mrs. Clemens liked them so well are still keeping house in the Berkshire Hills and waiting. Clara, nervously wrecked by her mother's death, is in the hands of a specialist in 69th Street, and I shall not be allowed to have any communication with her, even telephone, for a year. I am in this comfortable little hotel and still in bed, for I dasn't budge till I'm safe from my pet devil, bronchitis. Isn't it pathetic? 1 hour and 10 minutes before Mrs. Clemens died, I was saying to her, "Today, after 5 months' search, I've found the villa that will content you. Tomorrow you will examine the plans and give it your consent, and I will buy it." Her eyes danced with pleasure, for she longed for a home of her own, and there on that morrow she lay white and cold, and unresponsive to my reverent caresses, a new thing to me and a new thing to her that had not happened before in 35 years. I'm coming to see you and Mrs. Doubleday by and by. She loved and honored Mrs. Doubleday and her work. Always yours, Mark. It was a presidential year, and the air was thick with politics. Mark Twain was no longer actively interested in the political situation. He was only disheartened by the hollowness and pretense of office seeking, and the methods of office seekers in general. Grieved that Twichell should still pin his faith to any party when all parties were so obviously venal and time-serving, he wrote in outspoken and rather somber protest. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: The Grosvenor, November 4, '04. Oh, dear! Get out of that sewer, party politics, dear Joe, at least with your mouth. We hail only 2 men who could make speeches for their parties and preserve their honor and their dignity. One of them is dead. Possibly there are 4. I'm sorry for John Hay, sorry and ashamed, and yet I know he couldn't help it. He wears the collar, and he had to pay the penalty. Certainly he had no more desire to stand up before a mob of confiding human incapables and debauch them than you had. Certainly he took no more real pleasure in distorting history, concealing facts, propagating immoralities, and appealing to the sordid side of human nature than did you, but he was his party's property, and he had to climb a way down and do it. It is interesting, wonderfully interesting, the miracles which party politics can do with a man's mental and moral make-up. Look at McKinley, Roosevelt, and yourself. In private life spotless in character, honorable, honest, just, humane, generous, scorning trickeries, treacheries, suppressions of the truth, mistranslations of the meanings of facts, the filching of credit earned by another, the condoning of crime, the glorifying of base acts, in public political life the reverse of all this. McKinley was a Silverite. You concealed it. Roosevelt was a Silverite. You concealed it. Parker was a Silverite. You publish it, along with a shudder and a warning. He was unsafe then. Is he any safer now? Joe, even I could be guilty of such a thing as that, if I were in party politics. I really believe it. Mr. Cleveland gave the country the gold standard. By implication, you credit the matter to the Republican party. By implication, you prove the whole annual pension scoop, concealing the fact that the bulk of the money goes to people who in no way deserve it. You imply that all the batterers upon this bribery fund are Republicans, an indiscreet confession
since about half of them must have been Democrats before they were bought. You as good as praise Order 78. It is true you do not shout, and you do not linger, you only whisper and skip. Still, what little you do in the matter is complimentary to the crime. It means, if it means anything, that our outlying properties will all be given up by the Democrats and our flag hauled down. All of them? Not only the property stolen by Mr. McKinley and Mr. Roosevelt, but the properties honestly acquired? Joe, did you believe that hearty statement when you made it? Yet you made it, and there it stands in permanent print. Now what moral law would suffer if we should give up the stolen ones? But you know our standard bearer. He will maintain all that we have gained, by whatever process. Land, I believe you. By George, Joe, you are as handy at the game as if you had been in training for it all your life. Your campaign address is built from the ground up upon the oldest and best models. There isn't a paragraph in it whose facts or morals will wash, not even a sentence, I believe. But you will soon be out of this. You didn't want to do it. That is sufficiently apparent, thanks be. But you couldn't well get out of it. In a few days you will be out of it, and then you can fumigate yourself and take up your legitimate work again and resume your clean and wholesome private character once more, and be happy and useful. I know I ought to hand you some guff now, as propitiation and apology for these reproaches, but on the whole I believe I won't. I have inquired, and find that Mitsukuri does not arrive here until tomorrow night. I shall watch out and telephone again, for I greatly want to see him. Always yours, Mark. P. S. November 4. I wish I could learn to remember that it is unjust and dishonorable to put blame upon the human race for any of its acts. For it did not make itself. It did not make its nature. It is merely a machine. It is moved wholly by outside influences. It has no hand in creating the outside influences, nor in choosing which of them it will welcome or reject. Its performance is wholly automatic. It has no more mastership nor authority over its mind than it has over its stomach, which receives material from the outside and does as it pleases with it, indifferent to its proprietor's suggestions even, let alone his commands. Wherefore, whatever the machine does, so-called crimes and infamies included, is the personal act of its maker, and he solely is responsible. I wish I could learn to pity the human race instead of censuring it and laughing at it, and I could if the outside influences of old habit were not so strong upon my machine. It vexes me to catch myself praising the clean private citizen Roosevelt and blaming the soiled President Roosevelt, when I know that neither praise nor blame is due to him for any thought or word or deed of his, he being merely a helpless and irresponsible coffee mill ground by the hand of God. Through a misunderstanding, Clemens, something more than a year earlier, had severed his connection with the Players Club, of which he had been one of the charter members. Now, upon his return to New York, a number of his friends joined in an invitation to him to return. It was not exactly a letter they sent, but a bit of an old Scotch song. To Mark Twain from The Clansman. Will ye no come back again? Will ye no come back again? Better load ye canna be, will ye no come back again? Those who signed it were David Monroe, of the North American Review, Robert Reed, the painter, and about 30 others of the Round Table group, so called because its members were accustomed to lunching at a large round table in a bay window of the Player dining room.
Mark Twain's reply was prompt and heartfelt. He wrote: To Robert Reed and the Others. Well, beloved, surely those lovely verses went to Prince Charlie's heart, if he had one, and certainly they have gone to mine. I shall be glad and proud to come back again after such a moving and beautiful compliment as this from comrades who I have loved so long. I hope you can poll the necessary vote. I know you will try, at any rate. It will be many months before I can foregather with you, for this black border is not perfunctory, not a convention. It symbolizes the loss of one whose memory is the only thing I worship. It is not necessary for me to thank you, and words could not deliver what I feel anyway. I will put the contents of your envelope in the small casket where I keep the things which have become sacred to me. S.L.C. A year later, Mark Twain did come back again as an honorary life member, and was given a dinner of welcome by those who had signed the lines urging his return. End of section 45. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.